Hello listeners, welcome to another episode of Insomniac's Lore. Before we begin tonight's story, I'm curious, what time is it where you are? Drop a comment and let me know where in the world you're listening from. If you enjoyed tonight's tale, don't forget to subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more stories that will keep you company during those sleepless nights. Tonight I'm sharing a story called Fields of Grace, a contemporary romance set in the fictional town of Harper's Bend, Texas. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin. Fields of Grace. Lydia Ross was 34 and tired in a way that sleep couldn't fix. The panic attack hit during her interview with the tech billionaire, right as he was explaining how his app that matched dog walkers with customers was actually solving world hunger. She'd felt the familiar tightness in her chest, the sudden inability to draw breath, and then her vision had tunneled until all she could see was his mouth moving, formulating words she could no longer hear. 3 days later, she sat across from David Wu, her editor and closest friend in New York, as he slid her laptop closed with uncharacteristic gentleness. 3 months, he said, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. A Pulitzer nomination isn't worth a heart attack at 34. It was just stress, Lydia argued, though her body still felt like it was made of thin glass. The doctor said your cortisol levels are through the roof and you're showing early signs of heart problems. David leaned forward. When was the last time you slept more than 4 hours, or ate something that didn't come in a paper bag? Lydia struggled to remember. That's not fair, I had sushi last Christmas, David finished for her, when I forced you to leave the office. She looked down at her trembling hands, hating the betrayal of her body. Lydia had built her career on control, finding the right angle, asking the incisive question, crafting the perfect narrative. But her body wasn't yielding to her will anymore. It was staging a rebellion. Fine, she conceded, but I'm not going to some fancy spa retreat where they take my phone and make me drink wheatgrass. Actually, David said with the hint of a smile that always preceded trouble, I was thinking of someplace a little more grounding. Which is how, a week later, Lydia found herself on a narrow road that cut through acres of Texas farmland, heading toward Harper's Bend in a rental car, muttering about the spotty GPS signal. The road stretched before her like a promise she hadn't made. Her great-aunt Violet's guest house was at the edge of the small town, a Victorian-style cottage partially hidden by an explosion of wildflowers and climbing vines. As Lydia pulled up the gravel driveway, a woman who looked too spry to be in her 70s emerged from the main house, wiping earth-stained hands on a colourful apron. You're late, Aunt Vi said by way of greeting. The bees told me you'd be here by noon. Lydia stepped out of the car and forced a smile. Traffic was bad leaving the airport. She decided not to comment on the bee prognostication. Aunt Vi squinted at her. You're thin, and that colour isn't natural, not even for corpses. Lydia had forgotten her great-aunt's particular brand of honesty. It's nice to see you too, Aunt Vi. The older woman snorted but pulled Lydia into a hug that smelled of rosemary and something earthier. Come on, the kettle's on, and you look like you need something stronger than coffee. She paused, studying Lydia's face. The guest house has Wi-Fi now, but it's temperamental, like everything worthwhile. The guest house was exactly as Lydia remembered it from her one childhood visit. Warm wood floors, windows that caught the light, shelves overflowing with books on botany and folklore. But now it felt impossibly small after her Brooklyn apartment, the silence deafening after the constant symphony of the city. I'll give you time to settle, Aunt Vi said, setting down a steaming mug of tea that smelled vaguely medicinal. But tomorrow you should come to town. Sunday service is at 10. You don't have to participate in the Jesus bits, but the community part might do you good. Lydia opened her mouth to refuse, but Aunt Vi was already halfway out the door. The tea will help you sleep, she called over her shoulder. Your body needs to remember how. Left alone, Lydia unpacked her clothes and set up her laptop on the small desk by the window. Outside, the Texas twilight was painting the sky, in colours the city never produced, deep purples and oranges that threatened to overwhelm the horizon. She opened a new document and typed, "Working title, American Values, the Myth of Rural Virtue." She stared at the blank page beneath the title. The cursor blinked accusingly. Lydia closed the laptop and picked up the tea, wincing at its bitter taste. Outside, crickets began their nightly chorus, a sound so foreign to her city ears that it almost seemed manufactured. The next morning, after a surprisingly deep sleep, Lydia found herself driving to the centre of Harper's Bend, a trip that took all of 4 minutes. The town was anchored by a courthouse square, surrounded by the expected rural fixtures, a diner, a hardware store, a small grocery, and at the end of the main street, a white church with a modest steeple. She parked on the street and watched people in their Sunday best greeting each other on the steps of First Grace Church. A bulletin board outside announced the morning sermon, "Finding Purpose in Staying Put." Lydia rolled her eyes. This would be perfect material for her book's thesis on the complacency of rural America. As she approached, a man in his early 30s was hammering a loose board back into place on the church steps. He wore a blue button-down with the sleeves rolled up, revealing tanned forearms marked with old scars and fresh paint. He looked up as her shadow fell across him, and Lydia was struck by eyes that were the precise colour of the Texas sky. Clear, unwavering blue. "Morning," he said, straightening up. His voice had the gentle drawl of the region, but there was an unexpected precision to his words. "You must be Violet Mayfield's great niece from New York." Lydia blinked, surprised. "News travels fast. Small towns." He shrugged with a half-smile that suggested he was both part of the system and somehow separate from it. "I'm Caleb Boone, Pastor Caleb to most folks, but that makes me sound ancient." He extended a hand that was calloused and warm. Something about the solid pressure of his grip made Lydia suddenly aware of how long it had been since she'd touched someone who wasn't handing her coffee or holding a door. "Lydia Ross," she replied, withdrawing her hand a little too quickly. "I'm just here observing. Research for a book." Something flickered in Caleb's eyes. Amusement, perhaps, or recognition of a familiar stance. What kind of book? Cultural commentary, examining the mythology of rural American values versus the reality. "Sounds fascinating," he said, but his tone suggested he'd already catalogued her as another coastal elite come to study the quaint locals. "Well, observers are welcome too. Service starts in 5. He nodded toward the doors, then turned back to his repair work. Walking into the small church, Lydia was struck by 2 things. The surprising brightness of the interior, with light pouring through simple stained glass windows, and the immediate hush that fell as heads turned to assess the newcomer. She slid into a back pew, notebook ready, determined to remain detached. But when Pastor Caleb stepped to the pulpit, something shifted. Gone was the pragmatic handyman. In his place stood a man whose quiet authority filled the room without raising his voice. He spoke not of hellfire or condemnation, but of the radical nature of commitment in a disposable world. "We live in a culture that tells us bigger is always better, that movement is progress, that staying put is settling," he said, his gaze sweeping the congregation before briefly meeting Lydia's. "But what if the bravest thing isn't leaving? What if sometimes the most courageous act is to stay, to dig your roots deeper instead of wider?" Lydia found herself taking notes, not with the clinical detachment she'd planned, but with genuine interest. This wasn't the sermon she'd expected from a small-town Texas preacher. After the service, Lydia was ambushed by a formidable woman in her 60s who introduced herself as Mabel Stokes, church secretary and keeper of all knowledge worth knowing. "You're just in time," Mabel informed her. "We need more hands for the bake sale next weekend, raising money for the food pantry." "Oh, I don't actually," Lydia began. "Nonsense. Everyone bakes something." Mabel thrust a clipboard at her. "Put your name down for whatever you like, but not brownies. We've got 6 people making brownies already, and 3 of them are terrible." And somehow, before Lydia could formulate a polite refusal, she found herself signed up to bake cinnamon rolls, something she hadn't done since high school home economics. She was still looking at the clipboard in disbelief when Caleb approached, now wearing a suit jacket that didn't quite hide a paint smudge on his wrist. "Mabel got you, didn't she?" he asked, not bothering to hide his amusement. "Apparently I'm making cinnamon rolls," Lydia replied, still stunned by her own capitulation. Caleb laughed, a warm sound that seemed to start from somewhere deep. "Welcome to Harper's Bend, Ms. Ross. We're not big on observers here. Sooner or later, everyone participates." As Lydia drove back to the guest house, the Texas sun high overhead, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd stumbled into something more complicated than the simple narrative she'd planned to write. Harper's Bend wasn't fitting neatly into her preconceived framework, and neither was its pastor with the 2 perceptive eyes. That night she stared at her laptop screen again, the cursor still blinking on the empty page. After a moment's hesitation, she deleted her original title and typed a new one. Working title: Fields of Grace, America's Heartland Reconsidered. It wasn't quite right yet, but it was a start. By her 3rd week in Harper's Bend, Lydia had established a routine that would have been unrecognisable to her New York self. Mornings began with coffee on the porch, watching the sun rise over Aunt Vi's riotous garden. Afternoons were spent interviewing locals or writing at the town's only coffee shop, where the Wi-Fi was stronger than at the guest house, if still maddeningly inconsistent. Her cinnamon rolls had been a surprising success at the bake sale, thanks to Aunt Vi's intervention and a recipe involving orange zest that had been seducing stubborn men since 1973. The success had led to an invitation to the church's food pantry, which had led to helping with their after-school tutoring program, which had somehow resulted in Lydia agreeing to help paint the church's fellowship hall on a warm Saturday in May. "I didn't come here to do manual labour," she grumbled to Caleb as he handed her a roller and pointed to a wall in need of fresh cream-coloured paint. "No, you came here to observe us like lab specimens," he replied with that infuriating half-smile. "But paint fumes a truth serum. You'll get better material this way." There was something about Caleb Boone that both irritated and intrigued Lydia. He wasn't what she'd expected. The man quoted Wendell Berry and Thomas Merton in his sermons, but could also fix a carburetor and knew the backstory of every Marvel superhero. He'd graduated at the top of his class at a prestigious seminary in Chicago, but had returned to Harper's Bend when his father died suddenly 3 years ago. "Why didn't you go back?" Lydia asked as they worked side by side, the rhythmic sound of their rollers creating a strange harmony. "After your father's funeral, you could have finished your doctorate." Caleb was quiet for a moment, focusing on a corner where the wall met the ceiling. "I came back for the funeral, but I stayed for the wake." "I don't understand," he sighed, putting down his roller. "The church was full for Dad's funeral, standing room only, but at the wake, I started really listening to people. The food pantry was barely functioning. The youth group had disbanded. The building was literally falling apart." He gestured to a water stain on the ceiling they hadn't yet addressed. Dad had been holding it all together with duct tape and sheer force of will. "So you felt obligated," Lydia concluded, nodding. "Family duty." "No," Caleb's voice was firm. "I saw a need I could fill. There's a difference." He picked up his roller again. Besides, Jasper was 14 then. Someone had to keep him from burning the house down or joining a motorcycle gang. As if summoned by his name, Caleb's younger brother appeared in the doorway, all lanky adolescent limbs and carefully cultivated indifference. "Mabel says you're supposed to bring the receipts for the pantry," Jasper said to Caleb without preamble. His eyes slid to Lydia with the universal teenage assessment of whether an adult was worth acknowledging. Apparently, she passed some threshold because he added, "She also said to invite the New York lady to dinner Sunday." "The New York lady can hear you," Lydia said dryly. A flash of something, embarrassment or amusement, crossed Jasper's face. before the mask of teenage coolness returned. "You coming or what?" "Tell Mabel I'll be there in an hour with the receipts," Caleb replied, "and we'd be happy to have Ms. Ross for dinner." After Jasper left, Lydia raised an eyebrow. "We? You live with your church secretary?" "God, no," Caleb laughed. "But Sunday dinners rotate among church members. This week it's at our house, mine and Jasper's. Mabel just organises everything because, well, she's Mabel." "I don't want to intrude on a family tradition," Lydia said, suddenly uncomfortable with how easily she was being folded into this community. "It's not an intrusion if you're invited," Caleb replied simply. "Besides, you can't write about Harper's Bend without experiencing Sunday dinner. It's anthropologically significant." He mimicked her interviewer's tone with surprising accuracy. Lydia flicked paint at him in retaliation, leaving a cream-coloured streak across his faded Texas A&M t-shirt. His look of shock was so comically affronted that she burst out laughing, a real laugh that started deep in her belly and rose up, surprising them both with its force. For a suspended moment they just looked at each other, the laughter creating something new and unnamed between them. Then Caleb deliberately loaded his roller with paint. "You realise," he said with mock solemnity, "this means war." By the time they finished painting the fellowship hall an hour later, they were both spattered with cream-coloured evidence of their paint skirmish, and Lydia was more relaxed than she'd been in years. Sunday dinner at the Boone household was a revelation. The house itself was modest, a craftsman bungalow with a wide front porch and simple, well-worn furniture. But the table was laden with food, and the conversation flowed as easily as the sweet tea. Midway through the meal, the church treasurer's wife, Eleanor, mentioned a teenage girl who'd recently returned to town, visibly pregnant and without the baby's father. "Such a shame," Eleanor sighed, "and her poor mother having to face everyone at church." "Actually," Caleb said, his voice carrying that same calm authority Lydia had noticed during his sermons, "I think we should be grateful that Amber feels safe enough to come home. Parenthood is hard enough without shame added to it. But the example it sets for the other girls," Eleanor began, "is that they'll be loved unconditionally if they ever find themselves in difficult circumstances," Caleb finished firmly. "Which is exactly the example we should be setting." Eleanor flushed but didn't argue further. The conversation moved on to the upcoming town festival, but Lydia kept glancing at Caleb, seeing him with new eyes. The quiet conviction in his voice had been neither judgmental nor permissive, just deeply humane. Later, as they washed dishes together, Lydia having been drafted into service despite her protests, she asked, "Has it always been this easy for you? Knowing what to say, what to believe?" Caleb considered the question while drying a casserole dish. "No," he finally admitted. "I struggled a lot after Dad died. Questioned everything. What was the point of faith if it couldn't save a good man from a heart attack at 56? He put the dish away and turned to face her. "But I realised that faith isn't a shield against life. It's a lens for seeing it more clearly, both the beauty and the pain." "And that's enough?" Lydia pressed. "That lens?" "Most days." His eyes held hers, serious now. "What about you, Lydia? What's your lens?" The question caught her off guard. In New York, people asked what she did, where she lived, which restaurant she frequented. No one asked about her lens. "I suppose, truth," she said slowly. "Finding it, telling it, even when it's uncomfortable." "Even when it contradicts what you thought you'd find?" he asked quietly. The question hung between them, cutting closer to the heart of her evolving book than she was comfortable admitting. Because the truth was, Harper's Bend wasn't conforming to her expectations. The town had its share of gossips and prejudices, yes, but there was also a genuine care that she hadn't anticipated, a complexity that resisted her initial thesis. And Caleb Boone, with his quiet strength and unexpected depths, was the most confounding element of all. "I'm still figuring that out," she answered honestly. That night, sitting at her desk in the guest house, Lydia opened her laptop and began to write. Not the scathing examination of rural hypocrisy she'd originally planned, but something more nuanced. A story about a town where faith wasn't just a Sunday obligation, but a framework for navigating the complexities of human existence, where staying wasn't the same as settling. When David called from New York later that week, his voice sharp with urban energy, he was shocked by the direction her book had taken. "You're defending them now?" he asked incredulously, after she'd outlined her new approach. What happened to exposing the limitations of rural thinking? "It's more complicated than that," Lydia tried to explain. "There's a depth here I didn't expect." "Jesus, Lydia, don't tell me you've gone native," David groaned. "Next thing I know, you'll be baking pies and joining the church choir." The comment stung more than it should have. "I'm still a journalist, David. I'm just broadening the scope of my investigation." "Well, don't get too comfortable there in Mayberry," he warned. "Remember, you have a life and a career waiting for you here." After hanging up, Lydia stood on the porch of the guest house, watching fireflies rise from Aunt Vi's garden like earthbound stars. She wondered why David's reminder of her real life had left her feeling not reassured, but vaguely claustrophobic. 2 days later, she found herself in an argument with Caleb that had started innocuously enough. They were hanging flyers for the food pantry around town when she'd asked about his seminary days. "So you were on track for a PhD in theological ethics," she summarised after he'd explained his former academic path. "You could have taught at a university, published papers, influenced future religious leaders across the country." She shook her head. "And instead, you're here, painting church walls and running a food pantry that serves maybe 50 families. Don't you ever think you settled for less?" The moment the words left her mouth, Lydia knew she'd crossed a line. Caleb's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes hardened. "That depends on how you measure value," he said, his voice even. "By what metric is teaching seminary students more important than making sure Mrs. Abernathy has enough to eat this week? Or showing Jasper that men don't leave when things get hard?" He pinned the last flyer with more force than necessary. "Not everyone sees success as a byline or a title, Lydia." "I didn't mean," she began, but he cut her off. "Yes, you did. Because from where you stand, Harper's Bend is a footnote, a quirky little detour on your way back to real life." His calm was more devastating than anger would have been. "But this is real life for us. These are real people with real struggles and real joy, not characters in your book." He walked away then, leaving Lydia standing alone on the sidewalk, the weight of his words sitting heavy on her chest. The argument with Caleb left Lydia unmoored. In 3 weeks she'd developed a rhythm in Harper's Bend, a sense of place that had begun to feel almost like belonging. Now she found herself retreating to the guest house, focusing on her writing, venturing into town only when necessary. Until the storm hit. May in Texas meant thunderstorms, but this one arrived with biblical determination. Wind bent the trees outside the guest house at impossible angles. Rain lashed against the windows with such force that Lydia feared the glass might shatter. Thunder cracked overhead like the sky was being torn apart. It was nearly midnight when Aunt Vi appeared at the guest house door, drenched despite the short distance from the main house. "The church roof," she said without preamble. "Part of it's gone. Caleb's gathering people to help before everything inside is ruined." "What can I do?" Lydia asked, already reaching for her raincoat. Aunt Vi's eyes, sharp as ever, assessed her. "You're still angry with him?" "No," Lydia shook her head. "He was right. I was being condescending." Aunt Vi handed her a flashlight. "Well, wounded pride can wait. There's tarps in my shed that will help." 20 minutes later, Lydia pulled up to the church, where a small group of people was already working in the downpour. The damage was obvious even in the darkness. A section of the roof over the sanctuary had partially caved in, leaving the church exposed to the elements. She spotted Caleb immediately, directing operations from the middle of the chaos. His hair was plastered to his head, his clothes soaked through, but he moved with the focused energy of someone accustomed to crisis. "Aunt Vi sent tarps," Lydia called to him over the howl of the wind. For a moment he just looked at her, surprise evident even through the rain. Then he nodded. "We need them on the south side. Follow me." They worked for hours in the storm, securing tarps, moving furniture away from the worst leaks, setting up buckets to catch the water that made it through. The physical labour felt good after days of avoidance, and there was something pure about the shared purpose that transcended their unresolved tension. Around 2 a.m, the worst of the storm passed, leaving behind a steady rain and an exhausted crew. Most of the volunteers headed home, promising to return at first light to assess the damage more thoroughly. Lydia found herself alone with Caleb in the church office, one of the few completely dry rooms. They were both soaked to the skin and shivering slightly in the air conditioning. "There's a space heater in the closet," Caleb said, rummaging through a cabinet until he found a stack of clean towels. He handed one to Lydia, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. "Thank you," she said, and they both knew she wasn't just talking about the towel. "I'm sorry about what I said, about settling." Caleb plugged in the space heater and turned to face her. In the dim light of the office, with rain still drumming on the roof, his usual composure was replaced by something more vulnerable. "You were partly right," he admitted quietly. "There are days I miss academia, the intellectual challenge, the bigger stage." He ran a hand through his wet hair. "But every choice is a trade-off. What you call settling, I call choosing. There's a difference." "I'm beginning to see that," Lydia said. She hesitated, then added, "My father died when I was 11. Heart attack like yours. My mother, she fell apart. I spent my teenage years basically raising myself while she cycled through depression and bad relationships." The confession felt strange on her lips, unused as she was to sharing her past. "I promised myself I'd never be that vulnerable to loss, that I'd build a life that was entirely mine, dependent on no one." "And have you?" Caleb asked gently. "Built that invulnerable life?" Lydia thought about her apartment in Brooklyn, stylish but impersonal, about her colleagues who knew her bylines but not her fears, about David, her closest friend, who still didn't know about the panic attacks that had started long before the one that forced her sabbatical. "I built something," she said. "I'm just not sure anymore what it is." They sat in silence for a while, the space heater humming between them, creating a small island of warmth in the storm-battered church. Outside, the rain continued, gentler now, almost musical against the windows. "Why do you stay?" Lydia finally asked. "Really? Not the answer you give at coffee hour or to nosy journalists. The real reason?" Caleb considered the question with the thoughtfulness she'd come to expect from him. "You remember Mrs. Abernathy, the elderly woman at the food pantry who always wears that purple hat?" Lydia nodded. "Her husband died 10 years ago. Her children live out of state. Every Sunday after church, someone from the congregation checks on her, brings her a plate from whatever family dinner they're having, sits with her and listens to the same stories about her late husband." Caleb's voice was soft but intense. "That's why I stay. Because community isn't an abstract concept here. It's Mrs. Abernathy never eating Sunday dinner alone, even though she's told the same stories 100 times. Something shifted in Lydia's chest, a recognition of a truth she hadn't been looking for. "You know, in New York, we pride ourselves on anonymity, on being able to reinvent ourselves whenever we want." She traced a pattern in the condensation on the window. "And there's something to be said for being known, really known, history and all." "Even the unflattering parts?" Caleb asked with a hint of his usual humour. "Maybe especially those," Lydia admitted. "Otherwise, how do you know if people really see you?" They talked until dawn, the conversation flowing more easily than it ever had before. Lydia told him about her work in New York, the stories that had shaped her career. Caleb shared his struggles with the church board, his worries about Jasper's future, his dream of expanding the food pantry into a community resource centre. As the first light of dawn crept through the window, they found themselves standing under the eaves of the church, watching the rain turn golden in the early sun. "I should go home and change," Lydia said reluctantly, "and you probably have about 50 calls to make about the roof." "At least," Caleb agreed, but neither of them moved. They stood so close that Lydia could see the raindrops clinging to his eyelashes, could feel the warmth radiating from him despite their damp clothes. For a breathless moment, she thought he might lean forward, might bridge the small distance between them. Instead, he took a half step back, his eyes still holding hers. "Thank you for coming tonight," he said. It mattered." The words were simple, but Lydia understood the weight behind them. In Caleb's world, showing up mattered, staying mattered, and for the first time in her adult life, she was beginning to think that maybe he was right. That evening, Lydia found herself sitting with Aunt Vi in the main house's kitchen, nursing a cup of the old woman's mysterious tea while rain pattered softly on the tin roof. "Your garden survived the storm," Lydia observed, looking out at the wet, glistening plants. "Plants with strong roots survive most things," Aunt Vi replied. "It's the shallow-rooted ones you have to worry about." Lydia smiled, recognising the metaphor for what it was. "Subtle, Aunt Vi," the older woman snorted. "Subtlety is for people with time to waste. At my age, I prefer directness." She fixed Lydia with her penetrating gaze. "You're afraid of people who stay." "What? No, Yes, you are. You're drawn to Caleb because he represents everything you've convinced yourself is impossible. Commitment without captivity, roots without restriction." Aunt Vi sipped her tea. "You think staying means settling, but that boy has chosen to bloom where he's planted. There's courage in that, a different kind than the running you've been doing." "I haven't been running," Lydia protested. "I've been building a career." Aunt Vi didn't sound convinced. "Tell me about your father." The abrupt change of subject caught Lydia off guard. "What about him?" "You were close?" Lydia nodded, unexpected tears pricking at her eyes. "He was steady, reliable. He taught high school English and coached debate. Not an exciting life by most standards, but he loved it." She swallowed hard. "When he died, it was like the whole foundation of our family collapsed." "And your mother?" "She fell apart. Completely. She'd always defined herself as his wife, and without him..." Lydia shook her head. "She went through men like tissues after that, looking for someone to make her whole again. It was exhausting to watch." "So you decided to need no one," Aunt Vi concluded. Put so plainly, it sounded pathetic, but Lydia couldn't deny the accuracy. Independence seemed safer. Safer maybe, but fulfilling. The old woman reached across the table and took Lydia's hand. Her skin was papery, but her grip surprisingly strong. "Life isn't meant to be lived alone, little bird. We're designed for connection." "Even if it means risking loss?" Lydia asked, her voice small. "Especially then." Aunt Vi's eyes were kind but unyielding. "The depth of grief mirrors the height of love. Would you rather feel nothing at all?" The question followed Lydia into her dreams that night, echoing in the spaces between consciousness and sleep. Would she rather feel nothing at all? Had that been her choice all along? The church roof was repaired with surprising efficiency, the community rallying around their damaged sanctuary with a unified purpose that impressed even Lydia's cynical journalist's heart. She found herself back in the rhythm of Harper's Bend, but something had changed. The town felt less like a research subject and more like home. The thought was both alluring and terrifying. Her book was taking shape, no longer a takedown of rural values, but an exploration of community in an age of isolation. David, during their weekly calls, had stopped warning her about going native and started expressing genuine interest in her evolving perspective. "This might actually be your best work," he admitted after she sent him 3 sample chapters. "There's a depth here I haven't seen before, like you're finally writing from somewhere real." The compliment warmed her, but it was nothing compared to the quiet pride she felt when Caleb asked to read a chapter and responded with thoughtful questions that showed he'd truly engaged with her ideas. They had fallen into an easy companionship since the night of the storm. Lydia helped with church projects. Caleb introduced her to his favourite books and the best fishing spot on the creek that ran behind the church property. There was an unspoken attraction between them, evident in lingering glances and conversations that stretched late into the evening, but neither seemed willing to cross the invisible line that separated friendship from something more complicated. Until the seminary called. Lydia was in the church office, helping Mabel organise donations for the food pantry, when Caleb received the call. She couldn't hear the other side of the conversation, but she saw the shock on his face, followed by a complex mix of emotions she couldn't quite decipher. "Who was that?" she asked after he hung up, the phone still clutched in his hand like he wasn't sure what to do with it. "Chicago Theological," he said, sounding slightly dazed. "They want me to come back, not just to finish my doctorate, but for a teaching position afterward. A full track to tenure." "Caleb, that's amazing," Lydia exclaimed, genuinely happy for him. "It's the opportunity you gave up when your father died." "Not gave up," he corrected automatically. "Postponed, or at least that's what I told myself at first." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she now recognised as a sign of internal conflict. "They need an answer in 2 weeks. The news hung between them, altering the carefully constructed balance of their relationship. This wasn't just a theoretical what-if anymore. It was a concrete choice with a deadline. "What are you thinking?" Lydia asked carefully. Caleb shook his head. "I honestly don't know. 3 years ago, this would have been a dream come true. Now..." He gestured vaguely at the office, the church beyond, the town outside the windows. "It's complicated." "Because of Jasper?" she prompted. "Partly. He's got 1 more year of high school. Moving him now would be hard." Caleb looked out the window toward the town square. "But it's not just that, it's everything. The congregation, the projects we've started, the people who depend on..." He trailed off, then turned to her with an unexpected intensity. "Can I ask you something crazy?" "Always," Lydia replied, surprised by how much she meant it. "Don't tell anyone about this. Not yet. I need to think without the whole town weighing in." Lydia nodded. "Your secret is safe with me." Later that afternoon, Lydia returned to the guest house to find an email from David that made her stomach drop. The subject line read simply, "Opportunity knocks." L. This is big. Really big. Remember Thomas Whitman from The New Yorker? He's moving to head their new digital division, and he wants you for the senior editor position. 6 figures, corner office, complete editorial control, call me ASA. He needs an answer by the end of the month. P.S. Before you say anything about timing and your book, this is the kind of offer that doesn't come twice. Book deadlines can be adjusted. Lydia stared at the screen, her heart racing with a familiar mix of ambition and anxiety. Senior editor at The New Yorker had been her dream job since journalism school, the culmination of everything she'd worked for. So why did the thought of returning to New York suddenly feel like a step backward rather than forward? She called David, who answered on the first ring. "Please tell me you're packing your bags already," he said by way of greeting. "Hello to you too," Lydia replied, trying to gather her thoughts. "David, it's an incredible opportunity, but..." "No buts," he interrupted. "This is The New Yorker. Do you know how many journalists would kill for this position?" I know, it's just the timing." "The timing is perfect. You've been in Maybury for what, almost 2 months? You've got enough material for your book. Come back to civilization, finish writing from here, and step into the job of a lifetime." It's Harper's Bend, Lydia corrected automatically. What? The town, it's called Harper's Bend, not Maybury. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Lydia, David said, his voice softening with concern. What's going on? This doesn't sound like you. It was a fair question. What was going on? How could she explain the transformation that had taken place so gradually she'd barely noticed it happening? How Harper's Bend had shifted from a research subject to something more like home. I need some time to think, she said finally. Can you ask Whitman for a week? David sighed but agreed. After hanging up, Lydia sat on the porch swing, watching the sunset paint Aunt Vi's garden in gold. The choice before her seemed impossible. Return to the career she'd spent a decade building, or what? Stay in a small town where she had no real role or purpose beyond her temporary book project. And yet, the thought of leaving made her chest tighten, with something that felt surprisingly like grief. Over the next week, Lydia threw herself into finishing her book, as if completing it might somehow clarify her path forward. She wrote with a new urgency, trying to capture the essence of what she'd discovered in Harper's Bend before it slipped away. She and Caleb continued their easy friendship, though both were careful to avoid the topic of his seminary offer. There was a new tension between them now, the unspoken awareness that they were both facing decisions that would reshape their futures. On a warm evening in late May, Lydia found herself helping Caleb with repairs to the church fellowship hall. They worked in companionable silence, the open windows letting in the scent of grass and the distant sound of a high school baseball game. I finished the first draft, Lydia said as she handed him a screwdriver. The book? Caleb looked up from the cabinet hinge he was fixing. Congratulations, that's huge. Thanks, it's different from what I planned. Better, I think. What's the final title? He asked. Lydia smiled. Fields of Grace. It's about finding purpose in unexpected places, about the courage it takes to stay, rather than always moving on to the next thing. Something flickered in Caleb's eyes. Recognition, perhaps, or a deeper understanding. I'd like to read it sometime. The whole thing, I mean. I'd like that, Lydia replied softly. They continued working as twilight deepened into true darkness. Caleb turned on the overhead lights, but they were harsh after the gentle fade of daylight, so he switched to a single lamp at the corner, creating a pool of warm light in the otherwise shadowy room. I have to give them an answer tomorrow, he said abruptly. The seminary. Lydia set down her paintbrush, sensing the importance of the moment. Have you decided? I think so. He put down his tools and turned to face her fully. I'm saying this. You're sure? Lydia asked, careful to keep her voice neutral despite the leap of her heart. It's a prestigious position. I'm sure. His voice was steady. What you wrote about in your book, finding purpose in unexpected places, I found that here, teaching seminary students would be meaningful work, but it wouldn't be my work. Not anymore. Lydia nodded, understanding completely. Your lens has changed. Exactly. He smiled, a genuine expression that reached his eyes. What about you? Will you be heading back to New York soon to launch the book? The question hung in the air between them, heavier than its simple wording suggested. Lydia took a deep breath. I've been offered a position, she admitted, senior editor at the New Yorker, the kind of job I've worked toward my entire career. Wow. Caleb's face registered genuine admiration tinged with something that looked like resignation. Congratulations, that's incredible. It is, Lydia agreed, and a month ago I would have accepted without hesitation. But now? His voice was carefully neutral, but his eyes held a question. Now, I'm not sure what I want anymore. She moved closer to him, drawn by some magnetic pull she couldn't name. I've spent my entire adult life running toward the next achievement, the next byline. I built a life around forward momentum. And there's value in that, Caleb said gently. There is, but there's also value in depth, in knowing a place, a community, a person. She met his eyes, her heart hammering against her ribs. In being known in return. The silence between them was electric, charged with unspoken possibilities. Lydia, Caleb said softly, her name a question and an answer all at once. And then, as if by mutual understanding, they were moving toward each other. His hand came up to cup her cheek, his touch reverent. She leaned into his palm, her eyes closing briefly at the simple rightness of the contact. When their lips met, it wasn't the passionate collision of movie romances, but something quieter and more profound, a recognition, a homecoming. His kiss was gentle at first, then deepening as she responded, her hands finding their way to his shoulders, the solid warmth of him grounding her in the moment. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously, the world narrowing to the points where they connected. When they finally pulled apart, Lydia felt both shakier and more certain than she had in years. "I've wanted to do that since you flicked paint at me," Caleb admitted, his voice rough. Lydia laughed, the sound bubbling up from some wellspring of joy she'd forgotten existed. "That long?" He nodded, his hands still resting lightly on her waist. "I didn't want to be something you left behind when you returned to your real life." The words sobered her, bringing her back to the choice that still loomed. "I turned down the job," she said quietly. Caleb's eyes widened. "When?" "This morning. I called David and told him I couldn't take it." "Lydia." He shook his head, concern replacing surprise. "I don't want you to make a decision you'll regret, especially not because of this." He gestured between them. "Us." "I didn't," she assured him, or at least not entirely. She took his hand, needing him to understand. New York will always be there, the jobs, the bylines, the constant forward motion. But what I found here, a sense of purpose that goes beyond achievement, a community that values presence over productivity, that's rarer than any editorial position. "And what will you do instead?" he asked. Lydia smiled. "I'm thinking of starting a community writing program, for teens maybe. David thinks my book has potential to do well, which would give me some financial cushion. And," she hesitated, then continued, "I've been talking to the editor of the county paper. They need a feature writer." Caleb's smile was like sunrise. "You're staying?" "I'm thinking about it," she corrected, but they both knew it was more than that. "I'm not saying it will be easy. I still love New York. I'll miss parts of that life, but I want to try something different. Something deeper." He pulled her closer, his eyes reflecting the lamplight. "For what it's worth, I think you'd be amazing with the teens here. Most of them have never met anyone who's seen the world beyond the county line." "Is that a pastoral endorsement, Reverend Boone?" she teased. "It's a personal one," he replied, his voice dropping lower. "From someone who's pretty damn glad you're considering sticking around." And then he was kissing her again, and Lydia felt something rattle in her chest, a certainty she hadn't realised she'd been seeking. Not that everything would be perfect or easy, but that this choice, this place, this man were worth the risk of putting down roots. Later that night, as they walked hand in hand beneath a canopy of Texas stars, Lydia found herself thinking about the book she'd just completed, about fields of grace and unexpected harvests, about the courage it takes to stay when leaving would be easier. She wasn't sure exactly what the future held, but for the first time in her adult life she was willing to wait and find out, season by season, harvest by harvest. Some things she was learning were worth the wait. 1 year later, the peach trees behind the Boone house were heavy with fruit, their branches dipping low enough to require careful navigation as Lydia made her way through the small orchard. She balanced a tray with 2 glasses of Aunt Vi's famous sweet tea, now infused with fresh mint from her own modest garden. So much had changed in a year, and yet the rhythms of Harper's Bend remained comfortingly constant. The church bell still rang on Sunday mornings. Mabel still organised potlucks with military precision. Jasper, now a high school senior, still rolled his eyes at his brother's dad jokes, but had grudgingly accepted Lydia's presence in their lives. Fields of Grace had been published to critical acclaim 4 months earlier, with reviewers praising its nuanced exploration of community in an age of disconnection. David had been right. It was her best work, precisely because it came from a place of authentic experience rather than detached observation. The county paper now featured her weekly column, From Where I Stand, which had developed a small but devoted following. And 3 afternoons a week she met with a group of local teenagers for writing workshops in the church fellowship hall, the same room where she and Caleb had first kissed. She found him where she expected, kneeling among the tomato plants in the vegetable garden that had been his father's pride and joy. Gardening had never been part of Caleb's life in Chicago, but he'd taken to it with unexpected passion after returning to Harper's Bend. Working the land keeps you honest, he told her once. You can't rush a tomato or argue a cucumber into ripening faster. He looked up as she approached, shielding his eyes against the late afternoon sun. The sight of him still caused a flutter in her chest, a reaction that showed no signs of diminishing with familiarity. Perfect timing, he said, reaching for the glass she offered. I was just about to call it quits for the day. Liar, Lydia laughed. You would have been out here until dark if I hadn't intervened. He grinned, not bothering to deny it, and took a long drink of the tea. How was the writing group today? Good. Maria finally finished her short story, the one about the girl who discovers she can communicate with thunderstorms. It's really something special. Lydia settled onto the wooden bench at the edge of the garden, and Jasper actually stayed the whole time. Caleb raised his eyebrows in surprise. My brother voluntarily participating in an educational activity? He's working on college application essays, Lydia explained. Apparently my New York perspective might help him get into UT Austin. Ah, so there's an angle, Caleb nodded, understanding. Still, it's progress. Definitely progress, Lydia agreed with a smile. Their relationship had evolved with the same natural rhythm as the seasons, friendship deepening to love, love growing into partnership. There had been adjustments, of course. Lydia's city pace sometimes clashed with the unhurried flow of small-town life. Caleb's tendency to put everyone else's needs before his own occasionally frustrated her journalistic directness. But the fundamental understanding between them, the recognition of shared values beneath surface differences, had only strengthened with time. I have something for you, Caleb said, reaching into the pocket of his work shirt. Is it a tomato? Because the last one you gave me had a worm in it. That was one time, he protested with mock offence. And no, it's not a tomato. He pulled out a small velvet-covered box that made Lydia's breath catch. Somewhat more permanent. He opened the box to reveal a ring. Not a traditional diamond, but a delicate band of twisted gold with a small pearl nestled in the centre. It was my grandmother's, he explained, his voice steady but his eyes revealing his nervousness. She always said pearls were more meaningful than diamonds because they come from something that was once an irritation, transformed into something beautiful through patience and time. Lydia felt tears rising, unexpected but welcome. That sounds like us, she said softly. Caleb smiled. I thought the same thing. He took her hand, his calloused fingers gentle against her skin. I'm not asking for a traditional path, Lydia. I know that's never been your style, but I am asking if you'll consider building a life with me, whatever shape that takes. Are you proposing, Pastor Boone? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. I believe I am, Ms. Ross, he replied, his eyes never leaving hers, though I'm open to negotiation on the details. Lydia laughed through her tears. that might be the most me-specific proposal ever made." "I was aiming for that," he admitted with a grin. "Is it working?" In answer, she leaned forward and kissed him, pouring a year's worth of certainty into the contact. "Yes," she whispered against his lips. "It's working perfectly." Later, as the sun set over the peach orchard, casting long shadows across the land that had become her home, Lydia reflected on the journey that had brought her here. From burnout to renewal, from cynicism to hope, from isolation to connection. She thought about the fields of grace that surrounded her now, not just the literal fields of Texas farmland, but the metaphorical ones as well. Fields of second chances and unexpected joy. Fields where purpose grew not from constant motion, but from the courage to stay rooted through changing seasons. Glancing down at the pearl ring on her finger, Lydia remembered something Aunt Vi had told her shortly after she decided to stay in Harper's Bend. "The most beautiful gardens aren't the ones with the most exotic plants, little bird. They're the ones tended with the most love." A year ago, Lydia couldn't have imagined finding home in this small Texas town, with its quirky characters and unhurried pace. Couldn't have imagined finding love with a small-town pastor whose quiet strength had challenged everything she thought she knew about success and purpose. Yet here she was, watching the sunset with his hand in hers, planning not just a wedding but a life with deeper roots and wider horizons than she'd ever thought possible. Some harvests, she had learned, were worth the wait, and in this field of grace, with patience and love, there would be many more seasons to come. When we danced in silence, the envelope arrived on a Tuesday, its pristine white surface startling against Oksana's cluttered mail table. Official Montreal Winter Gala letterhead. She almost discarded it with the bills and catalogues, but something, perhaps the weight of the paper or the faint scent of ice that seemed to emanate from it, made her pause. "Ms. Oksana Morozov, we cordially invite you to participate in this year's Legends of Winter celebration." She hadn't skated professionally in 3 years, not since that morning when she'd arrived at the rink to find Luca's locker empty, his custom blades missing, and no explanation beyond a terse note from their coach. "Antonov has withdrawn. Medical leave." Now Oksana stood in her modest apartment, letter trembling in her hand. She looked around at what her life had become, piano instructor by day, occasional choreographer on weekends, quiet, structured, safe. Nothing like the dizzying, soaring heights she'd known on the ice with Luca. "A special reunion of past champions," the letter continued. "Your participation would honour the community that has followed your remarkable career." Oksana laughed softly, humorlessly. Remarkable. Was that what they called it when one half of the most promising ice dance team in a generation simply vanished? When she'd spent 6 months waiting for a call that never came, before finally hanging up her own skates. Yet her fingers traced the embossed lettering, and she found herself reaching for her phone. "Yes, this is Oksana Morozov," regarding the invitation. The Montreal arena smelled exactly as she remembered, that peculiar blend of cold, metal and anticipation. Oksana wheeled her small suitcase behind her, nodding politely at faces she half recognised from competitions past. Former rivals, now legends themselves. She felt oddly separate from them, as though the 3 years of her absence had stretched into decades. "Oksana Morozov, my God, you haven't changed at all." The voice came from behind her. Familiar, yet different, deeper perhaps, with a subtle rasp that hadn't been there before. She didn't need to turn to know who it belonged to, but she did anyway. Luka Antonov stood 10 feet away, his tall frame leaning against the wall with a casualness that belied the intensity of his gaze. His dark hair was shorter now, closely cropped at the sides, and there was a new scar bisecting his left eyebrow. But his eyes, those startling blue eyes that had once telegraphed every lift, every turn to her across the ice, were exactly the same. Luca? His name felt foreign on her tongue after so long unspoken. I didn't expect to see you here. A half smile played at his lips. No? They didn't tell you? Tell me what? I'm the choreographer for the finale. Have been for the last 2 years. Oksana absorbed this information with a small nod, so he had continued in the skating world while she had retreated from it. Of course he had. Luca had always been the brave one, the one who pushed for more difficult elements, who charmed the judges and dazzled the crowds. Congratulations, she said, meaning it despite the hollow ache blooming in her chest. A staff member approached, clipboard in hand. Ms. Morozov, Mr. Antonov, if you could both follow me. There's a production meeting starting in 5 minutes. They walked side by side down the corridor, maintaining a careful distance, their steps naturally falling into the same rhythm they'd once perfected on the ice. Neither spoke. What was there to say after 3 years of silence? The production meeting was brief but shocking. The gala director, a flamboyant Frenchman named Pascal, revealed his grand vision for the finale, a special performance featuring Oksana and Luca dancing together once more. The audience will weep. The return of Morozov and Antonov. It will be magical, Pascal insisted. Luca's eyes found hers across the table. I'm game if you are, he said quietly. Oksana felt herself on a precipice. To skate with him again, to trust him again, seemed impossible. Yet a part of her, a part she'd thought long buried, thrilled at the prospect. Yes, she heard herself say, I'll do it. That night, alone in her hotel room, Oksana unpacked her old competition skates. They were custom-made Italian leather, moulded perfectly to her feet from thousands of hours of practice. She hadn't worn them since the day she learned of Luca's departure. As she turned the right skate over in her hands, something unusual caught her eye. A slight bulge in the padded heel. Curiosity piqued. She gently pried at the insole until it lifted, revealing a small plastic-wrapped packet wedged deeply into the heel cavity. With trembling fingers, Oksana extracted it. Inside was a folded sheet of paper, water-stained and torn at one edge. She unfolded it carefully, recognizing immediately the bold, slanted handwriting that had once scribbled notes in the margins of their routine sheets. Oksana, I didn't know how to say goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm afraid this injury might end everything. I want to tell you so much. I want to stay. I love you too much to... The letter ended there, torn mid-sentence. Oksana stared at the fragment, her heart pounding against her ribs with such force she thought it might break through. All these years she had believed he'd simply abandoned their partnership, abandoned her. But here was evidence of what exactly? An attempted explanation, a confession. The words, I love you, swam before her eyes, simultaneously offering answers and creating new questions. Oksana sank onto the edge of the bed, the letter clutched to her chest, wondering what Luca had meant to write after those last words. I love you too much to... To what? To stay? To leave? To burden you with my feelings? Outside her window, Montreal glittered with winter lights, indifferent to her discovery. But inside, something long frozen had begun to thaw, painfully, exquisitely, like blood returning to numbed fingers, 6 years earlier. Oksana Morozov was 16 when she first met Luca Antonov. She'd been training in Canada for 2 years already, having left Moscow at 14 when her exceptional talent caught the attention of the prestigious Galen Academy of Figure Skating in Montreal. That day, the rink was unusually quiet. Most students had gone home for the holiday break, but Oksana, whose parents couldn't afford the flight back to Russia, remained behind. She practiced alone, executing perfect spirals and spins in the empty arena. Her movements reflected in the plexiglass that surrounded the ice. She didn't notice him at first, the tall boy watching from the shadows of the bleachers. It wasn't until she launched into a series of twizzles that she caught a flash of movement and realised she had an audience. "Your left shoulder dropped slightly on the third rotation," he said in Russian-accented English, standing up. "Otherwise, flawless." Oksana stopped, ice spraying from her blades. "And you are?" "Luka Antonov. New transfer. Coach Galen wants us to try a partnering session tomorrow." Oksana studied him skeptically. She'd been through 4 potential partners already, none of whom could match her technical precision or artistic sensitivity. This boy was tall, yes, with the lean build of a dancer rather than the sturdy frame of most male skaters. But there was something else about him, a coiled intensity, apparent even in stillness. "You're a pairs skater?" she asked. "Ice dance," he corrected, stepping onto the ice with surprising grace for someone so tall. "I don't throw my partners into the air, I make them look like they're floating." He demonstrated then, executing a series of steps that revealed training in classical ballet, unusual for male skaters from the Russian system, who typically focused on jumps and power. Oksana watched, impressed despite herself. The next day, Coach Galen paired them for a simple waltz pattern. The moment Luka's hand settled at Oksana's waist, something shifted in the atmosphere between them. It wasn't romantic. They were too young, too focused for that. But it was unmistakably significant. "Again," Coach Galen demanded after they completed the sequence. They repeated the pattern, and this time Oksana found herself anticipating Luka's movements before they happened. Their timing synchronized perfectly, as if they'd been skating together for years rather than minutes. By the end of the session, Coach Galen was smiling, a rare sight. "We may have something here," he said, making a notation on his clipboard. Within 6 months, Oksana and Luka had developed a partnership that defied their inexperience. What they lacked in technical difficulty, they made up for with an almost supernatural connection on the ice. Audiences began to take notice. Judges began to nod approvingly. "It's like they're having a conversation without speaking," one commentator remarked during their first junior international competition. And it was true. Oksana and Luka rarely spoke beyond what was necessary for training. Off the ice, they maintained a respectful distance. Oksana buried herself in books and online courses. Luka socialized with the other Russian skaters. But the moment they stepped onto the ice together, they communicated through a language of gesture and breath that needed no translation. By 18, they had moved up to the senior circuit, surprising everyone with a bronze medal at their first Grand Prix event. Oksana remained the quiet centre of their partnership, technically flawless and emotionally reserved. Luka provided the fire, the charisma that drew all eyes to them. At 19, they created a free dance program to Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 1, 2 that brought audiences to tears. The routine told the story of 2 people finding each other across an impossible distance, reaching, connecting, separating, and finally reuniting in a sequence of movements so fluid they seemed improvised. After their performance at the World Championships, where they won their first gold medal, Luka embraced Oksana longer than usual. "We did it," he whispered against her hair, his voice thick with emotion. Later that night, they stood on the balcony of their hotel watching the lights of Stockholm reflect on the water below. Oksana was recounting the technical aspects of their performance, analysing each element with her usual precision. "Did you feel it?" Luka interrupted. "When we hit that final pose, the silence. I've never heard an arena that quiet before." Oksana nodded. She'd felt it, that rare moment when thousands of people collectively held their breath. "I think we could be the best," Luka said softly. "Not just medals, something more important." He turned to her then, his face half illuminated by the city lights. His hand reached up, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. The gesture was tender, intimate in a way they had never been off the ice. Oksana felt her heart accelerate, her hand instinctively rising to rest against his chest. For a suspended moment it seemed they might bridge the careful distance they'd always maintained. But then a burst of laughter from a neighbouring balcony shattered the silence, and the moment passed. They stepped apart, returning to the safety of their usual boundaries. The following season brought new pressures. As reigning world champions, they were expected to innovate, to exceed their previous achievements. Luca pushed for more difficult elements, more emotionally raw choreography. Oksana, ever the perfectionist, insisted on mastering each movement before adding complexity. Their practices grew tense. For the first time, their silent communication sometimes failed them. Luca began arriving at the rink with a tight expression, flinching occasionally during lifts. "Are you injured?" Oksana finally asked one day, after he'd stumbled on a step sequence he could normally perform in his sleep. "It's nothing," he insisted, "just a tight hip flexor." But it wasn't nothing. Coach Galen noticed too, pulling Luca aside for private consultations that left both men looking grim. Oksana pretended not to see the ice packs Luca applied after practice, or the way he limped slightly when he thought no one was watching. After a particularly rough training session, their physiotherapist conducted a thorough examination of Luca's hip and back. "You need 6 weeks of rest minimum," the therapist told him, while Oksana strained to overhear from the locker room. "If you continue, you risk permanent damage." "The Grand Prix final is in 4 weeks, Luca argued. "We're defending champions." "Then you'll need to withdraw," the therapist said firmly. That night Luca called Oksana but hung up before she answered. He tried again, and again couldn't find the words. Finally he sat down and began to write, pouring out everything he couldn't say to her face. His fear that his career might be over, his guilt at letting her down, and most dangerously the feelings he'd been harbouring since that night in Stockholm. "I love you too much to hold you back," he wrote. "You deserve a partner who can match your brilliance, not one who can barely make it through practice. I'm going to a specialist in Switzerland. Dr. Keller thinks he can fix this, but it will take time." Luca sealed the letter in an envelope and carried it with him to their last practice before his departure. He waited until Oksana removed her skates, then slipped the letter into the heel compartment of her right boot while she was showering. She always checked her skates before putting them away. She would find it that evening. But that day, distracted by Coach Galen's grim announcement that Luca would be taking medical leave, Oksana simply shoved her skates into her bag without inspection. The letter remained hidden, unread. Luca left for Switzerland the next morning. When he tried to call Oksana from the airport, his call went straight to voicemail. Present day. Morning light filtered through the hotel curtains, finding Oksana curled around the letter, fully dressed from the night before. She hadn't slept. The fragment of Luca's words had kept her awake, turning over each possible ending to that unfinished sentence. "I love you too much to..." The sound of her phone ringing startled her. The display showed the rink's number. "Ms. Morozov, this is Pascal. We've scheduled your first rehearsal with Mr. Antonov for 10 a.m. Is that acceptable?" Oksana glanced at the clock. 8:47. "Yes," she said, her voice rough from the sleepless night. "I'll be there." She showered quickly, her mind racing. Should she mention the letter to Luca? After 3 years of silence, would he even remember writing it? And that unfinished declaration, had it been real, or merely the dramatic gesture of a young man facing a career crisis? The rink was empty when she arrived, save for a solitary figure gliding across the ice. Luca moved differently now, she noticed, with a slight asymmetry that most wouldn't detect, but that her trained eye couldn't miss. His injury had left its mark. He spotted her and skated over, stopping a respectful distance from the boards. "You're early." "So are you?" A small smile. "Some habits don't change." He gestured to the ice. "Want to warm up before Pascal arrives with his grand vision?" Oksana nodded, lacing up her skates. the same ones that had concealed his letter for years. As she stepped onto the ice, she felt a familiar comfort in the crisp sound of her blades cutting into the surface. They circled the rink separately at first, each finding their rhythm. Then, without discussion, they began moving in tandem, crossovers, edges, simple turns. Their bodies remembered what their minds might have forgotten, how to occupy space together. Pascal arrived with his assistant clutching a tablet and a massive cup of coffee. Magnificent. Already you move as one unit, he exclaimed. Now for our finale, I envision something that honours your past but speaks to your present. He outlined a 4-minute programme that would incorporate elements from their championship-winning Rachmaninoff routine, but with a contemporary piece of music titled Unfinished Conversations. The composer created it specifically with you two in mind, Pascal explained. He was apparently quite moved by your partnership years ago. As the music began to play, a haunting piano melody that gradually incorporated strings and percussion, Oksana felt her chest tighten. The composition seemed to capture exactly what existed between her and Luca. Something beautiful, interrupted, unresolved. They began working through the choreography, muscle memory carrying them through familiar sequences. But when they attempted the first connecting steps, the moments between elements that had once been their strength, they faltered. No, no, Pascal called out. You're thinking too much. Feel each other, like before. Luca's hand found Oksana's waist and she tensed involuntarily. Their eyes met. I need a moment, she said abruptly, skating to the edge of the rink. Luca followed, concern etched on his features. Oksana, if this is too difficult. I found your letter, she blurted out, the words escaping before she could reconsider. Last night, in my skate, the one you wrote before you left. His face paled. My letter? After all this time, it was torn, incomplete. She looked directly into his eyes. It ended with, I love you too much to... Luca's breath escaped in a rush. He gripped the boards for support. You never read it. All this time, I thought. Thought what? I came back for it, he admitted. A week later, when you didn't call, didn't text. I thought maybe you had read it and didn't feel the same. I couldn't bear to hear that from you directly, so I convinced Coach Galen to retrieve my things. Oksana stared at him, the truth dawning with painful clarity. You thought I didn't love you? Luca's expression crumpled. I didn't know. You were always so quiet, and I was too much of a coward to ask. The reality of their misunderstanding, 3 years of silence based on a letter neither delivered nor received, hit Oksana with physical force. She laughed, a broken sound that verged on a sob. What did it say? The rest of the letter? Luca's eyes never left hers. I love you too much to let you settle for half of what we could be. I need to heal first. Wait for me. A tear slipped down Oksana's cheek. I would have waited. I know that now, he said softly. Pascal cleared his throat loudly from across the ice. Whenever you're ready to continue. They returned to their positions, both shaken by the revelation. As the music began again, Oksana felt something shift between them, the weight of misunderstanding beginning to lift, creating space for a new kind of tension. Their second attempt at the routine stumbled again, but differently. Now they weren't awkward or disconnected. They were too raw, too aware of each other. Every touch carried the electricity of their confession. Stop, stop, Pascal called out. What is happening? First you're distant, now you are too present. Find the balance. Luca ran a hand through his hair in frustration. We need time, he told Pascal. Can we have the rink to ourselves for an hour? After Pascal left, grumbling about artistic temperaments, Luca and Oksana stood facing each other in the centre of the ice. Let's start over, Luca suggested. Not with the routine, with us. He extended his hand formally, as he would at the beginning of a competitive programme. Luka Antonov, former ice dancer, current choreographer, still in love with his former partner. Oksana's lips curved into a small smile as she took his hand. Oksana Morozov, former ice dancer, current piano teacher, never stopped loving her former partner. Something tight in Luka's expression unravelled. He pulled her gently into hold position, not the dramatic performance dance they'd use in competition, but the natural close position of two dancers moving as one. No music, he said, just us. They began to move together, slowly at first, then with increasing confidence. No planned choreography, no elements to execute, just two bodies remembering their shared language after a long silence. As they circled the ice, a fragile trust rebuilt itself between them. Oksana found herself breathing in rhythm with Luka again, anticipating his movements, allowing herself to be guided by the subtle pressure of his hand at her waist. By the time Pascal returned, they were flowing across the ice with a connection even stronger than before. The routine was taking shape, still imperfect, still evolving, but alive with genuine emotion. "Yes," Pascal exclaimed, "this is what I imagined. The audience will feel everything between you." As their rehearsal ended, Luka kept hold of Oksana's hand a moment longer than necessary. "Would you have dinner with me tonight? There's so much more I want to say." Oksana nodded, suddenly shy despite everything. "I'd like that." The restaurant Luka chose was small and dimly lit, tucked away on a quiet street far from the arena and the hotels where other skaters were staying. A place where they could talk without the weight of observing eyes. "You look beautiful," Luka said as Oksana slid into the seat across from him. She had changed into a simple black dress, her dark hair loose around her shoulders instead of in the severe bun she wore for skating. "Thank you," she replied, suddenly conscious of how little they knew of each other outside the world of competition and training. "This is strange, isn't it? All those years together, and we never did this." Luka nodded, his smile rueful. Coach Galen would have had a fit. "Romance ruins partnerships," he mimicked their former coach's gruff voice. "Was that why you never said anything? Before the injury?" Luka's expression grew serious. "Partly, but mostly I was afraid of losing what we had on the ice. It was perfect, rare. I didn't want to risk it for something that might not work." A waiter appeared with menus and wine recommendations. After he departed, Oksana leaned forward. "Tell me about the last 3 years, your injury." 2 surgeries and 18 months of rehabilitation, Luka said, his tone matter-of-fact. "The specialist in Switzerland saved my career, but not as a competitor. I can skate, choreograph, even perform in exhibitions, but the impact of daily training and competition would undo everything." "I'm sorry," Oksana said softly. Luka shook his head. "Don't be. I found something I love almost as much as performing. Creating programs for others. It's fulfilling in a different way." He paused. "But enough about me. What about you? Piano teaching." Oksana smiled. "It's quiet, structured, nothing like the chaos of competition season." She traced the rim of her water glass. "I missed the ice, but I couldn't bear to stay in that world without..." "Without?" "Without you," she admitted. It felt wrong to continue with another partner. Their conversation flowed more easily as the evening progressed, years of silence giving way to shared memories and new discoveries. Luka described his travels choreographing for teams around the world. Oksana spoke of her small circle of piano students and her tentative steps into composing. As they waited for dessert, Luka reached across the table to touch her hand. "The routine we're creating for the gala. It reminds me of something we designed years ago. Do you remember? After Worlds, before everything fell apart," Oksana finished. "I remember. Our exhibition piece that we never performed. It had been ambitious. A program set to a piece of music composed of silence punctuated by single notes, building to a crescendo. The choreography had been their most personal, telling the story of two people who could only express themselves fully through movement. "I've thought about that routine often," Luca confessed. "What it could have been." "We could finish it now," Oksana suggested, surprising herself with her boldness. Luca's eyes lit up. Instead of Pascal's choreography, he might have a seizure. "We could blend elements, keep his framework, but infuse it with what we created." Oksana found herself growing excited at the possibility. It would be honest, honouring both our past and what we're discovering now. Luca squeezed her hand. "I love that idea." The next morning they approached Pascal with their proposal, after initial resistance. "But my vision." He grudgingly agreed to review their suggestions. They spent the day revising the choreography, integrating elements from their unfinished exhibition program with Pascal's framework. The music remained the same, unfinished conversations, but now the movements told a more authentic story, their story. Late that afternoon, as they demonstrated the revised program for Pascal, Oksana felt a synchronicity with Luca that surpassed even their competitive days. Then, they had been perfectly matched but still separate entities. Now, they moved as though the years apart had somehow deepened their connection rather than eroded it. "The ending," Pascal mused after they'd run through the full routine. "It feels unresolved." Luca nodded. Intentionally so. He turned to Oksana. "I've choreographed everything except the final pose. That should be Oksana's decision." "Why?" Pascal asked. Luca's eyes never left Oksana's, because this time she gets the last word. That night, alone in her hotel room, Oksana contemplated the ending of their routine. It needed to reflect everything that had transpired between them, the unspoken love, the years of separation, the pain of misunderstanding, and the tentative hope of reconciliation. She closed her eyes, visualizing possibilities. In competition, ice dance programs typically ended with dramatic poses, the man framing the woman in some impressive display of strength and partnership. But this wasn't competition. This was something far more personal. As she drifted towards sleep, an image formed in her mind. The moment in Stockholm when they'd almost bridged the gap between partnership and something more. His hand brushing her hair, her palm against his chest. A simple gesture that contained everything they'd never said aloud. That was their ending. Not grand, not theatrical, but true. At rehearsal the next day, Oksana shared her vision with Luca. "Can we make it work technically?" she asked. "It's subtle." "It's perfect," he replied, understanding immediately. "We'll need to modify the approach, but yes, we can make it work." For the next 3 days they refined their program, focusing particularly on the crucial final sequence. Pascal, initially sceptical of such a subdued conclusion, was won over when he saw the complete performance. "It is like watching a private moment," he admitted, "very different from the usual gala finale, but meaningful." The night before the performance, Luca and Oksana took one final practice session, skating in the empty arena long after everyone else had left. The routine had reached that rare state of readiness, where it no longer required conscious thought. Their bodies knew exactly what to do, allowing their emotions to flow unimpeded through the movements. As they struck the final pose, her hand gently resting over his heart, his fingers lightly touching her face, Luca spoke quietly. "Tomorrow it becomes real, not just for us, but for everyone watching." He hesitated. "Are you ready for that?" Oksana considered the question. For years she had kept her feelings locked away, preserved in the amber of memory. Tomorrow they would be exposed, vulnerable to the eyes of strangers. "Yes," she said finally, "I'm ready for our silence to end." The Montreal Winter Gala was sold out, the arena packed with skating enthusiasts eager to see legends of the sport return to the ice. Throughout the evening, former champions performed crowd-pleasing routines, simplified versions of their competitive programs designed to entertain rather than challenge. Backstage, Oksana and Luka prepared in companionable quiet. She wore a simple dress of midnight blue that faded to silver at the hem. He was in charcoal grey trousers and a matching shirt that shimmered subtly under the lights. No elaborate costumes, no distractions from what they intended to convey. "Nervous?" Luka asked as they watched the penultimate performance from the sidelines. Oksana shook her head. "Strangely, no. This feels necessary, like completing something we started long ago." The arena darkened after thunderous applause for a popular pair team. The announcer's voice reverberated through the space. "Ladies and gentlemen, for our finale tonight, we have a special treat. Returning to the ice together for the first time in 3 years, Oksana Morozov and Luka Antonov." A murmur swept through the crowd. Surprise, excitement, anticipation. Many in the audience would remember them as the partnership that had vanished at the peak of their success, leaving behind unanswered questions and unfulfilled potential. Oksana and Luka took their positions in the centre of the ice, facing each other in darkness. As the first notes of unfinished conversations filled the arena, a single spotlight illuminated them. The program began with them skating apart, parallel but separated, executing identical movements that gradually diverged. The choreography told their story without words. The initial connection, the growing bond, the sudden rupture. In the middle section, as the music intensified, they finally came together in a series of intricate holds and transitions. Oksana felt Luka's strength supporting her, his movements perfectly complementing hers. When he lifted her in a modified dance spin, she sensed not just his physical presence, but the emotion flowing through his body into hers. The audience was silent, completely absorbed. Even the usual rustling and coughing had ceased, as though the entire arena was holding its breath. As the music approached its final movement, Luka and Oksana entered the sequence they had adapted from their never-performed exhibition program. Elements from their past reimagined in the light of their present understanding. Each step, each turn was imbued with the weight of their shared history and the possibility of their future. The music began its final descent, notes becoming more spare, the spaces between them lengthening. Luka and Oksana circled each other, their movements slowing, becoming more deliberate. Then came the moment Oksana had choreographed, the ending that was truly their beginning. As the last note hung in the air, Luka's hand rose to gently brush an imaginary strand of hair from her face. Oksana's palm came to rest against his chest directly over his heart. They held the pose as the music faded, their eyes locked in silent communion. For a heartbeat, the arena remained absolutely still, and then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Oksana barely registered the standing ovation, the flowers thrown onto the ice, the announcer's effusive praise. All she could see was Luka, his eyes shining with unshed tears, his smile containing all the words they had never spoken. They took their bows hand in hand, then skated to the exit amidst continuing applause. Backstage was chaos. Photographers, other skaters offering congratulations, Pascal weeping dramatically over the beauty of his creation. Through it all, Luka kept hold of Oksana's hand, anchoring her in the moment. When they finally escaped to a quiet corridor, he pulled her gently into an empty practice room and closed the door. The silence between them was different now, expectant rather than painful, full of possibility rather than regret. "That was," Luka began, then shook his head, unable to find the right words. "I know," Oksana replied softly. They sat on a bench beneath the harsh fluorescent lights, still in their performance attire, the exertion of the routine leaving a healthy flush on their cheeks. After a moment, Luka reached for her hand again. "Oksana," he said, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his eyes. "I need to finish what I started to say in that letter." She turned to face him fully, heart racing. "I love you too much to let you go again," he said simply. Oksana felt a smile bloom across her face. "Next time," she replied, "say it before you leave." They both laughed, the sound releasing years of tension. Then Luca leaned forward, finally bridging the distance between them with a kiss so tender it made Oksana's eyes fill with tears. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. "So what happens now?" she whispered. "Now," Luca said, "we stop dancing around what we want." 2 months later, Luca stood in his Toronto studio, making final adjustments to a display case mounted on the wall. Inside were Oksana's custom skates, the ones that had hidden his letter for so long. Beside them, preserved under glass, was the torn note itself, the yellowed paper a testament to the years that had passed. Below the display, a new piece of paper had been added, framed separately. On it, in Luca's bold handwriting, "I love you too much to say goodbye." The door opened, and Oksana entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee. Since the gala, she had relocated to Toronto, taking a position teaching music at the same academy where Luca choreographed. They were building a life together step by step, no longer afraid of the feelings that had once seemed too dangerous to acknowledge. "Perfect timing," Luca said, accepting one of the cups. "What do you think?" Oksana studied the display, taking in the sight of her old skates, instruments of both their separation and reunion, preserved alongside Luca's words. "It's beautiful," she said softly, "though a bit dramatic, don't you think?" A teasing smile played at her lips. Luca laughed. "Says the woman who suggested we frame a torn letter." She settled beside him on the small couch beneath the display, their shoulders touching comfortably. Outside, snow was beginning to fall, coating Toronto in a pristine white blanket that reminded them both of countless mornings spent gliding across freshly resurfaced ice. "I got a call from Pascal today," Oksana said, blowing gently on her coffee. "He wants us to perform at the spring exhibition series. 6 cities, 2 continents." Luca turned to her, eyebrows raised. "What did you tell him?" "That I'd discuss it with my partner." She emphasized the last word, imbuing it with its dual meaning: skating partner, life partner. He considered this, fingers idly tracing patterns on the back of her free hand. "Can you take the time away from your students?" "The academy director already approved the leave," Oksana hesitated. "But what about your hip? 6 performances in 3 weeks. Luca set his coffee down and pulled her closer. "My doctors say I can handle exhibition skating in moderation. Besides," he smiled against her hair, "I've gotten rather good at knowing my limits these days." "Is that so?" Oksana tilted her face up to his, her expression playfully skeptical. "Well, I'm still learning," he admitted, "but I have an excellent teacher." He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Oksana leaned into him, content in the quiet intimacy they had finally allowed themselves. For years their partnership had existed in the spotlight, judges evaluating their every move, audiences analysing their connection, coaches dictating their interaction. Now, in the private spaces between performances and classes, they were discovering who they were together when no one was watching. "I'd like to do it," she said finally. "Perform again. With you." "Then we will." Luca's voice held the same certainty that had once convinced a reluctant 16-year-old Oksana to trust him on the ice. "But this time, we do it on our terms. No hiding, no silence between us." Oksana nodded, thinking of all the years lost to unspoken feelings and misunderstandings. She set her cup aside and reached for Luca's hand, pressing it against her heart in an echo of their performance's final pose. "No more silence," she agreed. Outside, the world continued its relentless pace. Students would arrive soon for Luca's morning choreography class. Oksana had music compositions to finish before her afternoon lessons. But for now, in this moment of quiet connection, they allowed themselves to simply be two people who had found their way back to each other against the odds, no longer dancing around the truth. They had learned the hardest way that some things were too important to leave unspoken, too precious to entrust to torn letters and unfinished sentences. The ice had given them a language when words failed, but now they had both, the silent communion of movement and the vulnerable honesty of voice. In the years that followed, Oksana and Luka would become known for creating programs that moved audiences to tears, for nurturing a new generation of skaters who understood that technical perfection meant nothing without emotional truth. They would face challenges together. His injury would flare up periodically. Her fear of abandonment would sometimes resurface in moments of stress. But they would never again allow silence to grow between them. They had learned too well its cost, and sometimes, late at night when the world was quiet, they would dance together in their living room, no music needed, communicating through the language they had perfected long ago. The subtle pressure of hands, the harmony of breath, the perfect synchronicity of two hearts finally beating in time. For Oksana and Luka had discovered what eluded them for so long, that the most beautiful dance of all happens not in the spotlight before thousands, but in the sacred space between two people who have finally found the courage to say what was always written in their movements. When we dance in silence, they had learned, we must eventually find our voice, and when we finally speak our truth, we dance more beautifully than ever before. Still you. The dashboard clock read 3:27 a.m. when Ivy Monroe decided her life as she knew it was over. Not literally, of course, though the tabloids would certainly frame it that way. They'd splash her face across their covers tomorrow. Pop princess melts down mid-concert. The video was probably already viral. Ivy Monroe, frozen centre stage at Portland's Moda Centre, staring blankly at 20,000 fans before dropping her microphone and walking off. No explanation, no apology, just gone. Her hands trembled on the steering wheel of her vintage Thunderbird convertible, the one purchase her management team had fought her on. Too recognisable, they'd said, too impractical, perfect for someone escaping south down Highway 101 in the grey pre-dawn hours. "Breathe," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind and the rumble of the engine. When had she last driven herself anywhere? 3 years. 4. Her phone buzzed for the 47th time since she'd left. Delia, her manager, her friend. The only person who might actually be worried rather than just concerned about their investment. The only one who might understand that after 7 years, 3 world tours and 5 platinum albums, Ivy Monroe, the construct, the brand, the carefully calibrated machine, had finally crushed Olivia Jameson beneath its weight. The last text read, "Liv, please, just tell me you're safe." She typed back with one hand, "I need air, space, time. I'm okay. I promise." Then she silenced the phone and tossed it onto the passenger seat. The sky was beginning to lighten when the first sputters rattled through the car. The engine coughed, then whined, then died completely, leaving her coasting to a stop along a stretch of coastal highway, bordered by wind-gnarled pines on one side and the vast, indifferent Pacific on the other. "Perfect," she muttered, letting her forehead rest against the steering wheel. "Just perfect." 3 hours and 1 tow truck later, Ivy stood in the main street of Port Isabel, Oregon, population 2,183, according to the weathered welcome sign. The mechanic, Walt, according to his oil-stained name patch, had delivered the news with apologetic resignation. Custom part, from Italy, 2 weeks, minimum. She'd nodded, numb. 2 weeks. Her tour had 18 dates left. Delia would be filing missing persons reports by nightfall. Any place to stay around here, she'd asked, adjusting her oversized sunglasses. Her hair was tucked under a baseball cap, her famous face bare of makeup and half hidden behind the dark lenses. No one had recognized her yet. A miracle that felt like taking a full breath after years of shallow ones. Walt had directed her to Greta's cafe, where she now stood in front of a corkboard cluttered with community notices. Most were faded and sun-bleached, but one caught her eye, a handwritten note on crisp cardstock. Room for rent, month to month, private bath, ocean view, no smokers, no drama. The no drama part made her smile grimly. If only they knew. She copied down the number and walked to the cafe counter. "Excuse me," she said to the silver-haired woman wiping down the espresso machine. "Could I use your phone? Mine's dead." The woman, Greta presumably, gave her an appraising look. "Sure, honey. Local call?" "Yes, about a room." 10 minutes later, she was sitting at a corner table with a mug of surprisingly excellent coffee when the bell above the door chimed. The man who walked in made several heads turn, not because he commanded attention, but because he seemed so completely at ease in his own skin that it was almost magnetic. Tall, with warm brown skin and close-cropped dark hair going silver at the temples, he wore paint-splattered jeans and a faded Henley pushed up to the elbows. His eyes found hers immediately. "You called about the room?" His voice was quiet, deeper than she'd expected. She nodded. "Rowan? That's me." He didn't offer his hand, just tilted his head slightly. "You're not from around here?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "Number just passing through. Car trouble." She hesitated. "I'm Lee. Almost Liv. Close enough to her real name to feel honest, distant enough from Ivy Monroe to feel safe. If he found the single name strange, he didn't show it. "The room's nothing fancy. It's above my studio, separate entrance. I teach during the day, so I'm not around much." "You're a teacher?" "Article. High school." He shifted, a flicker of something crossing his face. Wariness, perhaps. "Look, I should be up front. I'm not renting for the money. I'm renting because this town gossips, and having someone staying in my guest room shuts down speculation about the poor widower who can't move on." The blunt honesty stunned her. When was the last time someone had spoken to her without calculation? "I don't gossip," she said finally, "and I mind my own business." Something in his expression softened minutely. "Good. That's good." He glanced at his watch. "I need to get back for 5th period. If you want to see the place, I can show you after school, around 4. She nodded, and he wrote an address on a napkin. "The key's under the blue pot if you get there before me. Look around, see if it works for you. If not, no hard feelings." He left without another word, leaving Ivy staring after him. For the first time in years, someone had looked at her, really looked, and seen nothing but a stranger needing a place to stay. No expectations, no projections, no recognition. It was terrifying, it was exhilarating, and it was exactly what she needed. The room was better than she had expected. Simple but beautiful. Whitewashed walls, wide plank floors, a wrought iron bed with crisp white linens, and windows that framed the ocean like a living painting. She'd found the key exactly where Rowan said it would be, and spent an hour just sitting on the small balcony, watching waves crash against the rocky shore below. She heard him before she saw him, the sound of boots on wooden steps, a door opening and closing downstairs. She tensed, suddenly uncertain. Was this insane? Renting a room from a stranger in a town she'd never heard of, while the world wondered where Ivy Monroe had disappeared to. A knock at the door interrupted her spiral of doubt. "It's open," she called. Rowan entered, carrying a small tray with 2 mugs and a plate of what looked like homemade cookies. "Thought you might want some tea. It gets cold up here when the sun starts going down." The simple kindness caught her off guard. Thank you. She accepted the mug gratefully, warming her hands around it. So? He gestured around. Will it work? She nodded. It's perfect, actually. She reached for her bag. I can pay you now. Tomorrow's fine, he said, waving it off. House rules are simple. Quiet after 10, no parties. The door at the bottom of the stairs locks automatically. Your key works for it. Kitchen downstairs is shared if you want to use it, but no obligation. He turned to leave, then paused. You said your car's in the shop. Do you need a ride somewhere tomorrow? I can drop you off on my way to school. Actually, she said, is there anything in town? Places that might be hiring? Just temporary work. The idea had formed gradually throughout the afternoon. If she was staying for 2 weeks, she needed something to occupy her time, something normal. Rowan raised an eyebrow. Few places, maybe. The school's always looking for volunteers, particularly in the arts programme. Budget cuts. He studied her face. What do you do? Usually, I mean. The question should have been simple. What did she do? She performed. She recorded. She smiled for cameras and answered the same questions 1,000 different ways. She existed for consumption. I write, she said finally. It wasn't a lie. She'd written most of her early songs before the label started pairing her with professional songwriters. And I play music. Teach it sometimes. Also true, once upon a time. Something in Rowan's expression shifted. Interest, maybe. We lost our music teacher last semester. Been trying to keep the programme alive with parent volunteers, but he shrugged. If you're interested, I could introduce you to the principal. Even a couple of weeks would help. I'd like that, she said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. The next morning she found herself walking alongside Rowan to Port Isabel High School, a low-slung building of brick and large windows perched on a bluff overlooking the ocean. The principal, a brisk woman named Martinez, had taken one look at Ivy's driver's licence, Olivia Jameson, her real name practically foreign to her now, and offered her a 2-week volunteer position on the spot. Music room's down the hall from Rowan's art studio, she explained. Nothing formal, just keep the kids engaged. Previous teacher left lesson plans. You play piano. Ivy nodded. 15 years of classical training before she'd ever stepped on a stage. Perfect. Start tomorrow if you can. That afternoon, Ivy wandered into Rowan's classroom during his planning period. The space was alive with colour. Student artwork covered the walls. Clay sculptures in various stages of completion lined the shelves, and large windows let in streams of natural light. Rowan sat at a large wooden desk, bent over what appeared to be a massive sketch. Is that for the school? She asked, nodding toward the paper. He glanced up, seeming unsurprised by her presence. Town, actually. I paint murals between semesters. This one's for the community centre. He hesitated, then turned the sketch toward her. What do you think? The design was stunning. A lighthouse on rugged cliffs, its beam transformed into musical notes that swirled into the silhouettes of dancing figures. Something about it caught in her chest, the way the light became music, the way the music created movement. It's beautiful, she said softly. A small smile, the first she'd seen from him, curved his mouth. Thanks. He rolled up the sketch. How'd it go with Martinez? I start tomorrow. Thank you for suggesting it. He shrugged. Selfish of me. The kids have been using my room for impromptu jam sessions. Now they can bother you instead. She laughed. A genuine laugh that startled her with its unfamiliarity. When had laughter become something choreographed, something performed rather than felt? A whirlwind of activity burst through the door. A small girl with a cloud of dark curls and Rowan's same warm brown skin, carrying a backpack almost as big as she was. Uncle Rowan! Miss Patel let me leave math early because I finished all my problems, and she skidded to a stop when she spotted Ivy. Oh, hello. Sophie, this is Lee, Rowan said. She's staying in the guest room for a couple of weeks. Lee, this is my niece, Sophie. "Do you like art?" Sophie asked, eyeing her with frank curiosity. "Uncle Rowan only lets people who like art come to his classroom." "I do," Ivy said, charmed by the girl's directness. "And music." Sophie's eyes widened. "Really? What kind?" "I like all kinds, but especially pop music, even though Uncle Rowan says it's all auto-tuned commercials these days, which is not fair because Ivy Monroe writes her own songs. At least she used to, and her voice is really pretty without any computers helping." Ivy felt the blood drain from her face. Rowan must have noticed because he gently interrupted. "Soph, why don't you set up at your usual table? Lee's going to be helping with the music programme while Ms. Winters is on leave." As Sophie bounced away, Rowan gave Ivy an apologetic look. "Sorry about that. She's enthusiastic." "It's fine," Ivy managed. "She's sweet." That night, Ivy sat on her balcony watching the sunset paint the ocean in shades of gold and violet. For the first time in years, no one knew where she was. No cameras followed her movements. No fans asked for selfies. No handlers directed her day. She felt invisible in the most liberating way possible. The sound of guitar chords drifted up from below, simple at first, then more complex. Curious, she leaned over the railing. Rowan sat on his back deck, head bent over an acoustic guitar, playing with the absent focus of someone who played for themselves rather than an audience. She recognised the song, one of hers, ironically. Not a radio hit, but a ballad from her second album, one she'd written alone in a hotel room after her first major tour. It was about homesickness for a place you'd never been. Without thinking, she began to hum along, the melody rising with the evening breeze. The guitar faltered for a moment, then continued, softer now, as if inviting her voice to take the lead. She closed her eyes and let herself sing, quietly, just for herself and the moon and the distant crash of waves. When she opened them again, the guitar had stopped. Rowan was looking up at her balcony, his expression unreadable in the gathering darkness. "Sorry," she called down. "Didn't mean to interrupt." "You didn't," he answered. After a pause, he added, "You have a beautiful voice." "Thank you," she hesitated. "That song. Just something that's been stuck in my head," he said. Then with a small smile, "Good night, Lee." "Good night, Rowan." She watched him disappear inside, guitar in hand, and wondered if anything would ever feel as honest as this moment. Singing to the ocean with a stranger who didn't know her name but somehow played the song of her heart. Days slipped into a rhythm that felt both foreign and familiar, like returning to a childhood home you'd forgotten you missed. Each morning Ivy walked to school with Rowan, the silence between them comfortable rather than awkward. She spent her days in the music room, guiding students through scales and chord progressions, rediscovering the joy of music without the weight of expectations. Afternoons often found her at Greta's cafe, where the owner kept her supplied with coffee and minimal conversation, a kindness Ivy deeply appreciated. Evenings were for long walks on the beach or quiet reading on her balcony, occasionally punctuated by impromptu duets when Rowan played guitar below. A week into her stay, she found herself helping Sophie with piano practice in the living room of Rowan's house, a space she'd initially avoided to maintain boundaries, but had gradually been welcomed into. "Uncle Rowan says you're a writer," Sophie said, fingers picking out a simple melody. "Do you write songs?" Ivy tensed slightly. "Sometimes." "Could you help me write one for the talent show next month?" Before Ivy could answer, Rowan appeared in the doorway, flour dusting his hands. "Soph, don't pressure Lee. She's already volunteering at school." "It's okay," Ivy found herself saying. "I'd be happy to help." Sophie beamed. "Can we start now? Please?" The next hour dissolved into laughter and music as Sophie dictated increasingly fantastical lyrics about mermaids and treasure, while Ivy helped shape them into an actual song. Rowan moved around them, preparing dinner, occasionally offering a rhyme or chuckling at his niece's dramatic vocal flourishes. It felt like family. The thought struck Ivy with such force that she missed a chord, her fingers faltering on the keys. "You okay?" Rowan asked, noticing immediately. "Fine," she managed, "just tired." Later, after Sophie had been picked up by her mother, Rowan's sister Ivy learned, they sat on the back deck sharing a bottle of wine. The night was clear, stars scattered like diamond dust above the dark expanse of ocean. "Thank you," Rowan said quietly, "for helping Sophie. Music was her mother's domain before." He trailed off, taking a sip of wine. "Before your wife passed," Ivy finished gently. He nodded. 3 years ago, cancer, fast and brutal. His voice was steady, but pain shadowed his eyes. Sophie was 5, too young to lose an aunt she adored. "I'm sorry," she said, meaning it more deeply than the platitude usually allowed. He shrugged slightly. "Life continues. Not the same life, but it goes on." He turned to look at her directly. "What are you running from, Lee?" The question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm running?" "The way you flinch when someone takes a photo, even if it's not of you. The way you check exits in rooms. The way you're clearly comfortable with money but took a volunteer position. The way you've never once mentioned friends or family wondering where you are." His voice remained gentle, without accusation. "I recognize the signs of someone who needs space. I'm just wondering what from..." The moment balanced on a knife's edge. She could lie, had become expert at crafting palatable versions of truth, or she could tell him everything, who she was, why she'd fled, how the person he'd come to know this past week was more real than the version of herself that filled stadiums. "Expectations," she said finally. "I'm running from who everyone needs me to be." He studied her face, then nodded slowly. "Fair enough." He didn't push further, and the relief of that simple acceptance nearly undid her. They sat in companionable silence until Rowan spoke again. "There's a bonfire on the beach tomorrow night. Town tradition before tourist season starts. Would you like to go? With me?" he added. "As friends, of course." The clarification made her smile. "I'd like that." The bonfire was magical. Driftwood flames casting blue-green light over laughing faces, local musicians trading instruments and songs, children roasting marshmallows and chasing each other through shallow waves. Ivy found herself drawn into conversations, included in jokes, pulled into an impromptu dance circle by Sophie and her friends. Rowan stayed nearby, a steady presence that somehow both grounded and freed her. When the unofficial band took a break, he nudged her toward the abandoned guitar. "They'd love to hear you play," he said quietly. "I don't think... just one song, for yourself, if not for them." Somehow she found herself seated on a driftwood log, guitar settled familiarly in her lap. She began to play, not one of Ivy Monroe's hits, but a new melody that had been forming in her mind these past days. No lyrics yet, just a haunting progression that spoke of finding something you didn't know you were seeking. The crowd grew quiet. In the firelight she caught Rowan's expression, a mixture of admiration and something deeper that made her heart skip. When she finished, the applause was genuine and unpretentious. No one asked for selfies or screamed for encores. They simply appreciated the music for what it was, a gift freely given. Later, walking home along the moonlit beach, Rowan took her hand. The simple contact sent warmth spiraling through her chest. "That was beautiful," he said. "Something new?" She nodded, still working on it. They stopped, facing the ocean. His eyes, when they met hers, held no demand, no expectation, only a question she wasn't sure she was brave enough to answer. "Rowan, The flash came from their left, bright, unmistakable, a camera. She turned instinctively, raising her hand to shield her face, but it was too late. A young woman lowered her phone, eyes wide with recognition. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You're Ivy Monroe." The name fell like a stone between them. Ivy felt Rowan's hand slip from hers, felt the careful piece she'd constructed begin to fracture. "I'm such a huge fan. Can I get a picture? No one will believe." "I think you should go," Rowan said, his voice cool. The fan blinked, confused. "I just want—" "Please," Ivy managed. I'm not working right now." Something in her tone must have registered because the young woman nodded slowly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." She backed away, but the damage was done. The photo existed, and in the age of social media that was all it took. The walk home was silent, heavy with unspoken questions. At the base of the stairs to her room, Ivy finally turned to face him. "I can explain." Rowan's expression was carefully neutral. "You don't owe me an explanation." "I do," she insisted. "I lied to you about who I am." "Did you?" He looked at her steadily. "Or did you just tell me the parts that matter?" She didn't have an answer for that. After a moment he sighed. "It's late. We should both get some sleep." He turned to go inside, then paused. "For what it's worth, I don't care about Ivy Monroe. I care about the person who helps my niece write songs about mermaids and sings to the ocean when she thinks no one's listening." The door closed softly behind him, leaving Ivy alone with the weight of a truth she'd tried to outrun, and the dawning realization that perhaps, with Rowan, she didn't need to run at all. By morning, everything had changed. Ivy woke to the sound of car doors slamming and voices outside. Too many voices for the quiet street. One glance out her window confirmed her worst fears. 3 vans with satellite dishes, reporters setting up cameras, locals gathering to stare. Her phone, which she'd finally charged and checked sporadically for messages from Delia, was exploding with notifications. The photo had gone viral overnight. Pop star Ivy Monroe found in coastal hideaway with mystery man. The headlines made her stomach churn. A text from Delia stood out among the chaos. "I'm coming to get you. This is out of control." She didn't bother replying. Instead, she dressed quickly and made her way downstairs, dreading the conversation to come. Rowan sat at his kitchen table, coffee mug cradled between his hands, looking out at the growing crowd with a resigned expression. He glanced up when she entered. "Your secret's out," he said mildly. "Rowan, I'm so sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I never thought." "That anyone would recognize you?" He raised an eyebrow. "You're kind of hard to miss, even incognito." The lack of anger in his voice confused her. "You're not upset?" "About the press circus on my lawn?" "A little." He shrugged. "About you being famous?" "Not really my business." "But I lied to you." "Did you? You said your name was Lee. Short for Olivia, I'm guessing." She nodded, stunned that he'd made the connection. "And everything else? The music? The writing? That was true, wasn't it?" "Yes, but—" "Then what's the problem?" He stood, moving to refill his coffee. "Look, I get it. Everyone needs space sometimes. You found yours here. I'm just sorry it got interrupted." A knock at the door cut through the moment. Rowan sighed. "That'll be Chief Mendez, town's only police officer. Good guy, but he's probably here about crowd control." The conversation with Mendez was brief but definitive. The situation was escalating. More press was arriving. Fans had discovered her location. The quiet town was rapidly becoming overwhelmed. "Miss Monroe," Mendez said respectfully, "I understand you value your privacy, but this is disrupting the whole community. Is there someone who can help manage this situation?" She thought of Delia, already on her way, of the tour she'd abandoned, of responsibilities she couldn't outrun forever. "Yes," she said quietly, "my manager is coming. She'll handle it." When Mendez left, silence settled heavily between them. Finally Rowan spoke. "So you're leaving?" It wasn't a question, but she answered anyway. "I have to. I can't let this circus continue. Not here. Not around you and Sophie and everyone who's been kind to me." Something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, perhaps, or understanding. "When?" "Today. As soon as Delia arrives." She hesitated. "Rowan, these past 2 weeks, they've meant more to me than I can explain." He nodded slowly. For what it's worth, I think Ivy Monroe is pretty amazing. But Lee, she's extraordinary. The simple statement nearly broke her. I don't know how to be both, she whispered. I don't know if I can. Maybe you don't have to choose. He moved closer, his hand finding hers. Maybe you just need to remember which one is real. When Delia arrived 3 hours later, immaculate as always in her tailored suit, expression a mixture of relief and exasperation, Ivy was waiting on the porch with her small bag packed. The press had been temporarily contained behind barricades at the end of the street, but cameras with long lenses caught her emergence, the flashbulbs like lightning in her peripheral vision. You look terrible, Delia said by way of greeting, pulling her into a fierce hug. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? How close we came to filing a missing persons report? I texted you. Once. 2 weeks ago. Delia stepped back, eyes scanning her face. Are you okay? Really? Ivy nodded. I am. Or, I was. Delia's expression softened slightly. Was it worth it? This little vacation. Ivy looked past her friend to where Rowan stood in the doorway, his face carefully neutral. Yes, she said quietly. It was worth everything. The drive away from Port Isabel was surreal, moving from the cocoon of peace she'd found back into the harsh light of her real life. Delia filled the silence with updates and plans. We've rescheduled the tour, told everyone you had laryngitis, needed complete vocal rest. New dates start next month. The label's actually thrilled. All this mystery has generated more buzz than any planned publicity stunt. Ivy stared out the window, watching the town recede in the side mirror. I can't go back to how things were, Del, she said finally. I won't. Delia glanced at her sharply. What are you saying? I'm saying I need changes. Real ones. I want control of my music again. My image. My life. She turned to face her oldest friend. I've been writing again. Real songs. My songs. That's good. But honey, we have contracts, obligations. I don't care. The steel in her voice surprised them both. Figure it out. That's what I pay you for. But I'm done being whoever everyone else needs me to be. The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of negotiations, legal meetings, and carefully controlled press appearances. Ivy refused all interview requests, instead releasing a simple statement, apologising for the disruption to her tour and promising something new was coming soon. In her rare moments alone, she wrote. Song after song poured out of her, raw, honest reflections on fame, identity, and the quiet revelation of being seen for who she truly was. When she had 12 that felt right, she booked a small studio and recorded them in 3 days. Just her voice, a piano, and occasionally a guitar. No production tricks, no auto-tune, nothing but truth. The EP was titled simply Still You. The night before its surprise release, she stood on the roof garden of her Portland penthouse, phone in hand, staring at the contact she'd added but never called. Gathering her courage, she pressed dial. Hello? Rowan's voice slightly wary. It's me, she said softly. Lieutenant. Or Ivy. Or Olivia. I'm still figuring that part out. A pause then. I wondered if I'd hear from you again. I'm releasing something tomorrow. Something new. Something real. She took a deep breath. I wanted you to hear it first. Why? Because it exists because of you. Because you saw me when I couldn't see myself anymore. The silence stretched between them, charged with unspoken words. I'll be in Portland tomorrow, she continued, at the secret garden on Jefferson Street, 8 o'clock, if you wanted to hear it in person. She didn't ask if he'd come, didn't want to pressure him, didn't know if she deserved another moment of the peace she'd found in his presence. Good night, Olivia, he said finally. Just that. No promise, no rejection. It would have to be enough. The secret garden was exactly what its name suggested. A hidden rooftop sanctuary in the heart of the city, all fairy lights and potted trees and intimate corners. She'd rented it for the evening, invited no press, no industry people, just herself, a piano, and the hope that one particular art teacher might appear. At 8:15 she began to play. The first song on the EP, called Lighthouse, was inspired by his mural sketch, the one where light became music, became movement. Her voice, stripped of stadiums and spectacle, filled the small space with a vulnerability she'd hidden for years. She was midway through the chorus when she felt it, the subtle shift in the air that told her she was no longer alone. She didn't look up, didn't falter, just continued to sing the truth she'd finally found the courage to speak. When the last note faded, she finally raised her eyes. Rowan stood at the entrance, wind-tousled and beautiful in his simple way, watching her with an expression that made her heart stumble. "You came," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted to hear the song." He moved closer, steps measured. "It's beautiful, like everything real about you." "Rowan, I never fell for Ivy Monroe," he interrupted gently. "I fell for Olivia, the woman who sings to the ocean, who helps little girls write songs about mermaids, who sees beauty in broken things." She stood, moved toward him as if drawn by gravity. "Is that who I am, Olivia?" His smile was soft, warming his eyes. "That's who you've always been. The rest is just noise." When he kissed her, it felt like coming home to a place she'd never been, familiar and new all at once, like finding the missing chord in a song she'd been trying to write her entire life. "Stay," she whispered against his mouth. "Not forever, just stay a while." His arms tightened around her. "I'm not going anywhere." The music room at Port Isabel High School had transformed over the past year. Walls now covered with student artwork depicting sound waves and musical notes, instruments arranged in careful clusters, large windows thrown open to catch the ocean breeze. Ivy, though the world still knew her as Ivy Monroe, she felt more like Olivia with each passing day, sat at the piano, guiding a small group of students through a complicated arrangement. Her short EP had become a full album, had won critical acclaim if not the massive sales of her earlier work. She didn't mind. Quality over quantity, in fans, in music, in life, had become her new measure of success. Ms. Monroe, one of her students, a shy girl with remarkable talent, raised her hand. "Will you play something from your new album?" "Please." The request was frequent but always genuine. These kids, who had initially been starstruck but now treated her with the casual respect of any beloved teacher, never tired of hearing her perform. "One song," she agreed with a smile, then back to work. She'd just finished the final chorus when she spotted Rowan in the doorway, leaning against the frame with that quiet smile that still made her heart race. The students followed her gaze and a chorus of "Mr. Blake" rose from the group. "Don't let me interrupt," he said, but Ivy was already dismissing the class 5 minutes early. As the room emptied, Rowan crossed to where she sat, bending to kiss her softly. "Ready for this afternoon?" She nodded, fingers nervously twisting the simple engagement ring he'd given her 3 months earlier. Today was the official unveiling of his latest mural, the one she'd first seen as a sketch over a year ago. The lighthouse whose beam became music became dancing figures. Only now the central figure in the dance bore a subtle resemblance to her. "Nervous?" he asked, taking her hand. "A little. It's still strange sometimes, letting the two worlds overlap." She smiled up at him, but in a good way. The ceremony was small, just the town council, some students, and a handful of locals who had become friends rather than fans. Rowan spoke briefly about the inspiration behind the mural, the way art and music intertwined in the town's identity. He didn't mention Ivy Monroe or her fame. He didn't need to. Sophie, now 9 and more exuberant than ever, bounced at her uncle's side as the mayor cut a ceremonial ribbon. The crowd applauded, then dispersed to examine the mural more closely, and enjoy the refreshments Greta had provided from her cafe. Ivy found herself standing slightly apart, watching Rowan accept congratulations with his characteristic quiet grace. A year ago, she couldn't have imagined this life, teaching music in a small coastal town, planning a small wedding with the man who had seen through her carefully constructed persona, weekends filled with Sophie's recitals and long walks on deserted beaches. It suits you, you know? She turned to find Delia beside her, elegant as always in her city clothes that looked slightly out of place in Port Isabel. Her former manager visited occasionally, still handled the business side of Ivy's now scaled-back career, and had become an unexpected ally in her transformation. "What suits me?" Ivy asked. Delia gestured vaguely at everything: the town, the school, Rowan. Peace, authenticity, whatever you want to call it. She smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I always knew Ivy Monroe was killing Olivia Jameson. I just didn't know how to stop it." Ivy squeezed her friend's hand. "Neither did I." She paused, looking back at the mural, at the lighthouse beam that transformed into musical notes, at the dancing figures finding joy in its light. "But I'm learning." Later that evening they gathered on Rowan's back deck, now their deck since she'd officially moved in 6 months ago. Sophie was there with her mother, Greta and Chief Mendez had stopped by, and even Walt from the garage had come bearing a bottle of surprisingly good whiskey. As twilight settled over the ocean, Rowan quietly tuned his guitar while conversations ebbed and flowed around them. Without fanfare, he began to play, the opening notes of Lighthouse, her most personal song from the album. A hush fell over the small gathering. He looked up at her, a question in his eyes, and she nodded, joining him in the chorus. "And still you see me, through the dark and stormy nights, still you find me, when I've lost my own guiding light. In a world of echoes, your voice rings clear and true, and the miracle of miracles, I'm still me, and still you." When the song ended, Sophie clapped enthusiastically while the adults exchanged knowing smiles. No one asked for selfies or autographs. No one treated the moment as special beyond the simple joy of music shared among friends. Later, after everyone had gone and they were cleaning up together in comfortable silence, Rowan paused, dish towel in hand. "Happy?" he asked simply. Ivy considered the question. Not just the easy answer, but the complex truth of it. Was she happy? Fame still occasionally interrupted their life. Her music reached fewer people now, but touched them more deeply. She missed performing sometimes, but had found a different kind of fulfillment in teaching. She had traded spotlights for starlight, stadiums for classrooms, adulation for understanding. "Yes," she said finally, meeting his gaze with absolute certainty. "I'm happy. Not because I escaped Ivy Monroe, but because I found Olivia Jameson again." She moved into his arms, resting her head against his chest. "And because you see me, all of me, and love me anyway." His arms tightened around her. "Not anyway," he corrected gently. "Because of who you are. All the versions, the star and the teacher, the celebrity and the woman who helps my niece with piano lessons, the singer and the person who laughs at my terrible jokes." "They're not terrible," she protested automatically. "They're pretty bad," he chuckled, "but you laugh anyway, because I love you. And I love you, Ivy, Olivia, Lee, whatever name you choose. I love the person beneath all the noise." Outside, waves crashed against the shore in their eternal rhythm. Inside, in the quiet kitchen of a home that had once felt borrowed but now felt entirely her own, Ivy Monroe, pop sensation, volunteer music teacher, fiancé, friend, finally felt the fractured pieces of herself mending into something whole. Not perfect, not flawless, but authentic, real, still her. The Fire Eater's Wife. The first rays of dawn caught on the gold-painted trim of the circus wagons as they rolled into Lebanon, Missouri. The Grand Maravilla Circus moved like a strange migratory creature, all colourful plumage and mysterious innards, carrying its own world within its wooden flanks. By mid-morning, the fairground was transformed, a canvas city rising from empty pasture, roustabouts hammering stakes with the precision of clockwork soldiers. High above this orchestrated chaos, Evangeline Bell tested the tension of her rope. Her calloused hands knew the difference between a secure line and a death sentence. 29 years old, with a sinewy frame that defied gravity, Eva, as everyone called her, trusted nothing she didn't verify herself. Her act, the Angel of Death, had earned its name honestly. No safety net, no partners, just Eva and the empty air 40 feet above the ground. Ropes won't test themselves, Miss Bell. The ringmaster, Augustus Whalen, called up with a mixture of respect and resignation. Neither will my coffin, Mr. Whalen, she replied, without looking down. From her perch, Eva surveyed the circus that had been her home for 7 years. The Grand Maravilla wasn't the biggest show travelling the rails, but it had carved out a reputation for genuine marvels rather than sideshow frauds. Augustus insisted on legitimate wonderment, as he called it. No two-headed calves floating in formaldehyde, no savage men from exotic lands who were actually farmhands from Ohio with painted skin. Eva appreciated the honesty. She'd had enough lies to last a lifetime in St. Catherine's Home for Girls, where the nuns spoke of God's love while orphans like Eva learned that their parents' deaths meant they were alone in the world. The fire that had consumed her childhood home had taken more than her family. It had stolen any faith in permanence. When she descended the ladder, Eva noticed the cluster of performers gathered around Augustus near the cookhouse tent. "We have a new addition," Augustus announced, his showman's voice carrying, "Our fire act is back on, thanks to Mr. Dante Moretti, freshly arrived from Europe." The man who stepped forward caused a ripple of whispers. Tall and lean, with olive skin and eyes like chips of obsidian, he nodded at the assembled company. His dark hair was swept back from a stern face that seemed carved rather than born. When he smiled, briefly, perfunctorily, he revealed teeth white as piano keys against the shadow of his beard. "Our brother Santini's broken arm leaves us without our finale," Augustus continued, "but Mr. Moretti assures me his talents will more than compensate." Eva crossed her arms. Replacements always meant disruption, and disruption meant danger in her line of work. "I hope you don't plan on smoking near the big top," she said when Augustus had finished. "We aerialists prefer not to choke on fumes." Dante Moretti turned those black eyes toward her. "My smoke goes where I direct it, miss." Bell. Eva Bell. "Enchanted. Perhaps you could show me where I might practice, Miss Bell. I'd hate to burn down your workplace by accident." Eva narrowed her eyes, but found herself leading him to the secondary tent. Circus gossip travelled faster than telegraph wires, and by evening she'd heard a dozen conflicting stories. Dante was fleeing the law in Italy. He was a nobleman's son. He had killed a man in Naples. He had left a string of broken-hearted women across Europe. "People always need stories," Madame Olga, the fortune-teller, said over dinner. "Makes the world less frightening if we can explain the stranger." 2 days later, Eva watched Dante rehearse from the shadows. His control was mesmerizing, flame rippling from his lips like living ribbon, dancing over his fingers without burning. There was something hypnotic in his movements, a dancer's grace in his controlled danger. "You can step into the light, Miss Bell, I don't bite," he called without turning. Eva straightened. "Augustus wants us to combine acts. Some nonsense about fire and flight." Dante extinguished his torch. "And this displeases you?" "I work alone." "As do I." Yet here we are. He approached, stopping a respectful distance away. Perhaps we might find compromise. Their first rehearsal was tense. Eva refused to modify her routine, and Dante insisted his fire needed specific timing. They bickered over music, positioning, even the colour of the spotlights. Your need for control will kill this act before it begins, Dante said finally. My control keeps me alive, Eva shot back. Something you might consider before you spew flames near my ropes. But when they finally attempted a synchronized performance, Eva swooping down as Dante sent a column of fire upward, missing her by inches, even Augustus fell silent with awe. My God, he whispered, it's like watching the sun and moon dance. As May turned to June, Eva found herself drawn to the fire eater despite her reservations. They shared late suppers after performances, talking until the cook chased them from the tent. Dante spoke of growing up in Florence, where art and beauty lived in the stones themselves. Eva guardedly told him of the fire that had orphaned her. So we both know flames, he said softly, the power to create and destroy. I know their aftermath, she corrected. You play with their beginning. Lilith Quinn, the second aerialist whose act had been relegated to the early show since Eva's rise, watched their growing closeness with sharp eyes. Her flame-red hair and practiced laugh had once made her the darling of the Gran Maravilla, and she'd developed an attachment to Eva that bordered on possessive. Italians, she warned Eva one evening as they applied makeup, passionate until they're not, like their fires, quick to ignite, quick to die. Eva's reflection met Lilith's in the mirror. I don't recall asking your opinion. You will, Lilith replied, applying crimson to her lips with deliberate strokes. When he burns you, but something was blossoming between Eva and Dante that Eva couldn't dismiss. On a rare day off in Springfield, they wandered through a county fair like ordinary people. When their hands brushed, neither pulled away. Under a canopy of paper lanterns, as local musicians played a waltz, Dante asked her to dance. I don't know how, Eva admitted. Neither do I, he confessed with a smile that transformed his face, but perhaps we can pretend. They swayed awkwardly, laughing at their clumsiness, and Eva felt a knot inside her loosen. When he walked her back to her train car, Dante took her hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Buona notte, my angel of the air. Eva watched him walk away, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. For the first time in years, she thought less about falling and more about flight. By August, the fire eater and his angel posters crowned every lamppost and fence in each town the Grand Maravilla visited. Crowds swelled beyond the capacity of the main tent, necessitating second shows on busy nights. The Kansas City Star proclaimed them a vision of heaven and hell reconciled, while the St. Louis Post-Dispatch called their act a marriage of opposites that defies natural law. Marriage. The word caught in Eva's thoughts like a burr. Their first kiss had happened in the shadows of the menagerie tent, surrounded by the musky scent of exotic animals. Their first night together came during a thunderstorm in Nebraska, rain drumming on the roof of Eva's train compartment, their bodies moving to rhythms older than time. Dante whispered Italian endearments against her skin, and Eva, who had never believed in belonging to another person, found herself surrendering to the possibility. Every performance heightened their connection. Eva began incorporating movements that mirrored Dante's flame patterns. He learned to time his breaths to match her swings. The danger remained real. A mistimed gesture could mean disaster, but they developed a silent language of trust. The audience sensed it, leaning forward in collective tension until the finale, when Eva would swing in a full circle around Dante as he created a spinning wheel of fire beneath her. You've bewitched him, Lilith observed coolly, watching Eva wrap her hands before a show. Our Italian has forgotten he was ever anything but yours. Eva tied off her bandage. Your concern is touching. Not concern, curiosity. Lilith's green eyes narrowed. Men like him don't simply appear in places like this. They run from something or towards something greater. Before Eva could reply, Augustus burst into the dressing area, face flushed with excitement. Full house again, and a telegram from Barnum and Bailey's advance mole. They're sending someone to see you both next week. The big circuses occasionally poach talent from smaller shows. An offer from Barnum meant real money, security, fame beyond what the Grand Maravilla could provide. Eva should have felt elated, but a strange uneasiness settled in her stomach. That night, she found Dante staring at a letter in his wagon, his expression unreadable. "Bad news?" she asked, closing the door behind her. He quickly folded the paper. "Nothing important. Family matters." "I didn't know you were in touch with family." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Distant relations, nothing to concern yourself with." It was the first lie between them, and Eva felt its weight like a stone. The man arrived 3 days later in Topeka. Distinguished, silver-templed, with a military bearing and an accent thicker than Dante's, he introduced himself as Captain Vescovi. He watched the show from Augustus's private box, his focus unnervingly fixed on Dante. Afterward, Eva saw them in heated conversation behind the animal wagons. "An old acquaintance," Dante explained later, too casually, "from my time in Naples. He doesn't look like a circus man. He isn't. He's politics." Dante pulled her close, burying his face in her hair. "Just the past catching up. It's handled." But it wasn't handled. Captain Vescovi lingered, taking a room in each town they visited. Eva noticed Dante slipping away for clandestine meetings, returning distracted and irritable. The harmony of their act began to fray at the edges, a missed cue here, a delayed catch there. Rumours spread through the circus like infection. Augustus questioned Dante about Vescovi's presence. Dante claimed the man was considering financial investment in their act. The roustabouts whispered of anarchists and bombings in Europe. The lion tamer swore he'd seen Dante examining the rivets on the main support pole with unusual interest. Lilith made sure Eva heard every speculation. "They say he has powerful enemies in the government," she murmured over breakfast. "That he's not here for circus work at all." Eva slammed down her coffee cup. "Enough! Your jealousy is pathetic." Lilith's smile was serene. "Jealousy requires wanting what another has. I'm simply watching someone lose what they foolishly believed was theirs." That evening their act nearly ended in disaster when Dante's timing faltered. A gout of flame came too close to Eva's rope, singing the fibres. She managed to complete her swing, but the smell of burnt hemp filled the tent. "What happened?" she demanded in their wagon afterward. "You've never missed that cue." "A moment's distraction." He wouldn't meet her eyes. "It won't happen again." "Dante." She caught his face between her hands. "Whatever it is, whatever trouble, we can face it. Together." For a moment he seemed about to speak. Then Vescovi's shadow fell across the open door. "A word, Moretti, alone." Dante gently removed Eva's hands. "Tomorrow. We'll talk tomorrow." But tomorrow brought only a cryptic note. "Meet me after the afternoon show. I'll explain everything." The explanation never came. Instead, Eva found Vescovi waiting in Dante's place, holding a worn leather portfolio. "Your fire eater has obligations that precede you, Miss Bell," he said in his precise accented English. "Debts of honour that must be paid." "What are you talking about?" Dante Moretti was born Danilo Mazzini, son of Antonio Mazzini, who died in a government prison for the crime of believing in a free Italy. Vescovi's eyes were cold. His father's comrades protected him, educated him, brought him to America, and now he will honour his father's sacrifice. "By what?" performing in a circus?" Vescovi laughed. "By helping us strike a blow against the oppressors when we reach Chicago next month. Governor Wilson will attend your show, the man who authorized arms shipments to the regimes that murdered our brothers." Eva felt the ground tilt beneath her. "You're using the circus for an assassination. And your lover will play his part, willingly or not." Vescovi dropped an envelope at her feet. "Perhaps ask him about the fire that killed Senator Romano in Rome. Ask him about the special properties of his performance fuel." When Dante returned that night, Eva was packing her trunk. "What are you doing?" he asked, face pale. She threw Romano's obituary at him. "Were you going to tell me I've been sleeping with a murderer? That our act is just cover for your next political killing?" "Eva, listen to me. I trusted you." Her voice broke. "I let myself believe we were building something. But we're just a convenient fiction, aren't we? The fire eater and his angel, a pretty distraction while you plan violence." "It's not that simple." He reached for her, but she backed away. "Romano was an accident. I was young, manipulated by men like Vescovi. I came to America to escape them, but they found me. And now you'll do what they want in Chicago." His silence was answer enough. "I'm leaving after Chicago," Eva said flatly. "Find another angel to circle your flames." Chicago rose before them like a monument to progress and industry, a maze of steel and stone where the Gran Maravilla seemed suddenly diminished. The Palmer House Hotel, where Governor Wilson would attend their gala performance, loomed over their modest tent city in Grant Park. Augustus had spared no expense for this showcase, hiring extra musicians, commissioning new costumes, even arranging for electric lights to replace the usual gas lamps. Eva and Dante performed mechanically, their personal rupture invisible to audiences, but painfully evident to those who knew them. They no longer shared meals or private moments. Augustus fretted over the tension, but Eva assured him the act would hold for their Chicago run, 3 performances, ending with the special gubernatorial show. Then she would take Barnum's offer alone. The night before the gala, Eva found an unmarked envelope in her costume trunk. Inside was a small brass key and a note in Dante's handwriting. "Room 212, Palmer House, midnight. The whole truth, whether you believe it or not." She shouldn't go. Every instinct warned against it. Yet at midnight, Eva found herself slipping through the hotel's side entrance. Room 212 was unlocked, but Dante wasn't there. Instead, she found a leather journal and another note. "I was 17 when they recruited me. Read it all, then decide." The journal chronicled a decade of manipulation and coercion. Orphaned at 12, Dante had been taken in by his father's revolutionary comrades, raised on stories of martyrdom and justice. His fire-eating talents, developed for street performances to earn bread, were weaponized. The Romano accident had been his breaking point. A politician burned alive when Dante's supposedly controlled demonstration went horrifically wrong. "They told me it was for Italy's freedom," he'd written, "but I saw the monster I'd become in the flames that consumed him." Eva was so absorbed that she almost missed the sound of voices in the hallway. Vescovi and another man speaking rapidly in Italian. She caught Dante's name, then adjustment to the plan, and both of them if necessary. Her blood turned cold. She wasn't part of their original plan. Dante had kept her separate, protected, and now that protection was gone. Eva slipped out through the service stairs, the journal clutched to her chest. Back in her wagon, she spread out the Palmer House's floor plans that had been provided to all performers. The governor would sit in a special box directly across from the fire and flight finale. Vescovi would need a distraction, their dramatic finish, to move undetected. By dawn, she had formed a desperate plan of her own. Hours before the gala performance, Eva approached Augustus with an urgent request. A change to their finale involving actual flames incorporated into her trapeze ropes. The ringmaster balked. "It's suicide, Eva." "It's controlled risk," she countered. and it will be the most spectacular finish any circus has ever presented." She demonstrated her method of treating rope sections with slow-burning oil that would ignite on cue but consume itself before compromising the rope's integrity. Augustus reluctantly agreed, impressed despite his concerns. Eva didn't tell him the real purpose: to create genuine alarm that would disrupt Vescovi's carefully timed plan. As dusk fell over Chicago, the Grand Maravilla transformed into a wonderland of electric light and music. Governor Wilson arrived with an entourage of politicians and society figures. Vescovi was nowhere to be seen, but Eva spotted 3 unfamiliar men positioned strategically around the tent. Backstage, she found Dante preparing alone, his face a mask of concentration. "I read your journal," she said quietly. He looked up, surprise and vulnerability crossing his features. "Then you know everything." "Not quite. What happens tonight? I create the diversion they need." His voice was hollow. "A magnificent flame spiral that draws all eyes, while Vescovi's men move into position. And afterward, when the governor lies dead, I disappear. They have papers, a new identity." Eva stepped closer. "And us?" "There is no us after tonight, Eva. You made that clear." The pain in his eyes belied his calm words. "What if there could be?" She held his gaze. "If we stop this." Hope flickered across his face, quickly replaced by resignation. "They'll kill us both." "Not if we're more clever than they are." Eva outlined her plan in hurried whispers as the opening acts began. The show proceeded with clockwork precision, each act building toward the grand finale. Eva, from her perch high above, counted 3, then 4 of Vescovi's men now positioned throughout the audience. The governor sat in his box, beaming at the spectacle. When the Fire Eater and his angel was announced, the tent fell into expectant hush. Dante entered first, his ceremonial robes glittering under the electric lights. Eva descended like an avenging seraph, her white costume a stark contrast to his darkness. Their routine began normally, each movement precisely calibrated, each flourish exactly as rehearsed. Then came the deviation. Eva swung higher than ever before, trailing specially treated ribbons from her ankles. As she reached the apex of her swing, she called out, "For life and light!" It was Dante's cue. Instead of directing his fire toward the center ring as planned, he sent a concentrated stream toward her ribbons. They ignited in a cascading river of flame that followed Eva's arc through the air, beautiful, terrifying, and utterly captivating. The audience gasped. Security guards tensed, and in that moment of genuine confusion, Vescovi burst from behind the curtain, a revolver in his hand, realizing his carefully orchestrated plan was collapsing. "Traditore!" he screamed at Dante. "Finish it!" But Dante was already moving, flinging his torch with deadly accuracy. It struck Vescovi's arm, sending the gun clattering to the ground. The tent erupted in chaos as spectators fled and police converged. Eva, still suspended above, saw what no one else did. A lantern near the main support pole knocked over in the panic, its flame licking at the canvas. Fire spread with terrifying speed, racing up the walls of the tent. "Fire!" she screamed. "Everyone out!" The evacuation became frantic. Augustus directed people toward the exits, while performers helped the elderly and children. Eva descended rapidly, searching for Dante among the smoke and confusion. She found him struggling with Vescovi near the animal cages. The older man, despite his burned arm, had recovered his weapon. As Eva ran toward them, the gun went off. Dante staggered backward. "Dante!" Eva's scream cut through the chaos. Vescovi turned, raising the revolver toward her, but Dante lunged forward with the last of his strength, tackling the older man. They fell together against a support pole that was already engulfed in flames. The pole cracked, bringing down a section of burning canvas that separated Eva from the men. "Go!" Dante shouted through the flames. "Eva, Go now! Instead, she circled around, using her performer's knowledge of the tent's layout to approach from another angle. The heat was unbearable, the smoke blinding. She found Dante dragging himself away from Vescovi's motionless form, a crimson stain spreading across his chest. "Leave me," he gasped as she lifted him. "The tent is coming down." "Not without you." Eva half carried, half dragged him toward an exit, her lungs burning. "We live or die together, fire eater." They collapsed outside just as the big top's main pole gave way with a tremendous crack. The Gran Maravilla, home to so many dreams and wonders, crumpled into a pyre. Eva sat beside Dante's hospital bed for 3 days before his eyes finally opened. The bullet had missed his heart by inches, the doctors said, a miracle of anatomy or divine intervention. The burns on his arms and back would scar but heal. Eva's own injuries were superficial. She had been lucky. Governor Wilson had personally arranged for their care after learning of their role in thwarting the assassination attempt. The newspapers called them heroes, though the full story, Dante's past involvement with the anarchists, remained their secret. Vescovi's body had been recovered from the ashes, along with those of 2 of his accomplices. The others had been captured trying to flee the city. The Gran Maravilla was gone. Augustus had insurance, but reproducing would take time and money that might never materialize. The performers scattered, some joining other shows, others returning to the ordinary world they had once escaped. "What will you do now?" Augustus asked when he visited. His showman's confidence dimmed, but not extinguished. Eva looked at Dante, sleeping peacefully under morphine's influence. Heal first, then decide. When Dante was strong enough to leave the hospital, they took a train east, not to join Barnum as Eva had once planned, but to find something new. They stopped in a small town on the shores of Lake Michigan, renting rooms in a boarding house run by a kindly widow who asked no questions about their bandages or nightmares. Autumn painted the lakeside in fiery colours as they slowly rebuilt their strength. They walked the shore daily, Dante leaning on a cane at first, then gradually standing straighter. They talked, really talked, about pasts and possibilities, fears and hopes. "I never thought I'd find peace," Dante admitted one evening as they watched the sunset. "I believed punishment would follow me forever." "Perhaps this is your penance," Eva suggested, touching his scarred hand. "Learning to live without the burden of vengeance." "And you? What burden do you carry now?" Eva considered the question. "The fear of losing what I've found." On the first truly cold day of October, Dante asked Eva to marry him, not with pretty words or grand gestures, but with simple truth as they huddled under shared blankets. "I want to belong to you officially," he said, "as I already do in every way that matters." They married in the lakeside town's small church, with only the widow and the local postmaster as witnesses. Eva wore blue instead of white. Dante had no ring to offer, so he gave her a silver locket instead, inscribed with flame and wing entwined. Not the conventional blessing, the pastor commented when they exchanged vows, but perhaps fitting for your unconventional path. With winter approaching, they needed to decide on a future. The circus life was behind them. Eva's confidence in the ropes had been shaken by the fire, and Dante's injuries made his former feats impossible. Yet they were performers at heart, artists of risk and beauty. The answer came unexpectedly in a letter from Lilith Quinn. She had joined a vaudeville company in New York and heard of a small theatre for sale in the Bowery, run down but structurally sound, with an apartment above. "A place for new beginnings," Lilith wrote. "Perhaps even forgiveness, if you're offering it." Eva had not expected reconciliation from that quarter, but time and tragedy had shifted many relationships. "New York," Dante tested the words. "We could create something different there. Not just spectacle, but true art." "The Flying Morettis," Eva suggested with a smile. "The Phoenix Theatre," he countered, rising from ashes. They arrived in New York as the first snow fell, the city's skyline jagged against grey skies. The theatre was indeed dilapidated, its facade peeling, its interior musty with neglect. But its bones were good, its location promising. Lilith met them with cautious warmth. "It's a risk," she acknowledged, but so was every day in the circus. Work began immediately. Dante's architectural knowledge, gained during his European education, proved invaluable as they redesigned the space. Eva's practical circus experience informed the staging and rigging. They hired local craftsmen, invested every penny of their savings, and borrowed against future earnings. By spring, the Phoenix Theatre was ready, a jewel box of a space, intimate and elegant. Their opening production merged traditional theatre with circus artistry, telling storm stories through movement, light, and carefully controlled flame effects that honoured Dante's former talents without risking safety. The critics were sceptical at first, then intrigued, then enthusiastic. A new art form, the New York Times declared, neither circus nor drama, but something transcendent. Audiences followed, drawn by novelty and retained by genuine artistry. The Morettis developed a company of performers, former circus artists, dancers, actors seeking something beyond conventional stage. Lilith joined as a choreographer. Her bitterness mellowed into creative drive. Eva discovered unexpected joy in teaching others to fly, not with the death-defying risks of her circus days, but with technical precision and artistic purpose. Dante found his voice as a director, his understanding of fire and movement creating tableaux of startling beauty. On the first anniversary of the Chicago fire, they closed the theatre for a private memorial. The company gathered on the empty stage, each lighting a candle for what had been lost and what had been found. "From the Gran Maravilla to the Phoenix," Dante toasted, his scars silvery in the candlelight. "From death to life," Eva raised her glass, "to finding home in each other." Later, alone in their apartment above the theatre, Eva placed her hand over her still flat abdomen. She hadn't told Dante yet, wanted to be certain before offering this newest miracle. "Our greatest production," she whispered to herself, imagining a child with Dante's eyes and her fearlessness, born not in a world of transient tents, but in this place they had created from ruins and dreams. 20 years later, the Phoenix Theatre had become a New York institution, a place where the boundaries between circus, dance and drama dissolved into something uniquely American. Eva and Dante Moretti were legends in theatrical circles, their story of fire and redemption almost as compelling as the productions they created. Their daughter Sophia had grown up in the wings and catwalks of the theatre, absorbing her parents' artistry like air. At 18, she possessed Eva's grace in flight and Dante's hypnotic presence, but her passion was for the emerging art of motion pictures. The new century offered possibilities her parents could never have imagined. "I've been offered a contract in Hollywood," Sophia announced one evening after the performance had ended and the company had dispersed, "to choreograph aerial sequences for Douglas Fairbanks' new adventure film." Eva, now 49 but still lithe, exchanged glances with Dante. His dark hair had silvered at the temples, the burn scars faded to pale maps across his skin, but his eyes remained intensely alive. "California's very far," Eva said carefully. "That's rather the point, Mother." Sophia's smile softened the words. "To see something beyond these walls, beyond your shadows." Dante set down his director's notebook. "Our shadows are so imposing?" "Magnificent and terrifying," Sophia admitted. "Everyone here sees me as the heir to the Moretti legacy. In California I could be simply Sophia." Later, when their daughter had gone to bed, Eva and Dante walked through their empty theatre. 2 decades of memories lived in its rafters, triumphs and failures, innovations and traditions. "She needs to fly without our safety lines," Dante said, his accent still faintly colouring his English after all these years. "I know," Eva leaned against his shoulder. "Allowing it is harder than I expected," says the woman who once leapt without a net. That was different. I had nothing to lose then. Dante kissed her temple. "And now?" "Now I have everything," she whispered. They gave Sophia their blessing and a silver locket matching Eva's, their tradition for journeys and thresholds. The weeks after her departure left a strange emptiness in the theatre, as if some essential spark had travelled west with her. "We're becoming relics, caro mio," Eva observed one evening, as they read Sophia's enthusiastic letters about Hollywood's magic factories, products of a vanishing era. Dante considered this. Perhaps we should embrace the change rather than resist it. His suggestion was radical, documenting their signature performances on film before the original company members grew too old for their most demanding pieces, creating a record of an art form that existed between worlds, preserving techniques and traditions that might otherwise be lost. The project consumed them for 2 years. Eva returned to the trapeze for limited sequences, finding that her body still remembered what her mind had filed away. Dante directed with passionate precision, insisting on capturing not just the movements but the meaning behind them. The resulting film, Flame and Flight: The Phoenix Legacy, debuted in 1929, just as talking pictures were revolutionizing cinema. Critics hailed it as a historic document, a bridge between 19th century spectacle and 20th century storytelling. Sophia returned from California for the premiere, bringing Hollywood connections and modern ideas. "You should tour with this," she urged her parents. "Lecture at universities, present at arts festivals. This isn't just entertainment, it's American cultural history." Eva, who had never imagined herself as history, found the idea both amusing and appealing. Dante, whose academic background had been submerged beneath decades of performance, welcomed the chance to articulate their artistic philosophy. They began modestly with presentations at Columbia University and the Chicago Art Institute. Audiences were fascinated not just by their film but by their stories, especially when they learned that the elegant couple before them had once been the fire eater and his angel who had survived the legendary Chicago tent fire. The Wall Street crash of 1929 temporarily derailed their plans. The Phoenix Theatre struggled as luxury entertainment became unaffordable for many. They adapted, creating simpler productions with deeper meaning, addressing the hardships their audiences faced. Art in hard times, they discovered, needed to offer both escape and understanding. By 1935, as America slowly recovered, they embarked on their most ambitious tour yet. Eva, at 55, no longer performed physically demanding routines, but her presence remained commanding. Dante's lectures on the mathematics of fire and movement attracted academics and artists alike. In Boston, after a particularly successful presentation, a young film student approached them with a recording device. "For an oral history project," she explained, "would you share how you met, how your partnership began?" Eva smiled at Dante. 25 years of marriage had worn smooth the sharp edges of their histories, transforming pain into perspective. "He breathed fire," Eva began. "I flew, and somehow together we learned to land." The student looked confused. "Is that metaphorical?" Dante laughed, the sound still rich despite his 60 years. "No, quite literal, though the landing took some practice." As they recounted their story for the recorder, editing certain details, emphasizing others, Eva realized how their personal history had woven itself into American cultural fabric. The Grand Maravilla was gone, Augustus Wayland long dead, the travelling circus era fading into nostalgia. But something of that world lived on in their theatre, their film, their teachings. "We were fortunate," she told the student. We found our place between worlds, not quite circus, not quite theatre, a perfect balance like standing between earth and air. That night in their hotel room, Eva found Dante looking through an album of photographs they carried on their travels. Faded images of the Gran Maravilla, yellowed newspaper clippings about the Chicago fire, programs from their first Phoenix productions. "Nostalgia, my love?" she asked, sitting beside him. "Memory," he corrected. "There's a difference." "And what does memory tell you tonight?" He touched a photograph of them in their prime, Eva suspended above, Dante creating a spiral of flame below. That we were extraordinary, that what we built matters. "It will outlast us," Eva said with certainty. "As it should." Dante closed the album. Every fire leaves embers. Their final performance came in '40, as Europe burned again and America stood on the precipice of another war. The Phoenix Theatre mounted a benefit for refugee artists, with Dante and Eva appearing one last time in a simplified version of their signature piece. She on a low trapeze, he with carefully controlled flame effects that symbolized rather than demonstrated his former skills. Sophia directed the sequence, reversing their traditional roles. Now it was the daughter guiding the parents, the future shaping the past. When the spotlight faded on their final bow, Eva felt completion rather than loss. "Time to pass the torch," she whispered to Dante. "Quite literally," he replied, with the smile that still, after all these years, made her heart quicken. They remained active in the theatre world as mentors and teachers, watching as their artistic descendants carried their techniques into new mediums. War bond shows, USO performances, even early television. Former students wrote from around the country, describing how they had adapted the Moretti methods for modern audiences. In 1945, as peace returned to the world, Eva and Dante celebrated their 35th anniversary by visiting the site where the Grand Maravilla had last stood in Chicago. The fairground had long since been redeveloped, with no trace remaining of the tent city that had once occupied it. Yet standing there, Eva could almost hear Augustus Wayland's booming announcement, smell the sawdust and grease paint, feel the tension of the rope beneath her hands. "Strange," she murmured. "It feels both ancient and immediate." "Time is circular," Dante said, "like a ring of fire." A young couple passed them, the woman pregnant, the man attentive. Eva watched them, thinking of all the generations that had come and gone since she had first swung through the air above a spellbound audience, since Dante had first sent flames dancing into the darkness. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked suddenly. "The path we chose?" Dante considered the question with the thoughtfulness that had deepened with age. "I regret the pain, the losses, but not the choice itself." He took her hand, his fingers still strong despite arthritis. "You?" "Never," Eva said firmly. "Not for a moment." Their story entered academic textbooks in the 1950s as circus arts gained scholarly attention. Graduate students occasionally appeared at their door, notebooks in hand, eager to interview the pioneers of aerial theatrical fusion. Dante, retired to their small house near the Hudson River, enjoyed these intellectual exchanges. Eva preferred to demonstrate rather than discuss, showing young performers how to understand the physics of their bodies in space. Sophia's career flourished in the film industry, her Moretti name opening doors that her talent kept open. She married a cinematographer, had 2 children, Antonio and Eva, and visited her parents as often as Hollywood schedules allowed. The grandchildren grew up hearing circus stories that seemed to them like fairy tales from an impossibly distant era. "Did you really swing over fire, Grandma?" young Eva asked during one summer visit. "I did. And your grandfather really ate fire. Weren't you scared?" The elder Eva considered the question. "Yes, but being scared and being brave often happen at the same time." In 1959, Dante suffered a stroke that left him partially paralysed. The fire eater who had once commanded flames became dependent on others for basic needs. Eva, herself slowed by age but still strong, became his primary caregiver. "You should hire someone," Sophia urged during a rare visit east. "This is too much for you." "He crossed through fire for me once," Eva replied simply. "I can cross this with him." They adapted, as they had always adapted. Eva read to Dante from the books he could no longer hold. She described sunset colours he could no longer see clearly. When his speech slurred, she learned to interpret, becoming his voice to the world. Their love, forged in spectacle, endured in these quiet intimacies. On their 50th anniversary, former company members from the Phoenix gathered at their home for a celebration. Many were now elderly themselves, their performing days long past. They brought mementos, photographs, stories that blended fact and legend. Lilith Quinn, her red hair faded to coral, embraced Eva with genuine affection. "Who would have thought we'd end as friends?" she marvelled. "Who would have thought we'd end at all?" Eva countered with a smile. "We were immortal once." "Ah, but only on stage," Lilith said. "The rest was always borrowed time." After the guests had gone, Eva wheeled Dante to their bedroom window, which offered a view of the Hudson. The moon cast a silver path across the water, nature's spotlighting. 50 years, Eva mused. Half a century since a stubborn Italian ruined my solo act. Dante's laugh was quieter than it once had been, but his eyes still held their particular intensity. "Best interruption ever," he managed. Eva kissed his forehead. Yes, it was. Dante died peacefully in his sleep 3 months later. Eva, who had prepared for this inevitability for years, found herself unexpectedly hollowed by his absence. They'd been separate people with separate minds, yet their identities had intertwined so thoroughly that she sometimes forgot where she ended and he began. The Phoenix Theatre, now run by a former student, held a memorial performance featuring readings from Dante's directing notes and excerpts from their film. Critics who had followed their career wrote eloquent tributes. The New York Times called him the last of the classical fire artists, who transformed spectacle into poetry. Eva received these honours with composure, but her private grief was elemental. In the months that followed, she withdrew from public appearances, focusing instead on organising Dante's papers for donation to a theatrical archive. His legacy, she was determined, would not be lost to time. Sophia urged her mother to move to California. "You shouldn't be alone, Mother, not at your age." "I'm not alone," Eva insisted. "I'm surrounded by our life's work." By 1965, the world had changed beyond recognition from the America that had once marvelled at travelling circuses. Television had replaced live entertainment for many. The Phoenix Theatre struggled against shifting cultural currents, ultimately reinventing itself as an experimental space for avant-garde productions that would have both mystified and intrigued Dante. Eva, approaching 80 but still independent, received a surprising invitation to consult on a new museum exhibition about American circus history. The curator, a granddaughter of Augustus Whalen, had uncovered remarkable artefacts from the Grand Maravilla's heyday, including original posters featuring the fire eater and his angel. "Your story bridges the traditional circus and modern performance art," the curator explained. "We'd love to feature it prominently." Eva agreed to the project, finding unexpected satisfaction in seeing their early years presented as cultural history. She provided photographs, costume sketches, and detailed descriptions of routines long since impossible to recreate. The exhibition opened at the Smithsonian in Washington, with Eva attending as a guest of honour. Standing before the display about the Chicago fire, which featured a half-burned poster salvaged from the wreckage, she felt time compress. The young woman who had swung through flames seemed both herself and a stranger, a girl she had once known intimately, but could now observe with the detachment of age. A child's voice interrupted her reverie. "Excuse me, ma'am," a girl of perhaps 10 said hesitantly. "Are you her? The lady in the picture?" Eva smiled. "I was, a very long time ago." The girl's eyes widened. "What was it like to fly?" "Wonderful and terrible," Eva answered truthfully, "like being made entirely of light." "And was he really your husband?" The girl pointed to Dante's image. "The fireman?" "Yes, for 50 years." "Were you scared of his fire?" Eva considered the layers of that question. "At first, then I learned that the right kind of fire doesn't consume what it loves. It illuminates it." The girl seemed to ponder this. "I want to fly someday." "Then you must learn to trust the air," Eva told her, "and yourself." Later, watching other visitors move through the exhibition, Eva recognized that their story had become part of a larger American narrative about spectacle and art, immigration and reinvention, love that transcended expectation. The personal details mattered less now than the archetypal journey. Two people who had found each other across difference, who had built something lasting from the ephemeral. On her 80th birthday, Eva received a package from Sophia, a carefully restored reel of film discovered in a Hollywood archive. The label read simply, "Moretti Fire and Flight Test, 1912. Eva watched it alone in her living room, tears streaming as grainy images flickered to life on her wall. There they were, impossibly young, incredibly daring, performing their signature routine for what must have been an early motion picture experiment. The quality was poor, the frame jumpy, but the chemistry between them remained electric across 6 decades. When Sophia called to ask how she liked the gift, Eva struggled to find words. "It's like seeing ghosts," she finally said. "Beautiful ghosts." "They're not ghosts, Mother," Sophia replied gently. "They're you, parts of you that still exist, just in different form." Eva lived to see her great-grandchildren, to witness the modern circus renaissance of the 1970s, to receive academic recognition for her contributions to American physical theatre. Her body gradually surrendered its extraordinary capabilities, but her mind remained precise, her memory a treasury of vanished moments. In her final years, she moved to California to be near Sophia. Their backyard performances for neighborhood children became local legend. The ancient aerialist demonstrating hand positions from her wheelchair, telling stories that span the century. Eva died in the spring of 1976, just shy of 90. The obituaries called her the last link to America's golden age of circus, but Sophia knew better. Her mother's legacy continued in every performer who balanced risk and beauty, who transformed fear into art. The footage plays on a museum screen, restored and digitized for modern viewers. A young girl watches, transfixed, as a woman in white swoops down from impossible heights, while a dark-haired man sends flames spiraling beneath her. The black and white images flicker like memory itself. "Who were they?" the girl asks her mother. The mother, grey-haired but with familiar eyes, smiles and settles beside her daughter on the bench. "That's your great-great-grandmother Eva," she explains, "and your great-great-grandfather Dante." "They look magical," the girl whispers. "They were, in their way." "Tell me their story again," the child pleads. "From the beginning." The woman, named Sophia after her grandmother, gazes at the screen where her ancestors perform their dangerous dance for all eternity. She sees in her daughter's face the same wonder that has passed through generations of their family, the same fascination with flight and flame. "He breathed fire," she begins, echoing words first spoken a century earlier. "She flew, and somehow together they learned to land." Second verse, same song. The fluorescent lights of the Oakwood High Gymnasium hummed, casting long, distorted shadows across the polished floor. It was senior year, that strange precipice between childhood comfort and the terrifying expanse of the unknown future. For Alex, 17 and armed with a slightly battered Fender Stratocaster knockoff, the future was a song waiting to be written, preferably loud and with a killer guitar solo. He stood nervously near the makeshift stage, a few risers pushed together, waiting for his turn at the talent show auditions. He wasn't aiming for glory, not really. He just wanted a chance to play the riff that had been buzzing under his skin for weeks, a nervous energy translated into notes. Then she walked in. Morgan. He knew her, of course, small town, you knew everyone, or at least knew of them. But he didn't know her, not like this. She carried herself with a quiet intensity, her dark hair pulled back loosely, a worn poetry anthology peeking out of her tote bag. She wasn't flashy, but there was an undeniable presence about her, an undercurrent of something deep and resonant. When her name was called, she stepped up to the lone microphone stand, took a breath, and opened her mouth. The sound that filled the gym wasn't just singing, it was a force. Clear, powerful, laced with an emotion that seemed far too complex for someone still navigating locker combinations and prom dates. She sang an a cappella rendition of a blues standard, something raw and full of yearning. Alex felt the air shift, the hum of the lights fading into the background. He wasn't just hearing a voice, he was feeling it, a vibration that resonated somewhere deep in his chest, next to the chords he hadn't yet played. Mr. Henderson, the perpetually optimistic music teacher, beamed. "Morgan, astounding as always. Alex, you're up." Alex stumbled forward, plugged in his guitar, and launched into his riff. It was okay, technically proficient, fueled by youthful energy, but after Morgan's performance it felt thin, incomplete. Mr. Hondelborn, Henderson tapped his chin. "Alex, great energy. Morgan, that voice, you know what? I have an idea. Why don't you two try working together? A duet. Find a song, or better yet..." He paused for dramatic effect. "Write one. Paired together." Alex felt a jolt, a mix of terror and exhilaration. Morgan simply nodded, her expression unreadable but for a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Their first rehearsal was awkward. They met in the deserted bandroom after school, the air thick with the smell of valve oil and old sheet music. Alex noodled aimlessly on his guitar, chords that felt suddenly inadequate. Morgan sat cross-legged on an amplifier, flipping through her notebook. "So," Alex finally managed, "any ideas?" Morgan looked up. "I don't know. What do you usually write about?" "Duff," he mumbled. "Girls, driving around, wanting to get out of this town." She smiled, a small, genuine curve of her lips that lit up her face. "Standard songwriter fare?" She paused, then tilted her head. "What if we wrote about this? Right now? This feeling? Like standing on the edge of something?" And just like that, the awkwardness began to dissolve, replaced by a shared frequency. Alex played a hesitant chord progression, something melancholic but hopeful. Morgan listened intently, then began to hum, a melody weaving itself around his guitar. Words followed, tentative at first, then bolder. They talked about the bittersweet ache of senior year, the pull of the future, the fear of losing what felt so immediate, so real. They wrote about late-night drives with the windows down, shared secrets whispered in the dark, the feeling that this moment, this connection, was both fleeting and eternal. Over the next few weeks they were inseparable. They wrote in the band room in Alex's cluttered garage, under the bleachers overlooking the football field. He'd play a riff, she'd find the words, she'd sing a line, he'd build the harmony around it. The song took shape, a raw acoustic piece they tentatively titled Same Song. It wasn't just about young love, it was about the specific, fragile intensity of their love, the kind that feels like the only song the universe knows how to play. It captured the thrill of discovery, the comfort of being truly seen, the quiet dread of the inevitable ending that loomed with graduation. Their first kiss happened during a frantic late-night writing session, fueled by cheap pizza and nervous energy. Alex had just figured out the bridge, a soaring, slightly dissonant section that perfectly captured the tension they felt. Morgan leaned closer to hear it better, her hair brushing his cheek. The air crackled. He stopped playing, looked at her, and the world narrowed to the space between them. The kiss was hesitant, then deepening, a harmony they hadn't planned but felt utterly right. They became Alex and a Morgan, a single entity navigating the final frantic months of high school. They held hands in the hallways, shared knowing glances across crowded classrooms, found excuses to be together every possible moment. They even recorded a demo of Same Song on Alex's ancient cassette recorder, layering his guitar and her vocals, the tape hiss adding a layer of nostalgic imperfection. It was their anthem, their secret handshake, the tangible proof of what they shared. But graduation wasn't just a concept, it was a rapidly approaching date on the calendar. Acceptance letters arrived. Alex got into a prestigious music program in Nashville, a dream he hadn't dared to fully admit even to himself. Morgan was accepted into a vocal performance program in Boston, a chance to hone her incredible talent. Different states, different dreams. The conversation happened on a blanket spread under the stars at Miller's Point, their spot overlooking the sleeping town. The air was thick with unspoken words. "Nashville," Alex said softly, tracing the rim of a soda can. "It's everything I've worked for." "Boston," Morgan whispered, her voice catching. "It's where I need to be, to really learn." They didn't fight. There were no accusations, no ultimatums, just a deep shared sadness, a mutual understanding that the paths they needed to walk were diverging. They clung to the idea of staying together, long distance, making it work. But even as they made the promises, calls every night, visits during breaks, a heavier truth settled between them. They were young. They needed to explore, to grow, to become the artists they were meant to be, independently. "It's the right thing, isn't it?" Morgan asked, tears finally slipping down her cheeks, "even though it feels completely wrong." Alex couldn't speak. He just pulled her close, burying his face in her hair, breathing in the scent of her shampoo and the faint aroma of the woods around them. It felt like tearing himself in two. On their last day together before heading off to different corners of the country, they exchanged gifts. Alex fastened a simple silver chain around her neck. Dangling from it was the worn tortoiseshell guitar pick he'd used during their first talent show duet practice. "So you don't forget the first verse," he mumbled, his voice thick. Morgan pressed a familiar dog-eared journal into his hands. It was the one she carried everywhere, filled with her elegant script. "There are lyrics in here," she said, her eyes meeting his, full of unshed tears. "Ones we started, ones we never finished. Maybe someday you can finish them." They held each other one last time, a long, desperate embrace that tried to contain all the love, all the memories, all the unwritten verses. Then they pulled apart, turned, and walked away, the melody of Same Song echoing silently in the space between them, a bittersweet reminder of a harmony interrupted. The cheap cassette tape, tucked away in a box in Alex's childhood bedroom, held the only recording, a ghost of a promise whispered onto magnetic tape. 15 years. Sometimes it felt like a lifetime, other times like the blink of an eye. The Asheville summer air hung thick and humid, alive with the thrum of distant bass lines and the murmur of crowds. The annual Foothills Folk and Roots Festival was in full swing. a sprawling celebration of strings, stories and soul nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Alex, now 32, adjusted the strap of his well-loved acoustic guitar case on his shoulder. He navigated the bustling backstage area, a labyrinth of tents, trailers and scurrying crew members. Success had found him, albeit the quiet indie darling kind. He'd released 3 critically acclaimed albums, toured constantly, building a loyal following with his introspective lyrics and intricate guitar work. He wrote songs about longing, about landscapes, about the ghosts that lingered just out of sight. He poured his experiences into his music, yet a certain guardedness remained, a reluctance to fully revisit the raw vulnerability of his youth. He still carried the weight of that first sharp heartbreak, a subtle minor key beneath his newer melodies. Nashville had honed his craft, but it hadn't entirely healed the old wounds. He was here as a solo act, booked for a prime slot on the main stage Saturday evening. Morgan, also 32, checked her reflection in the window of a catering truck, smoothing down her simple linen dress. The years had been transformative. Boston had polished her voice into an instrument of breathtaking range and control. After graduation, she'd navigated the often brutal music industry, fronting bands, doing session work, and eventually finding her niche as a highly sought-after vocal coach. She'd built a significant online following through powerful performance videos and insightful tutorials, her passion for music undimmed. She was also newly single, emerging bruised but resolute from a tumultuous relationship with a charismatic but controlling record producer. She was at the festival to lead a vocal workshop and perform a short set on one of the smaller stages, looking forward to immersing herself in music and reclaiming her own rhythm. Neither knew the other was there. Their lives had taken such different trajectories, their paths diverging so completely after that tearful goodbye that the possibility of crossing streams hadn't even registered. They'd lost touch gradually, the nightly calls dwindling to occasional emails, then silence. Life, careers, and new relationships had filled the void, burying the memory of same song under layers of adult experience. Alex found his assigned green room, a small trailer thankfully equipped with air conditioning. Liam, the festival's slightly frazzled stage manager, poked his head in. "Alex, glad you made it settling in." "Yeah, man, good to be here," Alex replied, cracking open a bottle of water. "So, listen." Liam shifted his weight, clutching a clipboard. "Bit of a schedule change for the closing night tribute. We had a last-minute cancellation for the duet spot." Alex raised an eyebrow. "Okay." "Well, we were scrambling, but then we realised... You know, Morgan Vance is here, right? The vocal coach, amazing performer?" Alex froze, the water bottle halfway to his lips. Morgan Vance, he knew the name. He'd seen her videos online, admired her talent from a distance, always with a strange pang of detached recognition. He hadn't connected that Morgan Vance with his Morgan. It seemed impossible. "Yeah, I know who she is," Alex said carefully, his pulse suddenly erratic. "Eat, because we thought you two together. A surprise duet for the final act Sunday night. A tribute to classic songwriting duos. Your styles would just mesh perfectly. What do you think?" Liam beamed, oblivious to the bomb he'd just dropped. Alex felt the air leave his lungs. Morgan, here, a duet? After all these years? His mind raced, a chaotic mix of disbelief, dread, and a terrifying flicker of something else, hope. He stammered. "I mean... yeah, why not? Who wouldn't want to sing with Morgan Vance?" He forced a casual tone, but his hands felt clammy. "Fantastic!" Liam made a note on his clipboard. "I'll let her know. We've booked the main rehearsal space for you two tomorrow afternoon. 4 o'clock sharp?" "Sounds good," Alex managed, his voice sounding distant even to his own ears. Liam bustled out, leaving Alex alone in the suddenly too small trailer. Morgan. He sank onto the cheap sofa, his guitar case leaning against his knees. He ran a hand through his hair. 15 years dissolved in an instant, leaving him feeling 17 again, awkward and utterly unprepared. The next afternoon, Alex approached the designated rehearsal tent with the trepidation of someone walking toward a firing squad. He could hear music from inside, a piano playing a simple, elegant melody. He paused, took a deep breath, and pushed aside the tent flap. She was sitting at the keyboard, her back to him, lost in the music. She looked different, of course, more polished, more self-assured, but the line of her shoulders, the way her head tilted as she played, it was undeniably Morgan. She finished the phrase and turned, her eyes widening slightly as she saw him standing there. The air crackled, thick with unspoken history. "Alex?" Her voice was the same, yet richer, deeper. "Morgan," he replied, his own voice rough. Or, Morgan Vance, I guess." A small, uncertain smile touched her lips. "Just Morgan is fine." "Wow. Alex." An awkward silence stretched between them. Years of unsaid things, different lives lived, hung heavy in the air. The easy intimacy they'd shared felt like a phantom limb, a memory that didn't quite fit the present reality. "So," Morgan broke the silence, gesturing towards the microphone stand set up in the centre of the tent. "Liam said something about a surprise duet." "Yeah, last-minute thing," Alex said, trying to sound nonchalant. "He seemed pretty excited about pairing us up." "It's unexpected," she admitted, her gaze searching his face. "I saw your name on the lineup, of course. Your music is..." She hesitated. "It's really good, Alex. You found your voice." "Thanks," he mumbled, feeling a flush creep up his neck. "You too. Obviously. Your online stuff is incredible." They moved towards the centre of the space, the tension palpable. They ran through a few potential covers, classic folk duets, familiar territory. Their voices, though changed by time and training, blended almost instinctively. The old harmony was still there, buried beneath the surface. On stage, even in the sterile rehearsal tent, the chemistry was undeniable, an electric current passing between them as they traded verses. It was familiar yet new, exciting yet deeply unsettling. Liam popped his head back in towards the end of their allotted time. "How's it sounding, folks?" "Pretty good," Morgan said, glancing at Alex. "Yeah, we're getting there," Alex agreed. "Fantastic. Now, I had another thought," Liam said, pulling out his phone. "I was doing a deep dive, research, and I stumbled across this old recording. Terrible quality. Sounds like it's on a cassette." He played a few seconds of tinny, warbly audio. Alex's blood ran cold. It was them. 17 years old, voices cracking slightly, singing same song in his garage. The tape hissed like audible dust motes. Liam continued, oblivious. "Is that... you guys?" Morgan stared at the phone, her face pale. "Where did you find that?" "Some obscure corner of the internet. An old high school band archive site, maybe. Anyway, the melody, the lyrics, they're beautiful, raw but beautiful. What if for the encore Sunday night you performed this? Your own song. Talk about a full circle moment." Alex looked at Morgan. Her eyes were wide, mirroring the shock and turmoil he felt. That song, their song, the one born from their first connection, the one sealed with their breakup, the one neither of them had likely listened to, let alone performed in 15 years. Resurfacing it felt like excavating a time capsule, unearthing emotions they had both carefully buried. Nostalgia warred with the remembered pain of their parting, the unresolved questions swirling in the charged air between them. I don't know," Morgan stammered, looking away. "It's been a long time," Alex added, the understatement hanging heavy in the humid tent. Liam, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere but misinterpreting it as artistic modesty, just grinned. Think about it. It would be magic. Pure festival magic. He gave them a cheerful wave and disappeared again. Alone once more, Alex and Morgan stood in silence, the ghost of their 17-year-old voices hanging in the air, the weight of their shared past pressing down on them. The same song, unfinished and unresolved, was suddenly terrifyingly back on the set list. The Asheville Festival pulsed with life around them, a vibrant ecosystem of music, craft beer, and swirling crowds. Yet for Alex and Morgan, the noise seemed to fade whenever they found themselves drawn back into each other's orbit. The initial awkwardness of the reunion slowly began to yield, replaced by a hesitant curiosity, a careful exploration of the 15 years that lay between their past and present. They started spending time together, initially under the guise of rehearsing for the Sunday duet, but soon seeking each other out during downtime between sets and workshops. They grabbed coffee from a vendor truck, sharing a picnic table under the shade of a sprawling oak tree. They wandered through the craft booths, commenting on handmade pottery and tie-dyed shirts. Each interaction felt like deciphering an old map, tracing familiar routes that led to unexpectedly changed landscapes. Their conversations, at first tentative, grew deeper, more candid. They talked about the years immediately following their split, the loneliness of new cities, the struggle to find their artistic footing, the relationships that had shaped them, for better or worse. Nashville was intense, Alex admitted, stirring his coffee. Sink or swim, I swam mostly, wrote a lot of sad songs. He offered a self-deprecating smile. Guess some things don't change. Boston pushed me, Morgan shared, tracing patterns on the wooden table. Technically, vocally, but finding my own artistic voice separate from what instructors or others wanted, that took longer. She alluded vaguely to her recent breakup, the shadow of it still visible in her eyes. It's hard sometimes, untangling your art from your relationships. Alex nodded, understanding more than she might realise. His own romantic history had been a series of near misses, relationships that flickered but never quite caught fire, always measured against a memory he tried to ignore. One afternoon, escaping the main festival grounds, they found a quiet spot by the Swannanoa River, the gentle murmur of the water a soothing counterpoint to the distant music. Alex had his guitar, not the one he performed with, but an older, travel-worn acoustic. Morgan pulled out a familiar-looking notebook, not the original journal she'd given him, but clearly its descendant. "You know," Morgan said softly, looking out at the water, "after we split, I kept writing, adding verses to same song." She opened the notebook, revealing pages filled with her distinctive script. Not constantly, but whenever something big happened, a milestone, a heartbreak, a moment of clarity, it felt like checking in with us, or with the memory of us. Alex felt a lump form in his throat. He hadn't known. He'd kept her journal safe, tucked away in her box, but he hadn't dared open it often, the unfinished lyrics a painful reminder. "I kept the journal you gave me," he confessed. I couldn't finish the lyrics, but the melodies, bits and pieces of things we wrote back then, they still show up in my songs. Sometimes I don't even realise it until later." He started playing then, not same song, but a new melody, something quiet and searching. Morgan listened, then, hesitantly at first, began to hum along, finding a harmony. Soon she was pulling lines from her notebook, weaving them into his music. They weren't just rehearsing anymore, they were creating, the old spark flaring back to life, fueled by 15 years of separate experiences that somehow still resonated on the same frequency. They played for hours, the sun dappling through the leaves, the rest of the world falling away until it was just the two of them and the music they made together, a language they'd never forgotten how to speak. That evening, there was an informal bonfire acoustic set near the artist's camping area. someone coaxed Alex into playing a song. He glanced towards Morgan, who was sitting on a log bathed in the flickering firelight. He started playing one of his own tunes, but halfway through he shifted the chords, finding the familiar progression of same song. He sang the first verse, his voice filled with a newfound resonance, his eyes finding hers across the fire. Without a word, Morgan stood up, walked over and joined him on the second verse, her voice blending with his as if no time had passed at all. It wasn't the full raw version from the demo tape, nor the version Liam had proposed. It was something new, imbued with the weight of their lived experiences. The small crowd fell silent, captivated by the palpable emotion radiating from them. As the last chord faded, the only sound was the crackling fire. Later, walking back towards their respective accommodations under a canopy of trees strung with fairy lights, the air felt charged. The music, the firelight, the shared vulnerability, it had stripped away the last layers of their reserve. Alex stopped, turning to face her. "Morgan," he started, then stopped. Words felt inadequate. She looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the tiny lights. He reached out, his fingers brushing her cheek, a spark igniting at the contact. And then he kissed her. It wasn't like the tentative kiss of their youth. This was a kiss freighted with years of unspoken longing, regret, and the overwhelming relief of reunion. It was a kiss that acknowledged the past but anchored itself firmly in the present, a desperate, hopeful collision under the Carolina stars. The fragile bubble of their rekindling, however, was soon threatened. The next day, a sleek black car pulled up backstage. Out stepped Julian Vance, Morgan's recent ex, the record producer. He was all sharp suit and predatory charm, ostensibly there to support Morgan, but clearly intending to reassert his influence. He cornered her after her workshop, waving a recording contract. "Morgan, darling," he crooned, loud enough for Alex standing nearby to overhear. "I pulled some strings. This is a major label deal. Solo album. Big budget. We can pick up right where we left off, professionally speaking, of course." The implication hung in the air. The contract came with strings, the kind that tangled art with control, the kind she'd just escaped. Morgan looked trapped, the old anxieties flickering across her face. Before Alex could intervene, his own manager intercepted him, phone pressed to his ear. "Alex, great news. That European solo tour we pitched. They want you, starting in 6 weeks. It's huge, man, career-defining." Alex looked from his beaming manager to Morgan, who was trying to extricate herself from Julian's possessive grip. 6 weeks, a solo tour, the kind of opportunity he dreamed of, but it meant leaving, just as he and Morgan were finding their way back to a harmony he hadn't realised he was missing so desperately. Julian's arrival, the tour offer, suddenly the world was rushing back in, presenting them both with choices, demanding they decide if the tentative song they were rewriting together was worth risking the paths they'd forged alone. The chaos of the festival seemed to mirror the turmoil within them, pulling their newfound harmony into sharp, potentially discordant relief. Sunday night. The air crackled with the energy of 1,000 endings and beginnings. The final night of the Foothills Festival. The main stage lights blazed, illuminating a sea of faces turned expectantly towards the platform. Backstage, the atmosphere was a hum of controlled chaos, but for Alex and Morgan, standing in the wings, a pocket of intense quiet seemed to surround them. They hadn't had much time to talk since the dual bombshells of Julian's contract offer and Alex's tour opportunity. Stolen moments between sound checks and crowd navigation were filled with charged glances and unspoken questions. The weight of their impending choices pressed down on them, adding another layer of complexity to the performance ahead. Julian lingered obnoxiously nearby, a smug reminder of one possible future for Morgan. Alex's manager kept shooting him encouraging thumbs-ups about the tour, representing another. Liam gave them the 2-minute warning. Alex turned to Morgan, his expression serious. "Are we doing this?" The old song. Morgan met his gaze, a flicker of uncertainty warring with a newfound resolve. She'd spent the day grappling with Julian's offer, the lure of mainstream success battling the bitter memory of his control. Seeing Alex wrestle with his own opportunity, seeing the music they rediscovered together, it clarified things. Yes, she said, her voice firm, but not the old song, our song, the finished version. She'd shown him the completed lyrics earlier that day, the verses she'd written over 15 years, chronicling her journey, her heartbreaks, her resilience. He'd read them, his chest tight with emotion, recognizing fragments of his own story mirrored in hers. It was no longer just a song about naive first love. It was an anthem of survival, growth, and the enduring power of a foundational connection. "Okay," Alex breathed, feeling a surge of adrenaline mixed with profound emotion. "Let's give them the second verse." They walked onto the stage to thunderous applause. The crowd knew them individually, the buzz about their surprise duet fueled by Liam's enthusiastic hints and their palpable chemistry at the bonfire had spread like wildfire. They took their places, Alex with his acoustic guitar, Morgan at the microphone stand. A hush fell over the audience. Alex played the opening chords of Same Song, the simple CG AMF progression, instantly familiar yet somehow deeper, richer than it had sounded from a tinny cassette speaker. He sang the first verse, the lyrics about nervous beginnings and small-town dreams taking on a poignant nostalgic quality. Then Morgan came in, her voice soaring, clear and strong, singing the second verse, the one that spoke of leaving home, of finding strength in solitude, of lessons learned the hard way. Their eyes met, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. They moved into the bridge, the section Alex had crafted all those years ago, its dissonant hopefulness now perfectly capturing the tension and beauty of their reunion. Then came the new verses, the ones Morgan had carried in her notebook for years. She sang of ambition and disillusionment, of loves lost and independence gained. Alex joined her, his harmony wrapping around her melody, their voices blending seamlessly as they sang about the ghosts of the past and the courage to face the future. The final chorus swelled, no longer just about teenage promises, but about mature understanding, about forgiveness, about the choice to try again, armed with the wisdom of experience. It's the same song, a different key, played by who we learned to be. Second verse. The harmony finally feels like you and me. As the last chord resonated, soaking into the rapt silence of the crowd, it felt less like an ending and more like a statement. The silence held for a beat, then erupted into overwhelming applause, punctuated by cheers and even some visible tears near the front. The raw honesty of the performance, the narrative of resilience and rediscovered love woven into the music, had struck a profound chord. They stood side by side, bathed in the stage lights, not bowing immediately, just breathing, letting the moment sink in. Alex instinctively reached for Morgan's hand, and she laced her fingers through his. They turned, smiled at the audience, and took a shared bow. Backstage, the adrenaline still coursing through them, they found a quiet corner away from the congratulatory chaos. They didn't speak for a long moment. The weight of the performance, the choices they'd made explicit in those lyrics, hanging between them. The noise of the festival seemed distant, muffled. "So," Alex said finally, his voice quiet, still holding her hand, "that felt right." "It did," Morgan agreed, her eyes shining. "Julian cornered me again before we went on. I told him no, politely but firmly, no contract." Alex squeezed her hand. "My manager wants an answer about the tour by tomorrow morning." He looked at her, his gaze steady. "Europe seems a lot less appealing right now." A slow smile spread across Morgan's face. "Funny. I was just thinking Asheville is starting to feel like home." He smiled back, a genuine, unrestrained smile that reached his eyes. I was thinking, maybe we have more songs to write, together. An EP, Morgan suggested, her smile widening. Maybe find a little cabin studio somewhere up here in the mountains. Deal, Alex said, leaning in to kiss her softly, sealing the promise not with youthful desperation, but with mature intention. 1 year later. The stage lights felt familiar, comfortable. The venue wasn't a sprawling festival ground, but an acclaimed mid-sized theatre in Chicago, sold out. On stage, Alex and Morgan stood side by side, instruments in hand, finishing the last song of their set. Their joint EP second verse, recorded in a rustic cabin studio nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains just outside Asheville, had been a surprise hit. Critics lauded its emotional honesty, the seamless blend of Alex's intricate instrumentation and Morgan's powerhouse vocals, and the songwriting that spoke of love found, lost, and bravely rediscovered. It had climbed the indie charts, resonated deeply with listeners, and just last week it had officially gone gold. They finished the song, a new one, full of hope and the quiet joy of shared creation, to sustained applause. They looked at each other, a silent communication passing between them, a testament to the harmony they'd rebuilt, stronger and more resonant than before. They joined hands, mirroring that moment backstage at the festival a year prior, but now under the bright lights, sharing their story with the world. As they took their final bow, the spotlight catching the glint of the silver chain with the worn guitar pick around Morgan's neck, it felt less like an ending, and more like the beginning of a beautiful, long overdue second movement. The song was the same, but the verses were richer, the harmony sweeter, and the future stretched before them full of unwritten music. Echoes of Autumn. Catherine Winters stood at her kitchen window, watching autumn leaves spiral down from the massive oak that had guarded her home for 30 years. 53 years old today, and the universe had sent her a windstorm as a birthday gift. How fitting. Her phone buzzed on the counter, a text from her daughter in Seattle. "Happy birthday, Mum. Did the package arrive?" It had. Unopened, it sat on her dining room table like an unexploded ordnance. Ellie meant well, but Catherine couldn't bear another well-intentioned self-help book or meditation cushion. "Not today." She texted back, "It did. Thank you, sweetheart. Opening it later when I'm back from my walk." A small deception. She had no intention of walking in this wind, but it bought her time. 20 years as a high school counsellor had taught her that sometimes small untruths prevented larger hurts. Catherine's gaze drifted to the wall calendar, the only analogue remnant in her increasingly digital life. October 15th was circled in faded red marker. Not for her birthday, she never bothered marking that, but because 19 years ago today, David had left for work and never come home. Heart attack at 42, a cliché really, except when it happens to your husband. The wind moaned through the eaves, a sound that always reminded her of David's snoring. She'd complained about that snoring for years, until suddenly the bedroom became tomb quiet. What she wouldn't give now to hear that rumbling symphony again. The doorbell rang, startling her. Catherine wasn't expecting anyone. Her friends knew better than to surprise her on this day. Through the peephole she saw only a delivery uniform and a clipboard. Probably another birthday gift, maybe from her sister in Phoenix. Catherine Winters. The delivery woman was in her early 60s, silver-streaked hair escaping from beneath her cap, face weathered by decades of sun and wind. "Yes, that's me. Special delivery. Need your signature." She handed over the clipboard while balancing a package no bigger than a hardback novel. Catherine signed and accepted the package. No return address, just her name in unfamiliar handwriting. "Thanks, nasty weather we're having," Catherine offered, suddenly not wanting to be alone. "Best kind," the woman smiled. "Wind clears away what needs clearing." Before Catherine could respond, the delivery woman was already heading down the walkway, leaning into the gusting wind like she welcomed its challenge. Back inside, Catherine examined the package. Plain brown paper, secured with twine rather than tape, like something from another era. No labels or barcodes, just her name and address in blue ink. She untied the twine, unfolded the paper. Inside was a wooden box with a simple brass latch. The wood was dark with age, polished by years of handling. When she opened it, her breath caught. Inside, nestled in faded blue velvet, was David's pocket watch. The one that had belonged to his grandfather, the one that had been buried with him 19 years ago today. Catherine's hands trembled as she lifted it out. The weight was exactly as she remembered, substantial solid gold with his initials engraved on the back. She'd always loved how it felt slightly warm, as if it generated its own heat. This was impossible. She'd watched them place this watch in David's pocket before they closed the casket. She'd insisted on it, knowing how he'd check the time on it a dozen times daily, a nervous habit she'd found endearing. She opened the case. The watch face was pristine, the second hand sweeping smoothly. It showed exactly the right time, and tucked into the lid of the case was a small folded note she'd never seen before. Catherine unfolded it with shaking fingers. "My Kath, if you're reading this, then it worked. I don't know how to explain what's happening to me, but I need to try. Time isn't what we think it is. Neither is death. Tomorrow morning at 8:17, go to Holloway Park, to our bench. Bring the watch. I've missed you for so long, David." Catherine stared at the note, at handwriting she knew as well as her own. The logical part of her brain, the counsellor who'd helped hundreds of teenagers navigate grief and delusion, was already manufacturing explanations. A cruel prank, a forgotten keepsake with a note she'd somehow never seen. Early onset dementia making her believe this was real. But her heart, the part of her that had never fully accepted that David was gone, thundered with a different possibility. The watch ticked in her palm, warm and insistent as a heartbeat. Outside, the wind rose to a howl and the last leaves of autumn tore free from the oak tree, swirling upward in a frantic dance against the darkening sky. Catherine barely slept. How could she, with David's watch ticking on her nightstand and his impossible note tucked beneath her pillow? She'd reread it dozens of times, analysing every curve and stroke of his handwriting, looking for evidence that someone had forged it. But it was his, the slightly slanted A's, the way he crossed his T's with a flourish, how he always wrote her name with a small heart dotting the I instead of a dot. Details no one could know to fake. By dawn, she'd cycled through every explanation, elaborate birthday prank, hallucination, dream, or the simplest yet most impossible option, that somehow David was reaching across 19 years of absence to contact her. At 7:30, she gave up on rational thought and got dressed. The storm had cleared overnight, leaving behind that peculiar autumn clarity where everything seems outlined in gold. She slipped the watch into her coat pocket, its weight anchoring her to reality. Holloway Park was a 15-minute walk, which gave her time to prepare for disappointment. The bench David had mentioned sat beneath a copper beech tree, overlooking the duck pond. They'd spent countless Sunday afternoons there, watching their daughter feed ducks, planning futures that never materialised. As she approached, Catherine saw the bench was empty. Of course it was. What had she expected? She sat down, feeling foolish yet unable to leave. The watch in her pocket showed 8:15, 2 minutes to whatever wasn't going to happen. A squirrel darted past her feet, clutching an acorn. The park was quiet this early, just a few dedicated joggers and an elderly man walking a corgi that waddled more than walked. Normal, ordinary, no magic or mystery. Her phone buzzed. Ellie again. "Did you open my gift?" Catherine sighed and replied, "Not yet, sweetie. Soon." 8:17 came and went. Catherine sat for 5 more minutes, then 10. The sun climbed higher, burning away the morning chill. Just as she was about to leave, someone sat down beside her. "Beautiful morning," said a voice she didn't recognise. Catherine turned to find an elderly woman beside her, the same delivery woman from yesterday. Up close, Catherine could see that her eyes were an unusual shade of amber. "You," Catherine said, "did you leave that package? The watch?" The woman's smile deepened the web of lines around her eyes. "I deliver things, that's all." "But how? Where did you get it? That watch was buried with my husband. Was it?" The woman looked out over the pond. "Time is curious that way. Things get lost. Things return." "Are you saying my dead husband sent you with his watch? That's impossible, maybe." The woman shrugged. "Yet here you are, exactly where the note told you to be." Catherine touched the watch in her pocket. "Who are you?" "A courier, a connector, someone who helps things find their rightful place." She turned to face Catherine fully. "Do you believe your husband's really gone?" "He died 19 years ago." "That's not what I asked." Catherine stared at the woman, at those strange amber eyes that seemed to hold a light of their own. "I don't know what I believe anymore." The woman nodded, satisfied. "That's a start." She reached into her pocket and withdrew a small key on a silver chain. "The watch needs winding. This is the key." Catherine took it, noticing how it seemed to vibrate slightly against her palm. "I don't understand what's happening." "Understanding is overrated. Trust the watch. Trust what you feel." The woman stood. "Wind it at midnight, not before." "Wait!" Catherine called as the woman started to walk away. "What's your name?" The woman paused, looking back over her shoulder. "Autumn," she said with a small smile. "My name is Autumn." Catherine watched her go, the key warm in her hand. Only when Autumn had disappeared from view did Catherine realise the woman hadn't been wearing a delivery uniform today. She'd been dressed in ordinary clothes, except for a scarf the exact colour of the copper beech leaves above them. On her walk home, Catherine's phone rang. Her principal, reminding her about tomorrow's faculty meeting. Normal life intruding on whatever strangeness had enveloped her. "Catherine, are you there?" her principal asked after a moment of silence. "Yes," she said, fingering the key in her pocket. "I'm here, but I won't be in tomorrow. I need to take a personal day." That night, as the digital clock on her bedside table clicked over to midnight, Catherine took out David's watch and the delicate key. Her hands shook slightly as she inserted the key into the small winding aperture on the back of the watch. It turned smoothly as if recently oiled. One full rotation, then another. On the third turn, something clicked inside the mechanism. The second hand, which had been moving steadily all day, stopped. Then, impossibly, began to move counterclockwise. 3 days after winding the watch, Catherine still hadn't returned to work. She'd called in sick using accumulated leave time that her principal couldn't deny, though Catherine heard the concern in her voice. In 18 years at Roosevelt High, Catherine had rarely missed a day. But how could she focus on teenage crises when her own reality had shifted? The watch now ran backward, counting down to something she couldn't understand. And each night since winding it, she dreamed of David. Not memories, but new conversations, as vivid as life. In these dreams, they sat on their park bench while David explained things that made perfect sense, until she woke, left with only fragments. Time folds back on itself, and the boundaries are thinner than we think, and most persistently, I found a way back. This morning, Catherine had awakened to find a photograph on her nightstand that hadn't been there when she went to sleep. A Polaroid of their bench at Holloway Park, the copper beech's leaves a fiery canopy above it. Written on the white border in David's handwriting, "Remember our first kiss, November 3rd, 91. 4:35 p.m. Catherine did remember. They'd been walking through the park on their third date when rain had suddenly poured down. They'd run to the shelter of the beech tree, laughing and soaked, and David had brushed a wet strand of hair from her face before kissing her. She'd known then that she'd marry him someday. November 3rd was tomorrow, and she had no idea who had placed the photograph by her bed. Her doorbell rang, startling her from these thoughts. Through the peephole she saw Ellie on her porch looking worried. "Mum, are you okay?" Ellie asked when Catherine opened the door. At 30, Ellie had grown into a woman who resembled her father. Same dark eyes, same determined chin. "I'm fine, honey. Why?" "Why? Because you haven't been answering my calls. And your principal called me concerned because you've missed 3 days of work." Ellie stepped inside, scrutinising her mother. "And you look like you haven't slept in days." "I've been sleeping," Catherine said, which wasn't entirely a lie. "Just having strange dreams." Ellie set her purse down on the entryway table with a deliberate calmness that Catherine recognised as forced. "You didn't open my birthday gift." The package still sat on the dining room table, accusatory in its untouched state. "I've been distracted." "By what, Mum? What's going on? You haven't been like this since—" Ellie stopped herself. "Since your father died." Catherine finished for her. Ellie nodded, her expression softening. "Is that what this is about? The anniversary was a few days ago. I should have called." Catherine considered telling her daughter everything: the watch, the mysterious woman named Autumn, the backwards running timepiece, the photograph that appeared from nowhere. But she knew how it would sound. Instead, she said, "I think I'm just processing some old grief. It bubbles up sometimes, even after all these years." Ellie hugged her, and Catherine breathed in the familiar scent of her daughter's shampoo. "I worry about you being alone here." "I'm not alone. I have my work, my friends." Catherine pulled back and managed a smile. "And I have you, even if you're 3 states away." "Well, I'm here now for the weekend. Ryan's watching the kids." Ellie picked up the birthday package. "And you're going to open this, and then we're going to have lunch, and you're going to tell me what's really going on." Catherine unwrapped the gift. Not a self-help book, but a leather-bound journal with her initials embossed on the cover. "It's beautiful," she said, genuinely touched. "You used to write all the time, remember? You always said it helped you make sense of things." Ellie squeezed her hand. Maybe it's time to start again. Over lunch at their favourite bistro, Catherine deflected Ellie's questions about her strange behaviour, steering the conversation toward her grandchildren and Ellie's work. But when they were finishing their coffee, Ellie reached into her bag and pulled out a small velvet box. "I have something else for you," she said. "I was saving it for Christmas, but I think maybe you need it now." Inside the box was a silver locket. When Catherine opened it, she found a tiny photograph of David holding baby Ellie, his smile radiant. "I found it when I was digitising old family photos," Ellie explained. "I'd never seen it before. It must have been tucked into a book or something." Catherine stared at the image, at David's familiar face. The watch in her pocket seemed to grow warmer. "Thank you," she whispered, blinking back tears. That night, after Ellie had gone to bed in her old room, Catherine sat at the kitchen table with the newly gifted journal open before her. The watch ticked counterclockwise beside her, and the Polaroid of the bench propped against a salt shaker. She began to write, hesitantly at first, then with increasing urgency. "David, if you can somehow read this, if you're somehow finding ways to reach me, I need to understand. What happens tomorrow at 4:35? How is any of this possible? I'm afraid I'm losing my mind, but I'm more afraid that I'm not. that you've actually found some way to reach across to me, and I'm too rational to grasp it. Ellie's here. She looks so much like you now. She worries about me, thinks I'm dwelling in grief. But this doesn't feel like grief. It feels like anticipation. The watch runs backward. Time folding back on itself, you said in my dream. What does that mean? As she wrote the last word, the second hand of the watch suddenly stopped. Then, with a tiny mechanical shudder, resumed its movement, forward now as a watch should run. Catherine stared at it, then at the date on her phone. November 2nd, 11:59 p.m. In 1 minute, it would be November 3rd. The next day, Catherine convinced Ellie to walk with her to Holloway Park. She'd fabricated a story about doctors recommending fresh air for her insomnia, and Ellie had readily agreed, pleased to see her mother taking positive steps. They spent the afternoon wandering the park's winding paths, the air crisp with late autumn. Catherine kept checking David's watch, now running normally, as 4:35 approached. "I need to sit for a minute," Catherine said when they neared the copper beach. "Let's rest on that bench." Ellie checked the time on her phone. "It's almost 4:30. We should head back soon if we're going to make our dinner reservation." "Just a few minutes," Catherine insisted, her heart pounding as they sat on the bench. The same bench from the Polaroid, from her dreams, from countless Sunday afternoons with David. The watch in her pocket read 4:33. "Do you remember coming here with your father?" Catherine asked, trying to keep her voice casual. Ellie smiled. "Of course. He used to lift me up to see the ducks, and he'd tell me that ridiculous story about the fish that lived in top hats at the bottom of the pond." "The gentleman fish," Catherine laughed. "I'd forgotten about them." Dad never forgot a story once he made it up. Ellie's expression grew wistful. "I still talk to him sometimes, you know, when I'm having a hard day or when one of the kids does something that would have made him laugh." "What do you say to him?" Catherine asked softly. "Ordinary things, updates on the kids. Sometimes I ask him questions like what he would do in my place." Ellie shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. "It's silly, but it helps me feel connected to him." "It's not silly at all," Catherine covered her daughter's hand with her own. "I think—" A sudden gust of wind interrupted her, whipping through the copper beach above them, sending a shower of russet leaves spiralling down around them. Catherine's watch vibrated in her pocket. 4:35. And there, walking toward them along the park path, was David. Not the David of 19 years ago, who had left for work one October morning and never returned. This was David as he would be now, hair silver at the temples, lines around his eyes, but unmistakably, impossibly him. Catherine froze, her hand tightening on Ellie's. "Mum, what's wrong?" Ellie followed her gaze, squinting at the approaching figure. "Who's that?" He was close enough now that Catherine could see his eyes, those dark eyes that had always reminded her of deep water. He wore clothes she had never seen before, a charcoal sweater, dark jeans, a scarf the same amber colour as the mysterious woman's eyes. He stopped a few feet away, his gaze fixed on Catherine with such intensity that she could barely breathe. "Hello, Kath," he said, and his voice, slightly rougher than she remembered, but still unmistakably his, undid her completely. "David," she whispered. Beside her, Ellie had gone rigid. "Mum, what are you talking about? That's not—" She stopped, staring at the man more closely. "That's not possible." Aviz took another step forward, and Catherine could see he was trembling slightly. "I know this is impossible to understand, but I promised I'd find a way back to you, and I have." "You're dead," Ellie said, her voice cracking. "You died when I was 11. "In this timeline, yes," David nodded, his eyes never leaving Catherine's face. "But time isn't linear. It branches, folds back on itself, and sometimes, very rarely, the boundaries between different branches become permeable." Catherine found her voice at last. "The watch, the key, the woman named Autumn. She helped me find the crossing point." David gestured to the bench where they sat. "This place, this date. is where our timelines intersect, where I could come through just for a little while. Ellie stood abruptly. This is insane. Mum, we need to go. She tugged at Catherine's arm, but Catherine couldn't move, couldn't look away from the man who wore her husband's face, spoke with her husband's voice, looked at her with her husband's eyes. Ask me something, David said quietly. Something only I would know. The scar on your left shoulder, Catherine said immediately. How did you get it? A small smile touched his lips. Falling out of the apple tree in my grandmother's orchard when I was 9. I told everyone it was from a knife fight until you made me tell the truth on our second date. Ellie's grip on Catherine's arm slackened. The gentleman fish, she said suddenly. What colour was the mayor fish's top hat? Purple with silver stars, David answered without hesitation. And he had a monocle that he was always losing in the cattails. Ellie sank back onto the bench, her face drained of colour. How is this possible? Catherine asked. How are you here? I don't have time to explain everything, David said, glancing at his own watch, identical to the one in Catherine's pocket. The window is short, but I had to see you both to tell you that I never left you. Not really. But you died, Ellie whispered. We buried you. In this timeline, yes. David knelt in front of the bench, looking up at them. But there are others. And in one of them, I found a way to step sideways just for a moment. Can you stay? Catherine asked, already knowing the answer. David shook his head. The crossing only lasts a few minutes, but I needed you to know that I'm still here, in another stream of time, that I think of you every day. He looked at Ellie with wonder. Look at you, a mother yourself now. I wish I could have seen it. I named my son after you, Ellie said, tears streaming down her face. Little David. I know, he smiled. Autumn showed me pictures. Who is she? Catherine asked. A guardian of sorts. A keeper of time's crossroads. David checked his watch again, his expression growing urgent. I have to go soon. No, Catherine protested, reaching for him. You just got here. His hand met hers, warm and solid and real. The watch, he said quickly. Keep it with you. Every year on this date, at this time, wind it with the key. I'll try to come through whenever I can. Once a year. Catherine felt dizzy with the impossibility of it all, the cruelty and the wonder. That's all we get. It's more than most, David said gently. More than I thought possible. The leaves around them began to swirl again, though Catherine felt no wind. David's form seemed to waver slightly, like a reflection in the disturbed water. I have to go, he said, his voice suddenly distant. Remember, November 3rd, 4:35. Win the watch. Dad, Ellie called, reaching out her hand. David's smile was radiant with love as he began to fade. I am so proud of you, Ellie Bear. So proud of you both. And then he was gone, leaving only a scatter of copper leaves where he had stood. Catherine and Ellie sat in stunned silence, hands clasped tightly together, staring at the empty space before them. Did that really happen? Ellie finally whispered. Catherine pulled the watch from her pocket. The second hand had stopped at exactly 4:42. Yes, she said with absolute certainty. It happened. 1 year later, Catherine and Ellie sat on the same bench beneath the copper beech, which was again ablaze with autumn colours. Little David, Ellie's 4-year-old son, played nearby, tossing bread to the ducks while his father watched from a respectful distance. He might not come, Catherine said quietly, rotating David's watch in her hands. He said he'd try, but he'll come, Ellie interrupted with firm confidence. Dad always kept his promises. The past year had transformed them both. After their impossible reunion with David, they'd spent countless hours talking, researching quantum physics, reading obscure texts about time and dimensions that Autumn, who Catherine now occasionally glimpsed around town, had subtly directed them toward. Catherine had filled 3 journals with theories and questions, mapping constellations of possibility. She'd returned to teaching with renewed purpose, no longer just counselling students through crises, but helping them see beyond the apparent limitations of their lives. Ellie had moved her family back to Colorado, taking a job at the university's physics department. Her colleagues found her new research direction into theoretical dimensionality fascinating, if somewhat esoteric. David's watch showed 4:34. Catherine wound it with the silver key, her hand steady. "I still can't believe we're doing this," Ellie said, watching as the second hand began its familiar backward movement. "Waiting for a ghost who isn't really a ghost." "A traveller," Catherine corrected. "Between branches of time." At exactly 4:35, the copper leaves above them began to stir, though the air was still. Little David stopped feeding the ducks, staring at something neither Ellie nor Catherine could yet see. "Grandpa," he shouted suddenly, pointing toward the path, and there was David, walking toward them with the same steady pace as before, his smile widening as he caught sight of them. "You came," Catherine breathed when he reached them. "I promised, didn't I?" David knelt to greet his grandson, who showed no hesitation in accepting this new yet familiar presence. "Hello, young man. You've grown since last year." "You weren't here last year," little David said with a child's matter-of-fact certainty. "Not in a way you could see," David agreed, "but I was watching." This time their reunion lasted 17 minutes. Catherine timed it on the watch. 17 precious minutes in which David held his grandson, embraced his daughter, and sat beside his wife on their bench, his arm warm around her shoulders. They didn't waste time with questions about the how or why of his presence. Those were mysteries larger than their brief window could contain. Instead, they shared the small, vital news of their lives. Little David's first swim across the pool, Ellie's research breakthroughs, Catherine's decision to retire next year. "Will I see you then?" David asked as the leaves began their telltale dance, signalling his impending departure. "When you have more time?" "Every November 3rd, Catherine promised. "For as long as I can." As David began to fade, little David reached out and placed something in his grandfather's hand, a copper beech leaf, perfectly preserved. "For your time," the boy said seriously. David's smile was the last thing to fade, lingering like the Cheshire Cat's until only the space remained where he had been. Little David seemed untroubled by his grandfather's disappearance, returning to the ducks as if interdimensional visitations were an ordinary part of life. "He sees more than we do," Ellie observed, watching her son. "Children haven't learned the boundaries yet." Catherine nodded, tucking the watch back into her pocket. "Maybe we're unlearning them." That evening, after Ellie and her family had returned to their new home across town, Catherine sat at her kitchen table with her journal open before her. The watch ticked normally beside her, counting ordinary time until next year's extraordinary moment. She wrote, "David came again today, 17 minutes according to the watch, not enough, never enough, but infinitely more than I believed possible a year ago. Ellie thinks she's found a mathematical model for what's happening, something about quantum resonance and memory as a stabilizing force. She's working with a theoretical physicist who believes there are thin places where different timelines brush against each other like overlapping ripples in a pond." Little David saw him first. Children understand these things better than we do. They haven't yet built walls between what is and what could be. I used to think grief was the price we pay for love. Now I wonder if it's just a failure of perception, our inability to see beyond the apparent boundaries of reality. Autumn left another book on my porch yesterday. Ancient Greek philosophy this time, all about time being circular rather than linear. There was a pressed flower marking a passage about how everything that has happened is happening somewhere, always. I don't know if that's true for everyone, but I know that somewhere, In another stream of time, David never left for work that October morning. And somewhere else, he found a way to reach across the divide and remind us that love doesn't recognise the boundaries we think exist between life and death, presence and absence now and then. Until next November 3rd, I'll keep the watch close, and I'll remember what David told little David today when he asked where Grandpa goes when he disappears. I'm just in another room, buddy. A room right next to this one with just a very thin wall between us. And sometimes, if we're very lucky and very patient, we find a little window in that wall. Outside, the wind rose, sending the last leaves of autumn swirling into the darkening sky. Catherine closed her journal and went to the window, watching their dance. Not an ending, she now understood, but a journey to somewhere else, a transformation rather than a loss. The watch ticked steadily in her pocket, counting the moments until the next window opened between worlds. Quarantine Hearts. Olivia Cross gripped her carry-on handle until her knuckles whitened as CDC officials in hazmat suits boarded the aircraft. After 20 hours of flying from Geneva, all she wanted was to collapse into her own bed. Instead, she was watching a potential public health crisis unfold in real time. "Ladies and gentlemen, remain calm," announced a woman in full protective gear. "A passenger on this flight has exhibited symptoms consistent with the new Kappa variant. As a precautionary measure, everyone will be escorted to a quarantine facility for observation." Collective groans filled the cabin. Olivia closed her eyes, mentally calculating the reproduction rate of the variant based on the latest data she'd reviewed at the summit. 14 days minimum. She'd need to email her team, reschedule appointments, and request her research files be uploaded to the secure server. "Dude! This is insane. Look at this, everyone. I'm literally being quarantined right now." Olivia's eyes snapped open. 3 rows ahead, a man with artfully tousled dark hair was holding his phone aloft, filming the officials while narrating in an excited voice as if he'd won a prize rather than been detained. "Harvey Pennington here, coming at you live from what might be the most extreme travel delay of my career. We're being taken to a government facility. Sir, please lower your device," instructed one of the officials. Sorry, the man said, though his apologetic smile suggested the opposite. "Just documenting history. My 3 million followers are going to freak." The journey from JFK to the hastily converted airport hotel was a blur of forms, temperature checks, and the constant backdrop of Harvey Pennington's voice as he charmed every official they encountered. By the time Olivia received her room key, her temples throbbed. "Room 718, said the quarantine coordinator. "And sir, you're in 720. Olivia's head snapped up. "Wait, those are adjoining rooms." "All rooms are paired for safety monitoring," the coordinator explained tiredly. "The connecting door remains locked, but it allows staff to check on multiple guests efficiently." "But, Cross, we're processing 400 passengers. I'm sorry, but room assignments are final." Olivia reluctantly wheeled her suitcase toward the elevator, hyper-aware of Harvey falling into step beside her. "So, doctor, huh? Let me guess. Plastic surgery, dermatology?" She gave him a withering look. "Epidemiology. I track infectious diseases." "Whoa!" Harvey stepped back dramatically. "So this is like, what, a typical Tuesday for you?" The elevator doors opened, saving her from responding. Once inside, Harvey immediately pressed the button for their floor, and then every button in between. "What are you doing?" she snapped. "Force of habit," he shrugged. "My brother and I always used to—" He stopped abruptly, then flashed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Anyway, 14 days. Guess we're going to be neighbours." Olivia silently counted to 10 as the elevator stopped at every single floor. Their rooms were indeed adjacent, the connecting door visible on the far wall of each. After a cursory inspection of her quarters, standard hotel fare with the addition of medical monitoring equipment, Olivia heard a soft knock on the connecting door. "Hey neighbour, just checking if this thing opens." "It doesn't," she called back curtly, unpacking her laptop. "It's locked from both sides. Shame. We could have had adjoining quarantine living rooms." Olivia didn't respond, instead setting up her workspace at the small desk. Through the wall she could hear him moving about, followed by the unmistakable sound of live streaming. "What's up, Pennington Pack? Day 1 of hotel quarantine life and I'm making the best of it. Let me give you the grand tour of my luxurious accommodations, courtesy of the CDC." His voice continued for hours, punctuated by laughter and the occasional sound of furniture being moved. By midnight, Olivia had drafted 3 research emails, organised her digital files, and was attempting to sleep when music began thumping through the wall. She knocked sharply on the connecting door. "It's midnight." The music lowered marginally. "Sorry, Robot Doctor. Some of us work on content creation at night." "Robot Doctor," Olivia fumed silently. "Some of us are trying to prevent the next pandemic," she called back. "Is that what you were doing in Geneva?" His voice came closer to the door. "I saw your boarding pass when we were checking in." The fact that he'd noticed such a detail surprised her. "Yes," she answered reluctantly. "International Pathogen Surveillance Summit. Sounds intense. No wonder you're so focused." She couldn't tell if that was an insult or not. "Good night, Mr. Pennington." "Harvey," he corrected. "And I'd say sweet dreams, but you'd probably prefer efficient ones." Olivia rolled her eyes, but found herself smiling despite her exhaustion. She placed her pillow over her head to muffle the continued low beat of his music and eventually drifted off, dreaming of invisible walls and the spaces between people that no amount of proximity could bridge. By morning she had established a rigorous schedule. Wake at 6 a.m, exercise using the limited floor space, shower, work until lunch delivery, afternoon conference calls, data analysis, dinner, more work, sleep by 10 p.m, a routine to maintain sanity. Harvey, meanwhile, seemed to exist without any discernible pattern. Some mornings she heard him before dawn, other days there was no sound until afternoon. His meals arrived at irregular intervals, often growing cold while he filmed content or conducted boisterous video calls. On day 3, as Olivia was in the middle of a crucial analysis of Kappa variant mutations, Harvey began what sounded like parkour in his room. She marched to the connecting door. "What on earth are you doing?" 10-minute hotel room workout challenge, he called back breathlessly. "Using furniture as gym equipment. The video's already at 50,000 views. You're going to break something, either hotel property or yourself." "Worried about me, Doc?" She could hear the smile in his voice. "Worried about having to listen to you complain about injuries for the next 11 days. There was a pause, then a thud, followed by a groan. "Are you okay?" she asked, surprised by her own concern. "Just misjudged the distance between the desk and the bed," he admitted. "Maybe you have a point." Olivia pressed her forehead against the cool door. "Do you need medical attention?" "Nah, just bruised my ego, and maybe my hip." He paused. "This quarantine thing is harder than I expected. I'm used to constant movement, new places every few days." Something in his voice, a vulnerability she hadn't heard before, made her soften. "It's about adaptation," she said. "Finding ways to function within constraints. Is that your secret, scheduling everything down to the minute?" "Structure helps maintain normalcy in abnormal situations." Harvey laughed softly. "I haven't done normal in about a decade." Olivia returned to her work, but found herself distracted, wondering what kind of life existed entirely outside the boundaries of routine, and what would drive someone to choose it. On day 5, Olivia's Wi-Fi crashed during a critical video conference with her CDC team. After 20 minutes of futile troubleshooting with hotel IT, she paced her room like a caged animal. A tentative knock came from the connecting door. "Everything okay in robot land?" I can hear you muttering scientific profanities. She sighed heavily. "My internet's down. The back-end system are overwhelmed with all the quarantined guests trying to work remotely." "Ah." There was a pause. "I could share my hotspot. I've got an unlimited international plan." Olivia hesitated. That would actually be tremendously helpful. "Cool. I'll text you the password. What's your number?" She found herself reciting her phone number to a man she'd never actually seen face to face, only glimpsed from a distance on the plane. 2 minutes later, her phone pinged with his network details. "Thank you," she called through the door once she was connected. "No problem. What's the big project anyway? Curing the common cold, eradicating mosquitoes, analysing mutation patterns in the Kappa variant to determine possible transmission vectors." "Okay, that's both terrifying and impressive." His voice was closer now, as if he too were leaning against the door. "So you're one of the people who might actually save the world someday." She laughed softly. "Hardly. I'm just trying to understand viral behaviour so we can predict outbreaks before they happen." Still sounds heroic to me. Meanwhile, I film myself eating weird foods and jumping off tall things for likes. "I doubt that's all you do," she said, surprising herself with the defence of his career. "Yesterday I spent 4 hours editing a video of myself building a fort out of hotel bedding. And brought joy to, how many followers did you say? 3 million? There was a pause. "Huh. Robot Doctor has a soft spot after all." "Stop calling me that," she said, but without heat. "I'm just saying different work has different value." "Fair enough, Olivia." Hearing her name in his voice created an odd flutter in her chest. "What exactly do you do, Harvey? Besides hotel parkour?" "I travel. Document places most people never see. Started as a backpacker with a GoPro and somehow turned into whatever this is." He sighed. "Though lately I've been wondering if any of it matters." "What do you mean?" "I've been to 68 countries, climbed mountains, explored caves, eaten things that made my camera crew gag. But sometimes I think I'm just skimming the surface, collecting places like stamps without really understanding them." The vulnerability in his admission resonated with her. "I understand surface skimming. In my field, we're always racing against time, moving from one potential crisis to the next. Sometimes I wonder what I've missed while focusing on microscopic threats." "Look at us, having an existential crisis through drywall," Harvey chuckled. "Maybe quarantine forces perspective. Or cabin fever," she quipped. "Speaking of which," Harvey's voice brightened, "I've been brainstorming quarantine activities that don't involve spreadsheets or risk assessments. Any interest in a crossroom challenge?" "Depends on the challenge." "Tonight, creating gourmet meals using only room service ingredients and the coffee maker. I'll judge yours, you judge mine." Olivia surprised herself by laughing. "That sounds ridiculous." "Exactly. That's the point. We need ridiculous right now." She considered the stack of work awaiting her attention, then glanced at the dismal room service menu. "Fine, but nothing involving raw fish. I've seen your videos of extreme sushi challenges." "You've watched my videos?" He sounded delighted. "I may have conducted some background research on my quarantine neighbour." "I'm flattered, and now thoroughly intimidated by what my own search results might reveal." That evening they exchanged photos of their culinary creations through the door crack beneath their rooms. Harvey somehow crafted a deconstructed Wellington, using hamburger patties and dinner rolls. Olivia countered with molecular gastronomy dessert, jello dissolved in hot water, then re-solidified around fresh berries. They declared it a tie and agreed to a poetry slam challenge for the following night. Olivia, who hadn't written anything creative since high school, found herself composing verses about microscopic worlds during conference calls. By day 8, they had established a strange routine: work during the day, with occasional text messages about mundane observations or complaints about quarantine life, followed by evening wall talks, where they sat with backs against the connecting door, voices travelling through the thin barrier. It was during one of these sessions that Harvey asked about her work in Sudan, something she had mentioned briefly during a discussion about career paths. "You don't have to talk about it here," he added quickly. "You got quiet when you mentioned it earlier." Olivia traced patterns on the carpet with her finger. It was 3 years ago, an outbreak of a hemorrhagic fever in a displaced persons camp. We had limited resources, limited time. I made a call to quarantine one section of the camp based on early transmission data. And I was wrong. The infection wasn't contained to that sector. It had already spread through the water supply to other areas. While we focused our resources on the quarantined section, people died elsewhere without treatment. Her voice tightened. 27 people, including 11 children. The silence stretched between them. "That wasn't your fault," Harvey finally said. "You made the best decision you could with the information available. That's what the official report said, too. Doesn't change the outcome." "No, but it matters that you were there, trying. Most people run from disasters. You run toward them." She pressed her palms against her eyes. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm running toward them or away from everything else." "Like what?" "Normalcy. Relationships. The messiness of everyday life that can't be quantified or contained in data sets." Harvey laughed softly. "Meanwhile, I'm literally running from country to country to avoid staying still long enough to think about why I'm running." "And why are you?" The pause was so long she thought he might not answer. "My brother died when I was 19, he finally said, voice uncharacteristically subdued. "Tommy was the golden child, straight A's, college scholarship, the whole package. Then one night, aneurysm, just gone. After the funeral, I couldn't stand being in any place that reminded me of him, which was basically everywhere. So I left, kept leaving, turned it into a career." "I'm so sorry," Olivia whispered. "Yeah, well, we all have our ways of coping, right? Mine just involves more frequent flyer miles and occasional brushes with hypothermia." "Is that why you film everything, to keep a record?" "Maybe. Never really analysed it." He cleared his throat. "Tommy used to say I never paid attention to details, always rushing to the next thing. I guess I'm trying to prove him wrong even now, documenting every moment so nothing gets missed." Olivia leaned her head back against the door, acutely aware of him doing the same on the other side. Two people isolated together yet apart, sharing secrets through a wall that suddenly seemed both too solid and too thin. On day 10, Olivia woke with a scratchy throat and slight fever. Protocol dictated immediate reporting, which resulted in additional testing and stricter isolation measures. No leaving her room for any reason, meals left outside her door, medical check-ins via video. By afternoon, her head pounded and every muscle ached. She'd been exposed to countless pathogens in her career, but the possibility that this might be the Kappa variant sent waves of anxiety through her already fevered mind. A text from Harvey lit up her phone. "Heard the med team outside your door, you okay?" She typed with shaky fingers. Mild symptoms, probably nothing. His response came quickly. "Need anything? I can be your quarantine within quarantine supplier." Despite feeling terrible, she smiled. "I'm fine. Just tired. Hydration is key. Also terrible TV and comfort snacks." Before she could respond, a knock came at her main door. The staff delivering additional monitoring equipment, she assumed. But when she checked through the peephole, the hallway was empty except for a large paper bag. She opened the door cautiously and found an assortment of bottled water, electrolyte drinks, packaged snacks, a thermometer, and what appeared to be cold medication. A note was attached. Bribe the housekeeping staff to deliver this care package. Don't worry, everything is sealed packaged. Take your temperature every 2 hours. Text me the readings. This is not optional. Olivia stared at the collection, oddly moved by the gesture. She carried everything inside and sent him a message. Thank you. You shouldn't have risked contact with my door, please. I've built immunity by eating street food in 27 countries. Throughout the day, he texted regularly, asking for temperature updates and symptom changes. When she admitted to chills despite the room's heat, another knock came at her door. This time she found a stack of extra blankets with a note. Fort building materials that double as fever management. By evening her fever had peaked. The medical team conducted a video assessment and determined she likely had a standard flu rather than the variant, but would continue monitoring. The news should have relieved her, but instead, alone in her room with darkness falling, anxiety tightened around her chest like a vice. What if they were wrong? What if she'd been exposed to something else entirely during her work in Geneva? The possibilities multiplied in her fevered mind, each worse than the last. Her breath came in short gasps as panic took hold. A text illuminated her phone. Wall check. You awake? She couldn't bring herself to respond. The room seemed to be closing in, her breathing fast and shallow. Olivia? Harvey's voice came through the connecting door. Your light's still on. Can you come to the wall? She managed to drag herself from the bed to the door, leaning heavily against it. I'm here, she said, voice raspy. You sound terrible. Have you taken the meds I sent? Yes. She slid down to sit on the floor back against the door, drawing her knees to her chest. It's not that. She tried to inhale deeply, but couldn't get enough air. Are you having trouble breathing? His voice sharpened with concern. Not physically. She closed her eyes, embarrassed. It's anxiety. Happens sometimes. Ah. There was a rustling sound as he settled against his side of the door. Okay, breathe with me. In through your nose, count of 4, hold for 7. Out through your mouth, count of 8. His voice was steady, calming. She followed his instructions, focusing on the counts rather than the spiral of worst-case scenarios. Good, he encouraged after several cycles. Again. Gradually her breathing steadied. The tight band around her chest loosened. Thank you, she murmured. I don't usually fall apart like that. Everyone falls apart sometimes, even robot doctors. She laughed weakly. I'm starting to hate that nickname less. I'll take that as progress. There was a smile in his voice. Want me to keep talking? Might help you sleep. Well, what would you talk about? I could tell you about the time I got lost in the Cambodian jungle for 3 days, or about the northern lights in Iceland. I've never seen anything like them. Tell me about the lights, she said, settling more comfortably against the door. His voice took on a different quality, softer, more reflective, as he described vast skies painted with green and blue ribbons of light that seemed to dance to some cosmic music. He spoke of the profound silence of the snow-covered landscape, the way the cold air crystallized breath into miniature clouds, the feeling of being simultaneously insignificant and connected to something immense. Olivia closed her eyes, letting his words create images in her mind. When he paused, she murmured, "Keep going." You know what's strange, he said. I've shown that footage to millions of viewers, but this is the first time I've really tried to describe what it felt like to be there. Maybe some experiences defy video documentation. Maybe. He was quiet for a moment. My brother would have loved Iceland. He was studying astrophysics before. Anyway, he always said that looking at stars was like time travel, seeing light that began its journey millions of years ago. That's beautiful. Yeah, he was the poetic one, or was quoting something. Harvey cleared his throat. Speaking of which, I found this poem yesterday that made me think of this situation. Us talking through walls. Want to hear it? Sure, she said, surprised and touched that he'd been reading poetry. His voice took on a gentle rhythm as he recited, "We touch each other with the sounds of our voices, and at the edge of where they meet, we build invisible bridges." The simple lines hung in the air between them. "That's lovely," Olivia whispered. "Who wrote it?" There was a pause. "I did, just now." "You wrote that? Don't sound so shocked," he laughed softly. "I contain multitudes." Warmth spread through her that had nothing to do with her fever. "It's beautiful, Harvey. Get some sleep, Olivia. Text me if you need anything during the night." "I will." She hesitated. "And Harvey, thank you. For mediocre poetry, for seeing me through the wall." By morning, her fever had broken. The test results confirmed standard influenza, and her quarantine would continue as normal. As she sipped the tea, Harvey had somehow convinced room service to deliver. She realised something had fundamentally shifted. The wall between them remained, but somehow they'd found a way to see through it. Day 12 dawned crisp and clear, visible through Olivia's window overlooking the hotel's courtyard. Her flu symptoms had fully subsided, leaving behind a strange sense of anticipation she couldn't quite name. A text from Harvey buzzed on her phone. "Roof access unlocked from 2:04 p.m. for fresh air therapy. Medical staff supervised. Interested." Olivia stared at the message. The prospect of leaving her room sent a jolt of excitement through her, followed immediately by anxiety. It would mean facing Harvey in person, something that suddenly seemed more intimidating than addressing a conference hall of infectious disease experts. Hesitating? Came another text. "After sharing existential crises and late-night poetry, surely seeing my actual face isn't that scary." She smiled despite herself. "I'll be there." At precisely 2:15, Olivia stepped onto the hotel rooftop, instantly overwhelmed by the sensation of open space after nearly 2 weeks of confinement. The December air was brisk but refreshing against her skin. Medical staff in masks stood at discreet distances, monitoring the handful of quarantined guests who had been approved for roof access. "Olivia!" She turned toward the voice, so familiar yet different without the wall between them. Harvey stood a few feet away, wearing a surgical mask like everyone else, but his eyes crinkled above it in what was clearly a smile. "You're taller than I expected," she said, immediately regretting the awkward greeting. He laughed. "And you're exactly as I pictured, except for the CDC sweatshirt. Somehow I imagined you in a lab coat at all times." "I save that for special occasions," she replied dryly. "Shall we?" He gestured toward the perimeter of the roof where a walking path had been marked with tape. They fell into step beside each other, maintaining the recommended 6-foot distance. The city sprawled before them, a landscape of glass and steel under winter sunlight. "Strange, isn't it?" Harvey said after a moment. "I feel like I know you better than people I've spent years with, but this is the first time we've actually talked face to face." "Technology creates intimacy without proximity," Olivia observed. "In my field, we've conducted life-saving interventions over satellite phones with people we never meet." "Always the scientist," he saw visible in his eyes. "But this is different. We're not just disembodied voices. We share a wall." "Shared," she corrected. 2 more days and we'll be cleared to leave." Something flickered in his expression. "Right, back to real life." They completed a lap in silence, each absorbed in thoughts of what real life meant after their strange shared isolation. "Look," Harvey pointed suddenly to a corner of the roof where the hotel staff had strung a modest display of Christmas lights, twinkling against the afternoon sky. "Someone's trying to create holiday atmosphere in Quarantine Central." "It's nice," Olivia said, surprised to find she meant it. "I'd almost forgotten about Christmas. What would you normally be doing this time of year?" She considered. Working, most likely. I usually volunteer for holiday shifts so colleagues with families can take time off. No family obligations of your own. My parents retired to Arizona. We do a video call on Christmas morning. She shrugged. It's never been a big production for me. Mine either, since Tommy. He gestured vaguely. The first few years I made sure to be climbing a mountain or diving a reef over the holidays. Harder to feel the absence when you're in completely unfamiliar territory. And now? Now I do Christmas specials on the channel. Harvey's Holiday Adventures. Very festive. Lots of fairy lights and local traditions. His tone was light but didn't quite mask the underlying melancholy. They reached the Christmas lights display. Someone had placed a small bench beneath them, creating a pocket of unexpected charm in the utilitarian space. Shall we? Harvey gestured to the bench. Is that allowed? Olivia glanced at the medical staff. I checked earlier. As long as we maintain distance and keep masks on except for drinking water. They sat at opposite ends of the bench, the twinkling lights casting a gentle glow above them. A medical staff member approached with small bottles of water, then retreated to her position. To unexpected connections, Harvey said, raising his water bottle in a toast. Olivia tapped her bottle against his. To walls that become bridges. He looked at her with surprise. He remembered my terrible poem. It wasn't terrible. She lowered her mask briefly to sip water. It was honest. Harvey studied her for a long moment. You know what I've been thinking about these past few days. How easy it was to tell you things I've never told anyone, not even my millions of followers. How strange that the most real connection I've had in years happened through a wall during forced isolation. There's something freeing about constraints, Olivia said. Parameters create clarity, like controlled laboratory conditions. Always the scientist, he repeated, but fondly this time. It's how I make sense of the world. She hesitated. Including whatever this is between us. And what is your analysis to cross? She took a deep breath. That proximity without physical presence created an accelerated emotional intimacy. That shared stress, the quarantine, bonded us in ways that might not have happened under normal circumstances. Very clinical, he noted. What about your non-scientific conclusion? Olivia met his gaze. That I'm going to miss talking to you through that wall. The admission hung between them, more revealing than she'd intended. I got a call this morning, Harvey said suddenly. A major travel channel wants to sponsor a series in Tokyo. 6-month contract starts immediately after quarantine lifts. That sounds like an amazing opportunity, she said, ignoring the sinking feeling in her chest. It is. He looked down at his water bottle. I also heard you mention a Brazil assignment during your work call yesterday. Sounded important. Potential new variant monitoring. She twisted the cap on her bottle. The WHO and CDC are establishing a joint task force. They want me to head the field research team. Of course they do. You're brilliant at what you do. The compliment warmed her, despite the circumstances. So are you. Professional adventurer. He laughed without humour. Not exactly saving lives. You connect people to places they might never see, experiences they might never have. She surprised herself with the conviction in her voice. Your work has value, Harvey. He looked at her then, really looked at her, with an intensity that made her breath catch. 2 days left, he said quietly. What happens when the walls come down completely? Before she could answer, a medical staff member approached. Time to rotate, please. Other guests are waiting for the roof access. They stood reluctantly, walking toward the exit where stairs would lead them back to their separate rooms. Olivia, Harvey said as they reached the door, would you have dinner with me tonight? Still separated by our wall, but intentionally together. Yes, she said without hesitation. I'd like that. That evening they positioned their room service tables against the connecting door, creating the illusion of a shared meal despite the barrier between them. Harvey had somehow convinced the kitchen to prepare dishes not on the regular menu, a small act of rebellion against their constrained circumstances. As they talked, Olivia realised she was memorising details, the cadence of his laugh, the way his voice softened when speaking of things that mattered to him, storing them against the inevitable separation to come. "I have something for you," Harvey said suddenly. "Can you open your connecting door lock? I'll do the same on my side." Are we allowed to do that? Probably not. But what are they going to do, extend our quarantine? Olivia hesitated, then turned the small lock on her side of the door. She heard him do the same. "Okay, now what?" "Now we open them simultaneously on 3. 1, 2, 3. They each pulled their doors open, revealing the narrow space between, still separated by a final barrier neither could open, the hotel's central locking mechanism. But the space was enough. Through the 6-inch gap, Olivia could see Harvey clearly for the first time without masks or distance between them. His eyes were even more expressive up close, crinkled at the corners from years of smiling. "Hi," he said simply. "Hi," she echoed, suddenly shy. "I wanted to see you properly, just once." He pushed a small package through the gap. "And to give you this." Olivia unwrapped the parcel to find a small leather journal. Inside, on the first page, he had written the poem he'd recited during her fever night, along with a sketch of 2 rooms with a wall between them, bridged by sound waves shaped like words. "Harvey, this is something to remember our quarantine by," he finished, "when we're on opposite sides of the world." Without thinking, she reached through the gap. He met her halfway, their fingers intertwining in the liminal space between rooms. "We should close these before someone checks the electronic locks," she said reluctantly. He nodded, but didn't let go of her hand. "Olivia, The sound of a keycard in her main door made them both jump. They quickly withdrew their hands and closed the connecting doors just as a staff member entered with monitoring equipment. Later, lying awake in bed, Olivia touched her fingers where they had held his, wondering how a connection formed through walls could feel more real than any relationship she'd had in years of normal life. The final morning of quarantine arrived with a flurry of activity. Final health checks, paperwork, instructions for post-quarantine monitoring. Olivia packed methodically, her scientific mind focused on logistics while her emotions remained carefully compartmentalized. A text from Harvey appeared. Breakfast wall talk. One last time, she positioned herself against the connecting door, acutely aware it might be their final conversation like this. "I'm here. All packed." His voice came through, sounding falsely cheerful. Nearly. "You?" "Travel light, move fast, it's my motto. The less you carry, the farther you can go." She smiled despite the heaviness in her chest. Spoken like a true nomad. "Olivia!" There was a weight to his voice. "About Tokyo. I haven't given them my answer yet." Her heart stuttered. "Why not? It's an incredible opportunity." "Because for the first time, I'm not sure I want to run." His voice lowered. "What if I'm tired of skimming surfaces? What if I want to go deeper somewhere, with someone?" Hope flared within her, quickly tempered by practicality. "We've lived in an artificial environment, Harvey. Reality is different." "Is it? Because I've spent 10 years out there in reality, and none of it felt as real as talking to you through this door." She pressed her palm against the wood separating them. "I leave for Brazil in 3 days." "I know." He paused. "I'm not asking you to change your plans. Your work is too important. I'm just saying, what if there's a middle way between your structured life and my chaotic one?" A knock at her main door interrupted them, the staff coming to escort her out. It was time. "I have to go," she said quickly. "They're here." "Olivia." "Goodbye, Harvey." She stood, gathering her resolve along with her luggage. "Thank you for..." everything. The next hour passed in a blur of procedures. Guests were being released in staggered intervals to prevent crowding. Olivia didn't see Harvey among those leaving with her group. Outside, the winter air felt startlingly fresh after 2 weeks of recycled hotel atmosphere. A CDC colleague had arranged for a car to take her directly to her apartment. As she settled into the back seat, her phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Dr. Cross, this is Samuel Way from WHO Global Response Team. We're finalising the Brazil assignment roster and need your equipment requirements by end of day. Work. Reality." The bubble of quarantine was already dissolving around her. At her apartment, everything looked exactly as she'd left it 3 weeks ago. Neat, organised, impersonal. She unpacked systematically, placing each item in its designated space, trying not to think about messy hotel room workouts and improvised gourmet meals. She opened her laptop to compose the equipment list for Brazil when her phone rang. "Dr. Cross speaking." "It's me." Harvey's voice, without the wall between them, sounded different. Clearer, but somehow more distant. "I felt like I should call you. Hope that's okay." "It's fine," she said, gripping the phone tightly. "How are you?" "Weird. Everything feels weird. Too much space, too quiet." She smiled despite herself. "I thought you'd be celebrating your freedom." "I'm sitting in a rental car in the hotel parking lot, actually. Can't seem to make myself drive away." He paused. "I keep thinking about what you said, that we experienced accelerated intimacy due to shared stress and constraints." "It's a well-documented psychological phenomenon," she replied automatically. Always the scientist. The fondness in his voice made her chest ache. But what if it's more than that? What if the walls didn't create our connection but revealed it? Stripped away all the distractions and pretenses? Olivia closed her eyes. "Harvey, I turned down Tokyo," he interrupted. 5 minutes after they released me, I called and declined." Her breath caught. "Why would you do that?" "Because I'm tired of running. Because for the first time since Tommy died, I found someone I don't want to run from." His voice grew determined. "I'm not asking you to change your plans. Your work matters. But I had this crazy thought. What if I came to Brazil?" "What?" "Not to intrude on your work," he added quickly, "but to document it. The WHO has been wanting more public engagement on global health initiatives. I pitched them a documentary series on pandemic prevention efforts, featuring the real heroes, scientists like you." Hope fluttered in her chest. Wild, uncontainable, and? "They're interested. Very interested, actually. Especially when I mentioned I had connections with a brilliant epidemiologist leading the Brazil team." She laughed, a sound of pure, uncomplicated joy. "You're serious?" "Completely. Look, I know it's fast and probably crazy, and maybe once we're in normal life, without walls between us, this won't work. But I want to find out." Olivia thought of her carefully structured life, her controlled environments, her measured responses to all things. Then she thought of poetry through walls and Christmas lights on a quarantine rooftop. "What time is your flight to Brazil?" she asked. "I haven't booked it yet. Wanted to talk to you first." She took a deep breath. "My flight leaves Wednesday morning, JFK. If you're serious about this documentary idea, you should probably be on it." The silence on the other end lasted so long she wondered if they had been disconnected. "Harvey?" "I'm here," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Just processing that the methodical Dr. Cross is actually suggesting we fly to another continent together after knowing each other for 2 weeks. 13 days and approximately 7 hours, she corrected. "And yes, I am. Sometimes data presents an unmistakable conclusion, even when it defies conventional analysis." "And what conclusion is that?" She smiled, tracing the outline of the journal he'd given her, that some walls aren't meant to divide, but to reveal what matters. "Hold that thought," he said suddenly. "Don't move." 20 minutes later, a knock came at her apartment door. Through the peephole, she saw Harvey standing in her hallway, slightly out of breath, as if he'd run the whole way. When she opened the door, there was no wall between them, no masks, no distance, no barriers of any kind. Just two people who had found connection in isolation, now facing the vastness of possibility together. "Hi," he said simply. "Hi," she echoed, suddenly shy. "I realised I never actually answered your question about what happens when the walls come down." He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. "I think what happens is this." His kiss was gentle at first, a question she answered by drawing him closer. All the words they'd exchanged through walls, all the thoughts they'd shared in the strange intimacy of separation, converged in this moment of actual contact. When they finally broke apart, Harvey rested his forehead against hers. "So, Brazil?" Olivia smiled. "Brazil, but with one condition." "Name it." "No hotel room parkour." His laughter filled the space around them, open, boundless, free. The makeshift clinic in rural Brazil hummed with activity as medical personnel moved efficiently between stations, administering vaccines to the local population. In one corner, Harvey adjusted his camera, capturing footage of community health workers explaining prevention measures to a group of village elders. Olivia watched him from across the room, still marvelling at how naturally he'd integrated into her world. The documentary series, Invisible Frontlines, had exceeded all expectations, bringing global attention to the critical work of field epidemiologists in the communities they served. "Dr. Cross?" a young researcher approached. "The new test results are in. The modified protocol is showing a 60% improvement in early detection rates." "Excellent," Olivia replied, reviewing the data. "Let's implement it across all regional centres immediately." Once alone, she checked her phone, smiling at the notification. 5 million views on yesterday's episode. Harvey's ability to translate complex scientific concepts into compelling human stories had created a platform for public health education unlike anything before it. Later that evening, they sat on the porch of their rented house watching fireflies illuminate the gathering darkness. "I had a call from the network today," Harvey said, lacing his fingers through hers. "They want to expand the series, Europe, Asia, wherever the next health challenge emerges." "More travelling?" she asked, thinking of their current rhythm. 3 months in the field, 1 month in New York, repeat. "Yes, but with a home base. They're offering a research stipend that would allow us to establish a permanent monitoring station, somewhere we could return to between assignments." She looked at him, this man who had once defined himself by constant motion, now speaking of roots. "You'd want that? Something permanent? With you?" "Yes." He traced the lines of her palm. "Turns out having somewhere, someone to come home to makes all the different landscapes richer." Olivia thought of the walls that had first separated them, now transformed into the foundations of something enduring. "Where would this home base be?" "Wherever you want. The work is global. We can anchor it anywhere." She considered his offer, the scientist in her weighing variables, the woman in her knowing the answer had nothing to do with data. "I once told you that structure helps maintain normalcy in abnormal situations," she said. "But you've taught me that sometimes the structures we need most aren't schedules or routines." "No," she shook her head. "They're a connection. Bridges between different worlds." He smiled, understanding her meaning. "So, Dr. Cross, are you accepting this joint research proposal?" Under a sky full of stars, thousands of miles from where they'd first met through a wall that both divided and connected them, Olivia made the easiest decision of her life. Not because it was logical or data supported, but because some conclusions transcended analysis. "Yes," she said simply, "I accept." And in that moment, they were neither running toward danger nor away from pain, but simply standing still together in a world without walls. The end. When lightning strikes. The sky above western Kansas darkened to a shade of bruised plum that made Cal Rowan's pulse quicken. He stood beside his modified Chevy Tahoe, the vehicle's white exterior adorned with weather radar equipment and the decals of various meteorological research institutions. The wind tugged at his weathered baseball cap, threatening to reveal the early silver strands hiding among his dark hair. "Barometric pressure's dropping like a stone," he muttered, eyes fixed on the portable weather station's display. His voice carried the gravelly texture of someone who spent more time watching clouds than engaging in small talk. Sammy, his tech specialist, nodded from behind 3 laptop screens arranged on a folding table anchored by sandbags. "Dew point's at 72, wind shear's increasing. This baby's gonna rotate." Cal's team moved with the practiced precision of soldiers. No wasted movements, no unnecessary words, just the quiet beeps of equipment and the occasional crackle of radio communication with other chasers in the area. This was Cal's church, his sanctuary, the open plains where science met raw power, where equations translated into visible, magnificent destruction. "EF3 potential," Cal said, his finger tracing the radar image. "Maybe stronger if this inflow jet intensifies." The sky above shifted, a subtle change only visible to those who'd spent decades learning its language. Cal felt a familiar ache in his chest. Noah would have loved this storm. His younger brother had always been the more enthusiastic of the two, the one who'd dash out of the car first, camera ready, laughing into the wind while Cal meticulously recorded wind speeds and pressure gradients. "Cal," Sammy called, breaking his reverie, "the university team's arrived." Cal turned, mouth already set in a frown. The last thing he needed was some academic tourists slowing them down. He'd agreed to the arrangement primarily for the grant money it would bring to fund new equipment. What he saw approaching was exactly what he'd feared. A fresh-faced woman in a bright blue windbreaker that looked like it had never seen actual weather, her chestnut hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. She extended her hand with a smile wide enough to power a small city. "Marin Oakes, Atmospheric Sciences from University of Oklahoma. Thank you for letting me join your team." Cal shook her hand briefly, noting the surprising calluses on her palm, not entirely the academic's hands he'd expected. "Cal Rowan, we move fast, stay out of the way. Don't touch the equipment." Rather than wilting under his curtness, she smiled wider. "I brought snacks, homemade trail mix with extra chocolate for the long drives, and I've packed emergency medical kits for each vehicle." Cal stared at her, then at the heavy backpack she carried in addition to her research equipment. "This isn't the Red Cross, Ms. Oakes. We chase storms, we don't rescue people." "Actually, it's Marin, and I spent 3 years with the Red Cross before starting my PhD," she replied, her smile never faltering though her eyes hardened slightly. "Figured both skills might come in handy. You know, observing destructive forces of nature and actually helping those affected by them." Sammy winced audibly from behind his computers, clearly expecting Cal's typical burst of temper. Instead, Cal just turned away, focusing on the horizon, where the first lightning bolts were beginning to trace jagged paths across the darkening sky. "You've got 5 minutes to get your gear stowed," he said. "We're moving north to intercept." Marin didn't waste time arguing. She efficiently packed her belongings into the middle row of Cal's Tahoe, slipping a small notebook into her pocket and checking a handheld anemometer. "So, what's your thesis about?" Sammy asked, trying to ease the tension. As they pulled onto the county highway, Cal's eyes fixed on the storm structure building ahead. Human-centered severe weather response systems, Marin replied. I'm examining how the gap between meteorological prediction and community action can be bridged more effectively, Cal snorted. In English, please. Marin leaned forward between the seats. I want to know why people still die in tornadic events that are successfully predicted. The science is getting better every year, but the death toll isn't dropping proportionally. There's a disconnect. Despite himself, Cal found her observation accurate. He'd seen it hundreds of times. Perfect forecasts, timely warnings, and still, fatalities. He'd blamed it on human stubbornness, on the refusal to heed warnings. People don't listen, he said flatly. Or maybe we're not speaking their language, Marin countered. Before Cal could formulate a response, the radio crackled to life. Funnel cloud spotted 3 miles northeast of Coldwater, came the staticky voice of another chaser. Cal pressed the accelerator, his eyes gleaming with the reflected lightning. Behind him, Marin braced herself against the door, her own gaze equally transfixed by the approaching storm. First rule, Cal said suddenly, you don't endanger the team, ever. Marin nodded, her expression serious. Agreed. And in return, we remember why we're doing this. Not just for the data, but for the people in its path. Cal didn't answer, but something in his jaw tightened as he guided the vehicle toward the churning mass of clouds that seemed to be reaching down from the heavens, searching for Earth to touch. The storm was forming, and not just the one outside their windshield. 6 days and 3 storm systems later, Cal stood in the parking lot of a roadside motel in western Oklahoma, watching Marin demonstrate what she called her human barometer dance to Tommy, their youngest team member. She stood with arms outstretched, swaying slightly with her eyes closed. I can feel the drop, she insisted, her face tilted toward the sky. It's in my sinuses, like a tuning fork for weather. Tommy laughed. That's not science. It absolutely is, Marin argued, opening one eye. Barometric pressure affects the human body in measurable ways. I'm just particularly sensitive to it. She pointed to Cal without looking at him. He feels it too. Look at how he keeps rolling his shoulder. Old injury acts up before a major pressure drop. Cal instinctively stopped the unconscious movement of his shoulder, irritated that she'd noticed what even his long-time crew members hadn't. We're wasting daylight, he called, turning toward the vehicles. NOAA's showing a developing supercell near Weatherford. As they loaded up, Marin approached him with a satellite map. I think we should head further south, she said, pointing to a different cell formation. The wind patterns here suggest stronger rotation potential, and there's a higher moisture content. Cal examined her analysis, reluctantly impressed. Her intuition was unorthodox, but her data was solid. Still, he shook his head. You follow the established models, they're predictable. Weather isn't supposed to be predictable, Marin countered. That's what makes it weather. The most accurate forecasting includes human observation and intuition alongside computer models. Intuition gets people killed, Cal said flatly. Marin stepped closer, her voice lowering. So does rigidity. When's the last time you trusted your gut over your gadgets, Cal? The question struck too close to his carefully constructed walls. The last time he'd trusted his gut, he'd chased the wrong storm. He'd left NOAA with the secondary team to track what Cal had deemed a less significant system. NOAA's last radio transmission still played in Cal's nightmares. This one's strengthening, Cal. You should see this structure. It's beautiful. Get in the truck, Cal said, turning away from her. Hours later, they sat trapped in a small-town diner as hail the size of golf balls pounded the parking lot. Cal's chosen storm had fizzled out, while the system Marin had identified had intensified into a rotating supercell, just as she'd predicted. "Sometimes the atmosphere doesn't read the textbooks," Marin said gently, sliding into the booth across from him. "That's why we need both approaches, your precise modelling and my..." She waggled her fingers mysteriously. "Spidey senses." Despite himself, Cal's mouth twitched. "You got lucky." "Maybe," she conceded. "Or maybe there's value in both our methods." She pushed a mug of coffee toward him. "You know, you're the Cal Rowan, the man who accurately predicted the El Reno formation 12 minutes before any computer model. That wasn't just science, that was instinct." Cal stared at her. "How do you know about that?" "I've read all your papers. Your early work especially before you became so..." She searched for the word. "Algorithmic." Cal shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, which seemed to see through the carefully constructed fortress of data and distance he'd built around himself. "What happened?" she asked softly. "What made you stop trusting yourself?" The diner lights flickered as another barrage of hail hit the roof. Cal found himself speaking before he could stop the words. "My brother died in the Wakita outbreak of 2016. Marin's expression softened, but to his surprise there was no pity there, just quiet understanding. "I know. I read about it when researching your work. Noah Rowan, right? He was following the second cell." "I told him it was nothing," Cal said, his voice rough. "I was so sure. And since then, you only trust what the machines tell you," Marin finished for him. "But Cal, machines don't chase storms. People do, and people need to understand other people to save them." Outside, the hail stopped suddenly, the silence almost deafening after the constant bombardment. Through the window, Cal could see the sky turning an unnatural shade of green. "We need to move," he said, standing abruptly. "That's wall cloud formation." As they rushed to the vehicles, Marin keeping pace easily beside him, Cal felt something shift inside him, like the change in atmospheric pressure before a storm, subtle but significant. For the first time in years, he allowed himself to feel the weather rather than just analyse it. The heaviness in the air, the strange stillness, the way the wind changed direction. "Head east on Route 33, he told Sammy, who looked surprised at the deviation from their planned route. "The models show," Sammy began. "I know what they show," Cal interrupted, "but this system is building differently. Trust me," and he caught Marin's small smile from the passenger seat. "What?" he asked gruffly. "Nothing," she said, checking her equipment. "Just nice to meet Cal Rowan, Storm Chaser instead of Cal Rowan, walking weather algorithm." As they crested a hill, the full structure of the supercell came into view, a massive rotating cathedral of clouds backlit by the setting sun in brilliant oranges and purples. Beside him, Marin's breath caught audibly. "My God," she whispered, "it's perfect." And despite everything, Cal found himself smiling, not at the storm, magnificent as it was, but at the reflection of it in Marin's wide eyes, where science and wonder danced together without contradiction. The night sky over western Texas sprawled above them, a velvet tapestry punctuated by stars that seemed close enough to touch. Cal sat on the hood of his Tahoe, nursing a lukewarm coffee and watching Marin calibrate a small weather balloon by the light of a headlamp. "You're going to love this," she insisted, not looking up from her work. "It's a prototype from my lab. Besides standard measurements, it records electrical field intensity through the cloud layers." "And that helps warn people how?" Cal asked, though with less skepticism than he might have used a week ago. Marin secured a sensor with surprising dexterity. "Lightning patterns change before tornado genesis. If we can identify those changes earlier, we gain precious minutes of warning time." She glanced up at him. Minutes that save lives. 2 weeks into their storm-chasing partnership, Cal found himself increasingly drawn into Marin's orbit. Her approach to meteorology was unlike anyone he'd worked with. a seamless blend of rigorous science and human-centered application that challenged his clinical detachment. "Ready?" she asked, holding up the balloon. Cal nodded, setting down his coffee to help. Their hands brushed as they released the instrument, and Cal found himself acutely aware of the brief contact. The balloon rose quickly, disappearing into the darkness above. "Now we wait," Marine said, hopping up to sit beside him on the hood. "The data streams to my tablet." They sat in comfortable silence, the kind that had become increasingly common between them. Cal stole a glance at her profile, illuminated by starlight. She was nothing like he'd expected when she'd first arrived with her bright jacket and cheerful demeanour. Beneath that sunshine exterior was a mind as sharp as any he'd encountered, paired with a compassion that somehow didn't compromise her scientific rigour. "You know," she said, breaking the silence, "most people think storm chasing is just adrenaline junkies with cameras. They don't understand the science, the predictive models, the atmospheric physics involved." "Most people run from storms, not toward them," Cal pointed out. Marin laughed, the sound carrying across the empty plains. "That's because they don't see what we see. They don't understand the architecture of a supercell, the beautiful complexity of air masses interacting." "Architecture," Cal repeated, finding the word surprisingly apt. "I've never heard it described that way." "That's because you think in data points and probabilities," she said, nudging his shoulder with hers. "I think in structures and systems. And people," Cal added quietly. "Yes," she acknowledged. "Always people?" She turned to face him directly. "Yeah, did you want to be before you became a storm chaser?" The question caught him off guard. "An architect, actually," he admitted, surprising himself with the confession. "I used to sketch buildings as a kid." Marin's face lit up. "See? You do understand structure. You're just applying it to something more ephemeral than buildings." The tablet between them beeped, displaying readings from the weather balloon. Marin leaned closer to Cal as they both studied the numbers. "Look at this electrical field measurement," she said, pointing to a graph. "It's fluctuating in a pattern I've only seen in pre-tornadic environments." Cal examined the data, impressed despite himself. "This could change early warning systems if you can establish a consistent correlation." "That's the plan," she said, her enthusiasm infectious. "Combine this with your ground-level pressure mapping, and we might gain critical lead time." Something about the way she automatically included his work alongside hers, as if their approaches were complementary rather than contradictory, warmed him in a way he hadn't felt in years. "I've been meaning to ask," he said. "Why tornadoes? Why not hurricanes or flash floods?" Marin's expression grew more serious. "I was volunteering with disaster relief after an EF4 hit a small community in Missouri. A woman grabbed my hand as we were clearing debris from what had been her home. She told me her husband had died because their shelter was too far from the house, and by the time the warning came through, they couldn't reach it safely." She paused, looking up at the stars. She said, "If only we'd had 5 more minutes." 5 minutes, Cal. That's all it would have taken to save a life. The weight of her words settled between them. Cal thought of Noah, of the minutes that might have saved him, of the warning Cal might have given if he'd trusted his instincts over the computer models. "What about you?" Marin asked. "What keeps you chasing?" Cal could have given his standard answer about scientific advancement or the pursuit of better predictive models. Instead, he found himself speaking truth. "I'm looking for answers," he said quietly. "Why some storms turn deadly while others with similar signatures dissipate. For why we can track everything from wind shear to barometric pressure and still miss the one storm that..." He trailed off, unable to finish. "That takes someone you love," Marin completed softly. Cal nodded, throat tight. "Science doesn't have all the answers," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "That's why we need both, the data and the human element." The radio crackled suddenly, breaking the moment. A weather spotter was reporting wall cloud formation 30 miles southwest. Simultaneously, Marine's tablet displayed a sudden spike in the weather balloon's readings. They looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. Within moments, they were packed up and back on the road, heading toward the developing storm. Cal drove while Marine coordinated with the rest of the team by radio, her voice clear and authoritative as she relayed coordinates and data points. As the first flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon, Cal realized something had fundamentally shifted in him. For the first time since Noah's death, the chase wasn't just about collecting data or proving theories. It wasn't even about redemption anymore. It was about possibility. The possibility that science and humanity didn't have to be separated. That precision and compassion could coexist. That maybe, just maybe, there was room in his life for both the storm and the shelter from it. The motel room door slammed behind them, cutting off the howling wind outside. Marin shook water from her hair while Cal dropped their equipment bags by the heater, both of them soaked to the skin from the sudden downpour. "Well, that escalated quickly," Marine said, peeling off her drenched jacket. "I've never seen a shelf cloud form that fast." Cal nodded, trying not to notice how her wet t-shirt clung to her shoulders. The atmospheric instability was extraordinary. Perfect ingredients for rapid development. Outside, thunder cracked loud enough to rattle the windows. The power flickered once, twice, then stabilized. They'd been forced to take shelter when the supercell they'd been tracking had suddenly accelerated, the approaching hail making further pursuit too dangerous. "Only motel for 50 miles, and only one room left," Marin said with a wry smile. "The universe has a sense of humour." "I'll take the floor," Cal said automatically. Marin rolled her eyes. "Don't be ridiculous. That bed is the size of Rhode Island. We're adults, not teenagers at prom." Cal couldn't argue with her logic, though the thought of sharing a bed with Marin, even in the most innocent of circumstances, made him more nervous than standing beneath a rotating mesocyclone. 3 weeks of working together had created a tension between them that had nothing to do with weather, and everything to do with the way she looked at him when she thought he wasn't noticing. "I'll check the radar," he said, opening his laptop to avoid further discussion of sleeping arrangements. Marin disappeared into the bathroom and emerged minutes later in dry clothes, her wet hair wrapped in a towel. "Any changes?" Cal shook his head, focused on the screen. "It stalled over Mayfield. They're going to get hammered." Marin came to stand behind him, leaning over his shoulder to see the radar image. The clean scent of hotel soap mingled with something uniquely her own, making it difficult for Cal to concentrate on the storm data. "See how the hook echo is tightening," she pointed out. "Classic tornadic signature." "I've been tracking storms for 15 years, Marin. I know what a hook echo looks like," he said, more sharply than intended. She straightened, stepping back. "Of course you do. Sorry." Cal immediately regretted his tone. "No, I'm sorry, it's been a long day." Marin sat on the edge of the bed, unwrapping the towel to comb through her damp hair. "Can I ask you something personal?" Cal closed the laptop, sensing this wasn't a conversation he could avoid with weather data. "Depends how personal. When was the last time you let someone get close to you? And I don't mean physically." The question hung in the air between them, as charged as the atmosphere before a lightning strike. Cal considered deflecting, but something about the storm raging outside and the warmth of the small room broke down his usual defences. "Not since Noah died," he admitted. "It's easier to focus on the science. Data doesn't leave. It doesn't die." Marin's expression softened. "People aren't data points, Cal. We're messy and unpredictable, and sometimes we make bad calls. But we're also the only ones who understand what it means to stand in awe of something as powerful as a supercell." "Is that why you do this?" Cal asked. "For the awe?" "Partly," she acknowledged. "Mostly because I believe knowledge without application is wasted. What good is understanding atmospheric science if we don't use it to protect people?" She set down her comb, looking directly at him. What happened to your brother was tragic, but it wasn't your fault. I made the call, Cal said, his voice rough. I split the team. I sent him to track what I thought was the weaker system. Based on the best data you had at the time, Marin countered, the same way you make every call with the information available to you in that moment. Cal stood abruptly, moving to the window to watch rain lash against the glass. The data was incomplete. I knew it was incomplete, but I made the call anyway. That's the reality of our work, Marin said, joining him at the window. We're always working with incomplete information. The atmosphere is too complex, too chaotic for perfect prediction. That's why we need to trust more than just the numbers. We need to trust our experience, our instincts. My instincts got my brother killed. No, Marin said firmly. A tornado killed your brother. A force of nature that we're still learning to understand, even with all our technology and knowledge. Lightning flashed, illuminating her face in stark white light. In that instant, Cal saw something in her expression that broke through the careful walls he'd built. A compassion untainted by pity, an understanding that came from facing her own storms. What if we're wrong? He asked quietly. What if all our chasing, all our data collection, all our warnings still aren't enough to save people? Then we keep trying, she said simply. We keep learning, we keep chasing, because every life we do save matters. The sincerity in her voice reached something long dormant inside him. Without thinking, Cal reached out, brushing a strand of damp hair from her face. Marin went still at his touch, her eyes never leaving his. You've changed how I see things, he admitted, his voice barely audible above the storm. Not just the weather, everything. Marin stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating from her. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm still deciding, he said honestly. She smiled, the expression transforming her face. Fair enough. I'm pretty disruptive, like a warm front meeting a cold one. Creates instability. And potentially severe weather, Cal finished, finding himself smiling back. Exactly, she agreed. Dangerous conditions ahead. The warning in her words was belied by the way she leaned slightly toward him, her body language an invitation he hadn't allowed himself to recognize until now. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside this small room, another kind of atmospheric phenomenon was occurring. The slow, inexorable collision of two people who, against all probability, had found each other in the vastness of the plains. When Cal finally kissed her, it felt as inevitable as thunder following lightning, a natural conclusion to the building charge between them. Her lips were soft against his, her hand coming up to rest against his chest where she must have felt his heart beating as wildly as a wind gauge in a hurricane. When they parted, Marin looked up at him with wonder that matched what he felt. That wasn't in the forecast, she whispered. Cal traced the curve of her cheek with his thumb. Some things even the best models can't predict. For the first time in years, the constant noise in Cal's mind, the data streams, the forecast models, the endless calculations, fell silent. There was just this moment, this woman, and the understanding that some forces of nature couldn't be tracked or measured, only experienced. Sunlight streamed through the cracked windshield of Cal's Tahoe as they drove toward what the National Weather Service was calling potentially historic severe weather. The Oklahoma landscape stretched before them, deceptively peaceful under a morning sky that would, within hours, become a battlefield of colliding air masses. The Cape values are off the charts, Marin said, studying the atmospheric readings on her tablet. The instability is perfect for supercell development. Cal nodded, one hand on the wheel, the other holding a thermos of coffee Marin had insisted on brewing before they left. Surface temperatures already at 87, dew points in the low 70s. Classic setup. 6 months had passed since that stormy night in the motel room. 6 months of chasing together, of gradually merging their methods and approaches into something neither had achieved alone. Maren still packed first aid kits in every vehicle. Cal still relied heavily on computer models, but they'd each expanded their perspective, creating a forecasting approach that was more comprehensive than either had used before. Sammy had taken to calling them the perfect storm, Cal's precision and Marin's intuition creating something more powerful than its component parts. Today they would put their combined approach to the test. School district superintendent in Carter County is refusing to dismiss classes early, Marin said, frowning at her phone. Says the forecast is too uncertain. Cal glanced at her profile, noting the determination in her jaw. 6 months ago, he would have shrugged, focused solely on the data collection opportunity the approaching storm system presented. Now, he understood what drove her. "Call him," Cal said decisively. "Put him on speaker." Marin looked surprised, but quickly dialed. When the superintendent answered, Cal introduced himself. "Mr. Ellison, this is Cal Rowan with the Central Plains Storm Research Team. I'm calling to strongly advise you to dismiss your students by noon today." "Mr. Rowan, we have had severe weather warnings before that amounted to nothing," the superintendent replied. "We can't disrupt the school day every time." "Sir," Cal interrupted, "I've been chasing storms for 15 years. I've published 27 peer-reviewed papers on tornadic supercell formation. What's developing right now is not a routine severe weather event. It's potentially catastrophic." There was a pause on the other end. "The TV meteorologists are saying it might not develop until evening." "They're wrong," Cal said flatly. "The instability is increasing rapidly. We're looking at potential tornado genesis by mid-afternoon, possibly earlier." He caught Marin's approving gaze as he continued. "I understand the disruption early dismissal causes, but I'm asking you to consider the alternative." 10 minutes later, Marin ended the call with confirmation that the schools would be closing at noon. She turned to Cal, her expression a mixture of pride and something deeper. "That wasn't just about the data," she observed quietly. Cal kept his eyes on the road, watching clouds building on the western horizon. "No, it wasn't." They drove in comfortable silence for several miles before Cal spoke again. "I've been thinking about what you said when you first joined the team, about the gap between prediction and action." "And?" Marin prompted. "I think you're right. We need both, the science and the human element. Precision without communication is just academic." Marin's smile was like sunrise breaking through storm clouds. "Cal Rowan admitting I'm right? The atmosphere must be more unstable than I thought." They crested a hill, and before them stretched the makings of what would indeed become a historic weather event. A massive supercell taking shape, its structure already exhibiting the distinctive overhang of a mesocyclone. Cal pulled over at a perfect vantage point. Within minutes, the team had deployed their instruments, wind gauges, pressure sensors, and Marin's experimental electrical field monitors. But instead of immediately burying himself in readings, Cal stood beside Marin, allowing himself to simply witness the awesome power building before them. "It's beautiful," he said softly, "and terrible," she added, both at once. As the afternoon progressed, their predictions proved accurate. The storm intensified rapidly, spinning up its first tornado at 2:17 p.m., a slender rope that touched down briefly in an empty field. By 3:45, a more significant circulation had developed, prompting them to call in reports to the National Weather Service, providing ground truth data that supplemented radar observations. When the storm began tracking toward a small community, Cal made a decision that would have been unthinkable a year earlier. Instead of positioning for optimal data collection, he directed the team to set up near the town's main access road. "We need to be visible," he explained. "People respond to seeing the chase vehicles, the equipment. It makes the threat real. As they parked, locals began approaching, asking questions. Cal watched as Maren spoke with them, explaining the storm's development in terms they could understand, pointing out features visible in the sky that signalled danger. Her expertise, delivered with genuine concern, had an immediate impact. People began calling family members, heading home to shelter. When the tornado warning was issued, Cal activated the emergency sirens he'd installed on his vehicles, another of Marin's suggestions he'd initially resisted as not scientific. The blaring sound carried across the landscape, reinforcing the urgency of the official warnings. As the wall cloud lowered, exhibiting rapid rotation, Cal found himself doing something he hadn't done since Noah died. He began warning people directly, flagging down passing cars, directing them towards shelter. The tornado that eventually formed was a monster, a mile-wide EF4 that would have levelled the town had it tracked just 3 miles east. As it was, damage was limited to farm structures and power lines. No lives were lost. Hours later, the sunset painted the now clearing sky in shades of amber and rose. Cal and Marin sat on the tailgate of his Tahoe, watching the storm's departure. "We did good today," Marin said, leaning against his shoulder. Cal nodded, his arms slipping around her waist. "We did." "The superintendent called," she told him. "Said he's never seen such an organised evacuation. Thanked us for the warning." A feeling of peace settled over Cal, not the cold detachment he'd cultivated for years, but something warmer and more complete. He'd spent so long running from the pain of Noah's death, burying himself in data and distance, that he'd forgotten why he'd started chasing storms in the first place, to understand them, yes, but ultimately to protect people from their fury. "I've been thinking," he said, turning to face Marin directly, "about your research on bridging the gap between forecast and action." "What about it?" "I think we should append it. Create a new warning protocol that combines advanced modelling with community-specific communication strategies." Marin's eyes widened. "That would take significant resources. A team." "I've got the connections for the funding," Cal said. "And we've already got the team, if you're interested." "Are you offering me a job, Cal Rowan?" Marin asked, her lips quirking in a smile. "I'm offering you a partnership," he clarified, "in every sense of the word." The implication hung between them, as clear as the now cloudless sky. Marin studied his face, her expression softening. "You know, partnerships are risky, like chasing storms. Unpredictable, potentially volatile." "Some risks are worth taking," Cal said, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. "When did you become such an optimist?" she asked, her fingers intertwining with his. Cal looked out at the horizon, where the last traces of the storm were visible as distant lightning flashes. "I think it happened gradually, like pressure building over time, changing the atmosphere." "Very poetic for a man of science," Marin teased. "I'm expanding my methodology," he replied with a smile. As the stars began appearing in the darkening sky, Cal reflected on the journey that had brought him here. He'd spent years believing that precision was everything, that emotional distance was necessary for scientific accuracy. What Marin had shown him was that the human element wasn't a liability, it was essential. That compassion and connection didn't compromise the science, but completed it. "I should warn you," Marin said, breaking into his thoughts. "I'm still going to pack first aid kits in every vehicle." "I'd expect nothing less," Cal replied, pulling her closer. Tomorrow would bring new storms, new challenges. The atmosphere would continue its endless dance of warm and cold, wet and dry, stable and volatile. But for the first time since Noah's death, Cal faced that uncertainty without fear. He had found in Marin not just a research partner but a touchstone, someone who understood that life, like weather, couldn't be perfectly predicted, only experienced with eyes wide open and heart fully engaged. As the last light faded from the sky, Cal made a silent promise, not just to Marin, but to Noah, to himself, and to everyone whose lives would be touched by their work. He would no longer hide behind data alone. He would embrace the full spectrum of what it meant to chase storms, the science and the humanity, the precision and the passion, the danger and the beauty. "What are you thinking about?" Marin asked, her voice soft in the gathering darkness. Cal looked down at her, at the face that had somehow become as essential to him as the air he breathed. "I'm thinking that some forces of nature can't be predicted or contained. They can only be weathered. Like tornadoes," she said. "Like love," he corrected. Marin smiled, leaning up to kiss him beneath the vast Oklahoma sky, the same sky that had taken his brother, the same sky that had eventually led him to her, the same sky they would face together, season after season, storm after storm. As the distant rumble of thunder sounded on the horizon, a reminder that nature never truly rested, Cal finally understood what Noah had meant in his last transmission. The structure was beautiful, all of it. The storms, the science, the heartbreak, the healing, and most beautiful of all was the promise of tomorrow's forecast. Uncertain, ever-changing, and absolutely worth chasing.